This is Pantdora, my giant cloud rainforest floor vivarium. Attached to Orchadia, my giant tree canopy vivarium. Together they house a multitude of the most insane tropical creatures, plants, and fungi. A biological project of mine to research the dynamics of ecosystems and follow what life is like for creatures in the wild. And my is it wild. With it being an ecosystem, the creatures within are being born, procreating, and dying in a constant circle of life. For the most part, I know what animals are living and breeding inside our rainforest. But every now and then, I'll discover something new and surprising that had been living inside our grand rainforest world, completely under my radar, that will blow my mind. I was shocked one day to spot a tiny head popping out from within a wooden crack. Wait a sec. What is that? As soon as I realized what it was, my jaw hit the floor. This baby creature was special, but spotting it in our rainforest brought just one big problem. Welcome to the Season 3 premiere of my Ecosystem Vivarium series, where Mother Nature loves throwing in her sunny surprises. Here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC family. Enjoy. The baby lizard hung from a tree limb, like Spider-Man as it licked its lips. Alright, I'm gonna do it in 3, 2... Actually, let me prepare a bit more. At first, the sight perplexed me because it seemed like the lizard was hanging from its tail. But this was a house gecko, and house geckos don't have a prehensile tail that can do that kind of thing. As I looked closer, I then realized it was hanging from a few toes. So weird to see a gecko do this, but I knew it was nervous because it kept licking its lips and eyes, preparing for the grand move. And when it was ready, boom! It leaped down. As I looked to the bottom, I saw that it was okay, having landed on some lumps of charcoal at the bottom of Orchadia. Good job, baby gecko. I've been spotting baby geckos like this little one more and more in our rainforest, and previously found eggshells on the forest floor. Even spotted this hatched egg the other day attached to one of the plants, which was all great to know, as it meant our community of geckos were successfully breeding in our forest. A great sign that the lizards had all they needed in the forest to thrive. But little did I know, these baby geckos weren't the only reptilian babies lurking in our rainforest. Something that I was about to discover very soon. But guys, before that, there's something I need to address regarding some other lizards that in the last episode caused some controversy in the comments. Godzilla, our resident baby spectacled caiman, was out basking, but he was sad. Okay, maybe not sad, but he has been getting a lot of hate over the past 2 weeks. For those of you not in the loop, here's the tea. In the last episode, I released 3 sun-skink lizards named Drake, Daenerys, and Smaug, who used to live in Pantdora, back into the wild. I addressed my full reasons for their release in the comments of the last video and in a community tab post. But I had a few things to say that I think may have been missed, or that others may not have known if they haven't been following the series since the beginning. To make a long story short, as sad as it was to release our 3 sunskinks back into the wild, where I caught them, the sunskinks are, and always were, wild animals that were borrowed from nature for the purposes of my project. And the initial plan when I first started out was to cycle through different higher tier predators. Not mid-predators like the geckos, huntsmen, and tree frogs, but mainly voracious lizards, mammals or birds if we ever tried, and even crocodilians like Godzilla, whose time to eventually move out of Pantdora will also come. I think I failed to communicate this properly in the last episode, which was my bad. Cycling through higher tier predators helps keep the ecosystem changing, as any fixed space of rainforest would in the wild. I was devastated to let the sunskinks go. I cried, but it was an ideal time to do it, with tensions over territory versus Godzilla tingling my spidey senses regarding this project's ethics, and it was also my way of fulfilling my promise in Episode 7 Season 1 to Smaug, the OG sunskink, that she would remain at the top of the food chain during her time in Pandora. As popular as the sunskinks were on this channel, giving them back their freedom by returning them back into the wild felt like the right thing to do in my heart and spirit, and was in total alignment with the project. But the sunskink exodus was met with a lot of distaste for Godzilla, who many felt should have been the one to be evicted. I get that, but seeing the hate for our resident croc was sad, because inside, I felt he deserved some time in Pandora as much as the sunskinks did. Some arguments were that he was too big for Pandora in the first place, which is untrue, because he is actually about the same size as Smaug. I think some people might be overestimating how big Godzilla actually is right now, as well as underestimating how large our Vivarium is. I mean, have a look at Godzilla basking here. Keep your eye on him as we move out further, and further, and further. Pandora is truly a massive space for him, in which he could live comfortably for at least a couple more years if we wanted him to, as these caiman grow very slowly, about 4 to 5 inches per year. Others felt having him reside within our ecosystem was a mistake, as he would just eat everything in the tank, which is also untrue. His diet at this age is limited to anything the size of an adult cricket or a roach, as you can see him eating here. Anything larger or smaller is typically not of any interest to him, unless he is extremely hungry. But I mean, look at that belly. He's not particularly desperate for meals that don't suit his mouth size right now. Also, any creatures that fly or climb cannot be reached by Godzilla, who is completely ground and waterbound, unless they wander close to him. Such climbing and flying insects were not safe from the sunskink trio, however, who were masters at finding them, especially Smaug, who had lived in Pandora the longest, and was the best hunter of flying and climbing insects. I still suspect the sunskinks were behind the mysterious death of our first mantis, the Green Reaper, our beloved bush cricket Stanley, and our first damselfly. With the sunskinks now gone, such climbing and flying insects now had a chance to thrive in Pandora, so long as they stayed away from Godzilla at ground level. I have some ideas for climbing insects that I would like to add now that the sunskinks are gone, but I'm still trying to catch them. As for my thoughts on Godzilla, overall, I get why he isn't the most popular creature in our forest right now, but my hope is that everyone finds it in their heart and mind to give Godzilla a chance while he's here with us, as he is an amazing animal that we have an opportunity to learn about in a very unique setting. Inside, my guess is he could remain in Pantdora at least for another 4 or 5 months. But this estimate, of course, was before I was made aware of a certain piece of information hiding from sight within our rainforest. But despite a changing of apex predators, life in our rainforest has continued to thrive beautifully. Let's have a quick walk through our rainforest, shall we? I have some new things to show you, and even a couple more new and exciting animals to add into our rainforest. Perhaps one of the biggest changes has been the vines. I've been waiting for over 7 months for the vines of our rainforest to get this lush. And the most beautiful part is that the rainy season's increased humidity levels stimulated the vines to send out these dainty pinkish air roots, which extend downward towards the ground, creating the most beautiful curtain all around the forest. Some of the roots had actually reached the ground, which was awesome for the vines, as they could now collect the nutrients needed for more foliage. But as much as I loved the vine roots, I noticed that there were some other creatures that loved them more. I was about to make an interesting discovery. Each pink root was home to family groupings of mealybugs. These plant insects, which feed on the sap of plants, loved the soft and thin epidermis of the vine's air roots, which made getting to the tasty sap within easy for the mealybugs. It was cute seeing the tiny babies huddling under their parents, who possess protective waxy hair-like structures that are sticky, like spiderwebs, and make preying on the adults very difficult. But these creatures aren't the only ones loving the vine roots. The carpenter ants have been loving them too, as each ant worked around the clock, running up and down the vines, collecting food. Now, I initially thought the carpenter ants were drinking honeydew, a well-known sweet byproduct produced by plant insects like mealybugs, that ants are known to love. But as I looked closely, I noticed something quite unexpected. As I watched the ants drinking droplets on the roots, I realized that droplets were forming, even where there were no mealybugs. Wait a minute. As I watched a bit more, I then began to realize that the ants weren't actually drinking mealybug honeydew. Surprisingly, they were drinking droplets of sap, oozing out of tiny openings in the vine roots. How interesting. This is the first time I had ever seen or heard of ants drinking sap directly from a plant. Now, I began to wonder if these openings, from which sap was oozing, were created by the mealybugs, kind of like bleeding open bite wounds, or if they actually were openings to lure insects like ants to their roots, to perhaps help protect the roots from being eaten by herbivorous animals, kind of like the vine's way of summoning its own army of guardian ants to its leaves, stems, and air roots, because most creatures hate or fear ants and won't come near them. I always see carpenter ants scouring the vines, so if luring ants in via sap droplets was the aim, the tactic was clearly working. What do you guys think is happening here? But speaking of herbivorous animals, I caught 2 new additions that I wanted to add to our rainforest that I think you guys will truly love. Let's release them up in Orchadia. The first was this pretty lady. It was a juvenile bush cricket. We used to have a brown bush cricket male named Stanley, who was such an avid herbivore that he made sure every night to eat any and all growth sprouting from the vines. After his death several months back, the vines finally had a chance to thrive into the dense foliage it is now. This green bush cricket was missing her hind jumping legs when I caught her. Poor girl. But if she survives and continues to grow in our rainforest, her legs will grow back after a few molts. Let's see if she can help control the rapid growth of the vines that were now taking over Orchadia like crazy. Next, I added this lady. She's some kind of grasshopper, or katydid. Anyone know her species? She looked so heavenly as she stepped forward with such grace and the demeanor of a beautiful green princess. Just gorgeous. I'll keep on adding more grasshoppers and relatives as I find them outside my home. But now that we're here in Orchadia, there were a few things I wanted to show you up here in our tree kingdom. I continued to find new creatures introduced through the decor, like this huge slug which was sleeping now against the glass. Arachnophobes, look away for a sec. This here is our resident orb weaver spider, whom I've named Charlotte. Check out her stunning abdomen design. What a gorgeous spider. She's been catching a lot of insects, as you can see her devouring here, all caught within her awesome wheel-shaped web, located right at the center of Orchadia. In fact, her web seems to be catching more flying insects than she's willing to eat at a time. I believe I watched her for a good 10 minutes, and within that time, the web accumulated 4 more flying insects, mostly gnats and such. Great job, Charlotte. Looking forward to seeing just how large and more beautiful she gets over time. Unfortunately, our orchids seem to be wilting. They either are moving out of their flowering season, or conditions aren't particularly ideal yet for the plants, or they aren't quite getting enough nutrients. They'll begin to bloom again when they're ready and have the sufficient nutrients and conditions to do so. As for the other carpenter ants I placed into here, even after 3 weeks, they still haven't moved out of the AC Hybrid Nest Mini ant farm in which they were raised. Guess that's a good thing. You can get your AC Hybrid Nest Mini, by the way, from my shop at AntsCanada.com, one of my favorite ant farm starter kits offered on my site. We'll see if they finally decide to move out one day, somewhere into Orchadia. I also spotted this particular red ant in the last episode, which to me looked like a fire ant, but also didn't. Any guesses out there as to what species it might be? If it was from an active colony in our canopy, they were still a small colony because I never saw a worker again after this random spotting. It was for sure introduced into our canopy via the plants, but was very shy to show itself. I'll have to keep my eye out for more workers. Many of the creatures whom I introduced into Orchadia in the last episode have also been quite reclusive. For instance, the arboreal crabs. No idea where they went. They have innumerable places to hide in Orchadia, and I can't seem to find them anywhere. The wasps that were unintentionally introduced through the plants have also disappeared. I bet they drowned in the Blackwater Pond or were eaten by the local mid-tier predators of our rainforest. Our frogs, like Kermit here, are voracious predators, particularly for the smaller insects. Kermit has been obsessed with the treetops since he and the other tree frogs like Miss Piggy snoozing up there found this place. Plus, Orchadia has proven to be an excellent favored spot with its dense foliage and infinite amount of hiding spots for the prey insects to breed. A ton of roaches were up here, as well as crickets. I can see why the tree frogs love their new canopy. But speaking of breeding, Orchadia is also the site of 2 very special egg sacs. Oothicas, laid by a late marbled mantis whom we bred with a male some time ago. The egg sacs were laid by the mantis before she died on this branch, which I placed into Orchadia, and I've been keeping my eye on it ever since. And one day, this past week, I was shocked when I spotted this. A hole. What? Did this egg sac hatch already? I saw no babies anywhere on the branch, or in Orchadia. I began to wonder if this was just a hole chewed into the upper layer of the egg sac, perhaps by a roach. I couldn't quite see into the heart of the egg sac, and it looked more like a shallow portion had been chewed off, with the heart of the egg sac still intact. Any mantis experts out there care to shed some light on what this hole is, and if it did hatch? I resolved to keep my eye on these mantis egg sacs over the coming days. Now, aside from these egg sacs, there was one creature in our forest that I never expected would lay eggs that I discovered at night. Night fell in Pantdora, and the Orchadian mist came billowing down from above like a waterfall of fog, filling the lands with humidity. The rainforest is always so beautiful at night. But I was stunned when I spotted a certain beast I hadn't seen for a while. Well, if it isn't our giant huntsman spider, Lady Deathstrike, or possibly one of the other huntsmen who had reached adult size in our rainforest. The spider had moved away all moss and tucked herself behind the rock wall. But to my surprise, she was clutching onto a newly laid egg sac. Again? Now this made me wonder, if this was our Lady Deathstrike, was this an unfertilized egg sac? Or had she mated with another male? If it was the latter, that would mean she had to have mated with one of her sons, because most of the other huntsmen in here were from her previous 2 egg sacs. It was also possible that this was another huntsman female and not Lady Deathstrike placed in at the first population event that had grown up now, who ended up mating with one of Lady Deathstrike's sons, in which case the babies would not be inbred. Whatever the case, I was interested to see if this egg sac would give rise to yet another generation of huntsmen in our rainforest. It seemed this season was a key period for many creatures to breed, and the next day, a grand discovery would be made that would soon change everything. A male cricket was serenading 2 listening females, part of the ancient cricket courting ritual. The idea is that if the females liked the male song, the females would be wooed and permit the male to copulate with her, as is seen here. The male is the one below, and he deposits his spermatheca into the female, which is that little white package that keeps other males from mating with her, until after she lays her eggs. Now get this. One interesting thing I noticed is that the crickets in Pantdora were massive, probably due to having been born over several generations now in Pantdora, where they had a ton of space to frolic and feed on an abundance of healthy plant food types. This, of course, is in complete contrast to the newly added crickets in Orchadia, who all pretty much grew up on egg cartons and cricket feed. It's the difference between grass-fed free-range chickens and commercially raised chickens raised on cheap feeds. I could see a clear difference in body size and overall vigor. And another thing I noticed was even more interesting. It seemed the success rate of the male crickets in Pantdora was greater than that of the new bloodline of crickets in Orchadia, meaning males in Pantdora were much more likely to score with the females than the new males of Orchadia. Why this was, I could only guess, but I began to imagine that the Pandoran males had developed to become better singers or performed better cricket songs than those of the new males of the canopy. I imagined what the songs of the Pandoran male crickets would sound like to the females.
Underneath the stars I hit that high note. In the dark, yeah, I let my heart flow. Through the fields, girl, I strut my way. Hoping you'll notice, won't you come and say? My voice echoes through the blades of green. Every note crafted for you, my queen. Got that rhythm, that vibe, that natural flow. Chirping louder, just to let you know. Birds of my yeah, I'm too sweet, you can spend all my eyes. Chirping night, yeah, hoping you might hear my call. Got my wings all shined up, just to impress you.
And as for the newer Orcadian male crickets, with their lower success rate, I'm sure their song sounded like mumble rap or something. Just not up to par, I suppose. But nothing could have prepared me for the ultimate discovery I was about to make. So I've been spotting these very random holes that to me look like burrows. It was strange because I didn't know of any creature currently that made such large burrows. Could it have been the small tarantula I placed months ago which disappeared ever since? That was my only guess, until one day I spotted a peculiar head sticking out from the driftwood. Whoa! What is that? At first I thought it was a baby snake of some sort, but as I looked closer, I noticed the creature had ears. This was no snake. It was a lizard, and I could see its tail and limbs. It was then that it occurred to me that this creature was ultra special Guys, this was a sun skink baby. It had to have been born from Daenerys or Smaug. I suspected our female sun skinks were breeding when they were living in our rainforest, especially seeing how fat Smaug got at one point. And before releasing them, I was always on the lookout for babies. Sun skinks, unlike most lizards, give live birth, meaning no eggs like geckos. The baby sun skinks are born directly from their mothers, fully formed, and ready to live all by themselves, out in the world. I don't know how long this baby had been living in Pantdora, nor how many babies like it were frolicking in our forest, but seeing it now in the wood was just crazy. It was so tiny. In fact, look, it was the size of a cricket. Oh no. That was when I realized that we had a problem. Or maybe it wasn't a problem, if it could be an opportunity to learn. I think you guys know what I'm about to ask you all next. What should we do? Should we try to remove this sun skink baby and any siblings from Pantdora to be raised somewhere else safe or released into the wild, just like we did its parents? Or should we leave all sun skink babies in at the mercy of Pandora's ecosystem and its potential dangers as they learn to survive the intricate world of the rainforest, just as all of Pandora's creatures must do? Or should we just remove Godzilla from Pandora once and for all, perhaps relocate him into his own tank, forfeiting the opportunity to learn more about him for now, until he is placed into his own future swamp vivarium, in order to give any baby sunskinks a chance to thrive? I knew I had some serious decisions to make, ASAP. And, after much thought, I had made my decision as to what the best course of action was. And as the baby sunskink cautiously emerged from its crack in the wood, it had no idea it was in for a very interesting future. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. What I'm doing here is completely legal, but scientifically difficult. This is my giant cloud rainforest floor vivarium I call Pantdora, which is connected via this glass bridge to a whole other giant vivarium above, called Orchadia, simulating the rainforest's tree canopy. Together they form a tropical ecosystem involving a vast plethora of creatures, plants, and one of my personal favorites, fungi. And being the fun guy for fun guy that I am, I've been cooking up the ultimate plan, in the name of science of course, a growing operation of epic proportions. There's a type of mushroom that is very special. They aren't quite psychedelic mushrooms, but there's an even more valuable mushroom species that I've been privately studying for years now that has been stumping scientists forever. Meet termitomyces, a highly prized edible mushroom that we humans have been relishing for millennia, but have not yet been able to grow agriculturally, like most other edible mushrooms. To this day, if we want to eat these tasty, nutrient-dense, thought to be by many cultures medicinal mushrooms, we need to venture out and collect them when they sprout after a tropical rainstorm from the tops of termite mounds, hence their name. You see, the termites, belonging to the genus Macrotermes, that actively grow this fungus as a food source, possess the secret sauce and ancient knowledge to successfully cultivate the underground fungus combs that give rise to the termitomyces mushrooms. The termite workers carefully calibrate complex architectural structures within their nests in response to temperature fluctuations that create the perfect microclimates for this highly prized fungus to thrive. I collected a comb from a termite mound in my yard a couple years back, but in a container like this, without the termites to tend to it, the fungus comb died in a day. For ages, scientists have been trying to understand how to mass grow these highly valuable mushrooms in a lab, but we still haven't quite figured it out. For years, I've been trying to grow these special termite shrooms by cultivating colonies of the fungus-growing termites themselves in various test setups. But year after year, I failed at every attempt, with the termite colonies and the fungus combs failing to survive. I came close 2 years ago, but at a certain point the fungus died out. I was missing a secret piece of the puzzle. But this time, I felt I finally had the missing piece. I have suspicions that one can't just isolate the termites in a sterile petri dish and try to get them to grow the mushrooms. My theory now is that you need an entire ecosystem to do it. And this year, I had the perfect simulation of a tropical forest in my home. So the chances to be the first in the world to grow termitomyces mushrooms indoors were in our favor more than ever before. Ladies and gents, prepare to be mind-blown by a biological journey into this unseen dimension of the micro world and my termitomyces mushroom growing operation using a colony of termites and an entire rainforest ecosystem in my home to do it. Welcome to the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. Fungi have been called the dark matter of terrestrial life. They seem to play critical roles throughout global ecosystems. But according to the World Agroforestry Center, we humans still know little about them. Though past fieldwork has yielded promising results, we continue to know little or even nothing about the vast majority of fungal species populating our planet, including the most mysterious of all, the termitomyces mushroom. Our story begins here, when I spotted the most incredible sight. Wide-eyed, I marveled at the ever-elusive creatures of our rainforest, the great OG termites, whom we've only spotted a handful of times because they rarely show themselves, most especially during the day like this. This was certainly a rare occasion. These are Nasuti termes, a wood-eating species of termite that have been here since the start of this rainforest project, having been transported into here via the huge stump on which they were now constructing the most amazing tunnel. The workers were constructing this tunnel using their poop as a building material. So this tube they were building was a poop tube, a protective tunnel that once hardened would allow the colony members to travel to other areas of the stump undisturbed. There were many creatures in the rainforest that loved eating termites, so this poop tube needed to be built. But in order to do that, the workers had to be exposed for just a few hours, in which time special soldier termites with pointy guns on their heads, which can shoot out a nauseous defensive sticky fluid, stood guard among the worker lines. I was so happy to see the colony was still alive and thriving, even after 8 months since their transport here, which meant their king and queen, who also lived somewhere inside the stump, were healthy. I watched them build the tunnels over several hours. And soon, the tunnel had been completed. Now these Nasuta termes termites are not the species of termites that I needed to grow our termitomyces mushrooms. These termites are a species that eat and nest in wood and were smaller in size. The fungus-growing termites that I needed, known scientifically as Macrotermes gilvis, were introduced into Pandora about a month ago, when I threw in a whole bunch of queens and kings who were eager to pair up and cooperatively found new colonies underground. A ton were eaten by the tree frogs, but some managed to survive and burrow into the soil. And ever since then, I've been waiting eagerly to see signs of the first workers emerging above ground to begin the intricate fungus growing process. Little did I know, the long wait was soon about to be over, and the fun was just about to begin. But meanwhile, I had some business to attend to regarding a certain new baby I spotted last week living in our rainforest. The new baby sun skink crawled out from a hole in the driftwood and began to wander. Until it slipped below a carpet of moss. It had been born from adult sun skinks, which used to live in the forest, but that I released back into the wild a few weeks back. Seeing this baby sun skink had confirmed my suspicions that they had been breeding, and I didn't know how many of these babies were actually living here. But it was just so cute. It measured about an inch long, such a tiny little guy, and was very active. It was hunting for little insects to feed on. Every time it disappeared below the moss carpet, I could track its whereabouts as it moved as a lump beneath the moss. Now, one thing I noticed about this little one was that its tail had been snipped. It was then that I decided to call him Snip. These skinks are capable of dropping their tails in the face of a predator attempting to catch them. So perhaps this sun skink already had an altercation with one of the resident predators in the rainforest. Now, my first instinct was to remove the little one from the rainforest and raise it in its own tank somewhere. But after some thought, I realized that keeping it inside the vivarium, where it would learn to hunt and evade predators, was essential to this sun skink's development if I did release it into the wild one day, just like I did its parents. I had no intention of keeping it forever as my personal pet, just another member of the rainforest that would eventually grow up to be a top predator and teach us about its place in the ecosystem. After basking on the driftwood for a while, Snip crawled and leaped away to hide somewhere below ground. But in total contrast to Snip, there was another member of the rainforest, a very controversial creature who had quite recently assumed Snip's parents' throne as top predator of our rainforest, whom I did have intentions of keeping as a pet. A tiny fly landed on Godzilla's snout, drinking its tears, which were full of valuable salts and minerals. But while the fly was feeding, I was feeding Godzilla and threw him a live roach, which he eventually took. Watching our resident baby came and eat was always so satisfying. Swallowing down an entire roach was quite the process for him, as it took several rounds of active management to work the roach into just the right position in his mouth to slide down his throat. Godzilla right now could only manage swallowing things the size of an adult roach at this age, which made me a bit nervous, seeing as now there were baby sun skinks running around the rainforest. But I later realized that if Godzilla did manage to catch them, I had to accept that this was all part of the ecosysteming. But as he continued to work with the roach, I noticed something on his face. It was a scar. Do you see it? It was healing over now and appeared as a slight discoloration. Crocodilian skin is made up of specialized scales called osteoderms, which are bony scutes that help protect the croc from injury. But croc skin is very fast healing if it does get punctured. So where did this scar come from? I also wondered where. But the rainforest was full of places he could acquire nicks and scrapes from, like the sharp thorns on some of the plants, or perhaps a squabble with a crab while eating it, a bite from a huntsman, or a sharp rock. Now Godzilla here was captive bred and was intended to be a pet caiman. However, instead of protecting him completely from the rainforest's dangers, he too needed to learn the ways of the rainforest, as he would eventually be moving outside to my 60-foot outdoor pond and sunken garden, where he would need to contend with similar outdoor forces. But at the same time, I needed to start socializing and taming Godzilla out at this age, like I would any other pet, because once these crocs get to their full size of about 5 feet, they become dangerous and difficult to work around if they hadn't learned through their lifetime that humans are friends. So far, the socialization process was going well, and he has now gotten to learn my face, the sound of my voice, and associate my presence with getting food. Good, Godzilla. Rest well now. Looking at his belly, it seems he has done a great job so far at catching all the food he needed from the rainforest. I began to wonder if there were baby sun skinks in there too. I also began to wonder if Godzilla was responsible for Snip's missing tail end. I guess we would find out in time. But meanwhile, little did I know, other unforeseen dangers were brewing, and a mass disaster of sorts was about to happen that I could have never predicted that would affect every terrestrial creature in Pantdora. It's officially typhoon season in Southeast Asia where I live, and several of these giant rotating storms, equivalent to hurricanes, bringing wind, rain, and destruction every year, come rolling through. During such typhoons, my yard experiences some flooding, and it can rain for days and days on end. The plants and trees in my area love it, and the wildlife are adapted to dealing with such periodic flooding events. But one morning, I woke up to this. No! Off! The new irrigation system connected directly to my water pipes coming from a well that I had recently installed since the construction of Orchadia, so I could sync their rain schedules, malfunctioned. And I learned later from a technician that the timer had broken, which caused it to rain for hours in Pantdora, resulting in about 80% of the soil area submerged underwater. I suspect that the typhoon still raging outside must have caused a power outage sometime in the early morning and somehow impacted the timer of the irrigation system. Whatever the case, I could see some creatures were already underwater and drowning. Godzilla was sleeping soundly underwater during this whole fiasco, unfazed. But I completely freaked out. I quickly dug a hole down to the pebbly drainage layer and used a shop vac to suck out all the water I could. I was just afraid the roots of the plants, as well as any trapped creatures below the soil, would die. But at the same time, my biologist brain had hope that our rainforest creatures had their various ways to deal with flooding. There were ants, millions of soil creatures, and of course our macrotermes termite royals, all raising colonies underground. It took a couple hours to suck out the water until it dropped below the drainage level line. But the big question now was, what had survived? I looked closely into the wet and muddy soils, and to my surprise, indeed, there was life. Lots and lots of life. Isopods, ants, springtails, and mites could be seen crawling all around the surface of the soil. This was all wonderful to see. A flat-backed millipede had emerged and was crawling across the soil surface. Carpenter ants were going about their usual business, collecting food from the vine air roots. I spotted a snail that had grabbed onto one of the vine roots and was using it to climb to safety. Other snails were simply crawling up the glass, as were many other creatures like springtails, and these gross creatures. Land planaria. These planarians are a type of predatory flatworm that eats small creatures. Their slimy body allowed it to stick to the glass as it crawled upwards away from the flood. You could see the creature's two little black eyes and its creepy-looking front end, which was shaped like an elongated head of a fountain pen, kept elevated from the glass, feeling its way around as it moved. Ugh. The thing gives me true shivers. But these land planarians have become a permanent fixture in our rainforest and do have their purpose in the ecosystem as predators to tiny insects. I watched it stop to think about whether it should head back down. So gross. Also emerging was this cute fellow. It was a tiny frog, just under an inch long. I hadn't seen this frog in such a long time. since it randomly appeared in our rainforest in the season finale episode of Season 1. I assumed it had been introduced by way of the plants upon construction. It was just amazing to me that creatures like this frog can live on the DL in our rainforest and go completely unspotted for months. I suppose the flood had brought it out of hiding, which tends to happen with many terrestrial and burrowing frog species. It looked unhappy to be awake though, and decided to crawl into an upper pot where it knew it would be drier. Now I didn't know it at the time, but this wasn't the only surprise amphibian I'd be spotting this week. An interesting appearance or two was soon to come. Earthworms had also begun to make the climb up towards dry land, like this earthworm here, seen crawling among the dwarf ants, who lived inside the stump. Some earthworms were heading back down towards the ground to return to the soil. It was then that I spotted this particular creature making its way through the tunnels within the soil. What is that? It was whitish in color and elongated, possessing multiple appendages. To me, it looked predatory, kind of like a short centipede or something. My guess was it was some kind of predatory beetle larva, perhaps. Any ideas what species this thing might be? It looked menacing. But I think I was most happy to see that these guys were still alive, post-flood. Our gnome ants were crawling along the surface of the soil, completely focused on collecting the plethora of little edible debris and small drowned insects washed up from within the soils by the flood. I was afraid that these gnome ants might have died in the flood, seeing as these ants nest directly in the soils. But it looks to me like they totally had things under control. They're currently running a monopoly, as far as ants go, in Pandoran soils, with workers completely sweeping the surface thoroughly of anything they can eat. But for the first time, I spotted something pretty amazing. There! See it? It's a major. So I still don't know what species these gnome ants are, and they look to me like smaller fire ants. And now that I see that they're polymorphic, i.e. having these larger majors with specialized massive heads for cutting things open, they really reminded me of fire ants. Outta here, isopod, a worker barked. Looks like they had a bit of an attitude too, like fire ants. Anyone know what species these ants might be? I think it's time we give these gnome ants a name, as they've proven they could stand the test of time in our forest. Please leave your name suggestions for the gnome ants in the comments. But now that I knew the ants were okay, my next question now was, were the Macrotermes termite royals okay? I was counting on them to create colonies so I could grow my termite mushrooms in the vivarium. I suspected the termites were adapted to flooding, just like all the other creatures, and that they knew how to deal with flooding of their underground chambers. But I wasn't completely sure. But as I looked around, I noticed this. Yay! The termite royals were alive! And you know how I could tell? See that bulge in the soil? That is a signature termite mound, a baby one. And it was very close to the spot where I had watched a trio of Macrotermes termite royals dig their chamber. To me, this meant the termites had already constructed at least part of their chamber here at higher ground, safe from the flood. This was awesome news, because I was ready for the next step of my shroom growing operation. The next day, when the typhoon had finally passed, Mother Nature did her great work and began to set in motion the mass welcoming of termite mushrooms. All along the streets of my area, vendors were selling loads of freshly collected termite mushrooms that had sprouted from termite mounds in the forest. I rejoiced because this only meant one thing. The first generation of Macrotermes termite workers, born from the royals of the nuptial flight several weeks back, were arriving. Mother Nature has perfectly timed the Termitomyces mushroom season with the arrival of the workers, because the propagation process is truly a natural wonder. So get this. What happens is once the termite royals create their underground chambers, They raised the first termite workers completely off a self-made nutritious soup regurgitated by the kings and queens that raised them. And when the workers reach the adult stage, they are ready to burrow outside of the nest for the first time to forage for something very important to the survival of the colony. They must collect and eat decaying leaves and wood fibers that contain spores from the termitomyces mushrooms. And due to nature's perfect timing, this key termite foraging period is also when the mushrooms sprout, triggered by the thunderstorms of rainy season. So once the mushrooms sprout, they release the spores that are carried by winds to cover vast areas where they land on wood and leaf debris. The termites eat this debris, and inside their guts, special microbes and enzymes take over, and the resulting poop is laid out in a cool structure on which sprouts the beginning of the fungus. And so I was giddy and bought a ton of the termitomyces mushrooms from the vendors. I've laid out some of them here. You can see that there are two species of termitomyces shrooms, a larger and a smaller species. There are several possible species that can grow from a termite nest, but within the nest, multiple species of the termitomyces can start to grow, but they eventually start to compete with each other, until one becomes the dominant species raised by the given termite colony. I made sure to buy two species and began to lay them out along the forest floor of Pantdora. Godzilla was watching curiously from the mossy hill. What on earth is he doing? He thought. Some shrooms I left hanging onto plants. Based on last year's experimental trials, I learned that these shrooms should be releasing their spores within a few hours. I went up to Orchadia and collected leaf litter and debris and mixed them all in with the shrooms. For good measure, I also went out and collected a ton of leaf litter and scattered it along the forest floor. They probably may have already contained the spores from outside termite mushrooms, but I placed a bunch of shrooms on top of them to make sure a ton more spores would cover them. I also placed some of the shrooms into caverns of the driftwood, so spores would also fall into their outer fibers. And then, all was complete. Soon these mushrooms would release their spores to cover all this decaying plant material and wood, awaiting for the first termite workers to come along and eat the debris to start the fungus combs within their nests. What's incredible is that the fungus and the termites have a symbiotic relationship where one cannot live without the other in nature, and their life cycles are completely dependent on each other's success. I didn't know how long it would be before we could spot the foraging Macrotermes termites above ground, looking to eat the spore-laden debris. But regardless, I was prepared to succeed this year in growing these mushrooms. Little did I know, I would soon be celebrating on our mushroom growing journey. The mists blew through the lands, bringing a wave of humidity to the rainforest. This was awesome, as it would stimulate the mushrooms to release their spores even quicker. There was always something so mystical about the mists that blew through the rainforest, twice within a 24-hour period, and it was ultra relaxing to watch. The mist was also rising up through the glass bridge to bring humidity to Orchadia above. I find when the mists arrive, certain creatures come out of hiding to enjoy the humidified air. Spiders, particularly huntsmen, come out of hiding. Here's a juvenile, and back there is another. Here's another. Its abdomen was tickled by the webbing from another tiny spider there. Hi there, oh teenage huntsman. I also spotted another tiny spider close to it. The spiders seemed to be having a party. This tiny spider had captured a dwarf ant elate. I watched as the huntsman teenager began cleaning its legs. It then proceeded to clean its genitalia. Then more leg cleaning. All creatures of the rainforest need to be diligent at keeping as clean as possible, because in such a hot and humid environment, it's easy for bacterial or fungal infection to completely take over. Cleanliness is a sine qua non for Pandoran living. Speaking of fungus and the creatures of Pandora, I already started to notice the animals emerging to take advantage of the new shroom buffet available to them. The gnome ants excitedly rushed back to their nest, carrying pieces they had picked off the shrooms. How I loved watching their trails snake through the lands on a major collection operation. The ants particularly loved the gills, where the spores come from. It comes to show you how tasty these mushrooms are, that they're loved by humans, the termites, and ants. Eventually, the rains came, followed by the winds, which would help further distribute the spores. And lo and behold, I was about to make the coolest discovery by night. Night fell in Pandora, and the rainforest's night creatures had come out to play. The roaches were now taking their turn at munching down on the shrooms. The gnome ants were still active as ever, collecting bits of shrooms to store in their nest to feed on. And as I looked closer at the shrooms, I rejoiced when I saw the awesome white powder coating the leaf litter below the gills. See it? The spores were now releasing from the mushrooms. The plan was working. Yay! You know, I find that when caring for nature, there are often certain moments where I'm just left in sheer awe at watching Mother Nature just do her thing. And to think that something as simple as some spores spilling out of a mushroom cap, which to most people would be the most boring event in the universe, to us, who understand how critical such an event is for both the Termitomyces mushroom species and the termites that have been farming them for millions of years, is truly just a miracle to witness. And it was exciting to know that somewhere below the soils of Pandora were chambers full of termite workers waiting to burst forth up to the surface to eat the spore-covered debris so they could start building their fungus combs made from their poop. I couldn't wait for the day this would happen. But guys, you won't believe what I saw the next morning. By morning, I spotted some isopods of various colors, just devouring some of the new debris and leaf litter. Isopods are some of the forest's most efficient detritivores, breaking down organic material back into the soils. I wondered though, what if the isopods were so thorough that they consumed all the debris and leaf litter, which was supposed to be fuel for the termites' fungal gardens? I began to wonder if the spores could survive passing through the digestive systems of detritivores like isopods. Maybe the spores somehow benefit from passing through the digestive systems of certain detritivores, where it can be digested by the termites afterward. My previous attempts to get Termitomyces growing failed, and it could be that I was missing certain players in the process. It was something worth researching, since there is still so much we don't know about the Termitomyces process. Most of the mushrooms had been reduced to circles of slime in the leaf litter all around the forest floor. It didn't take very long for these mushrooms to decay and become food to other creatures. But as I began to scan the soils for mushroom remains, what I spotted next was the best sight I could possibly behold. Termites. What? No way! Yes way! Huge, healthy termite workers, foraging for you-know-what, the good stuff. Spore-flavored detritus, which was all ready for the termites to consume. These workers now had to do their best to select the right decaying plant material to eat. I don't know if they could smell which material had spores on them, but to be honest, I'm sure the tiny invisible spores had covered all exposed surfaces of the vivarium by now, that no matter what they ate, they'd be ingesting it. It was totally insane to watch this termite worker foraging above ground during the day, despite predators like Snip lurking around. It was hyper-focused on one important job right now, a job that would mean survival for its colony. And of course I cheered the termites on, because one day, if all goes well, and the termites succeed at getting their fungus combs growing underground, and hopefully, unlike my past year's attempts, manage to keep the fungus combs alive using resources and conditions of our rainforest, we'll one day be spotting a huge termite mound growing in Pantdora. And maybe, just maybe, at the next rainy season, Termitomyces mushrooms would be sprouting in Pantdora, and we would have therefore achieved something truly huge. And in my mind, eating that first Termitomyces mushroom we grew indoors, the termites grew indoors, would be the ultimate shroom trip of a lifetime. Besides mushrooms and termites, I was surprised to discover that the typhoon that had passed had caused other life forms to wake up from their long underground slumbers. In my home, I have several houseplants, all of which came from outdoor nurseries. And just like in Pantdora, I began to spot some totally amazing creatures that were introduced into my home by way of the plants that I just couldn't wait to add into our rainforest. AC family, I'm pleased to present to you Beyonce and Jay-Z. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. The craziest ant war has broken out in Pantdora, my 1,000-gallon rainforest floor vivarium. A glass bridge attaches to Pantdora to an upper tree canopy vivarium called Orchadia, and both tanks combined host a vast array of creatures, plants, and fungi living within it. But things have greatly changed. You see, the aim of this personal biological project was to study wild ecosystems in cloud rainforests, and there was always something I've really been wanting to do. Cloud rainforests are supposed to be some of the world's most biodiverse ecosystems in the world, especially in ant diversity. And though there were a few ant colonies already living in our rainforest, ecologically speaking, there still wasn't enough of them. And on top of that, one ant species, a small ant with supermajors with large heads that I've been calling gnome ants, has been completely monopolizing the ecosystem, having exploded in the forest with no competitors, no population limiters, just full dominion over the soils. Now I've really been wanting to challenge this ant monopoly and increase the species diversity by adding more ants of different kinds into our rainforest. And this week, something happened that made me decide it was time to enter a new chapter in the rainforest story of the ants. Guys, we officially hit 6 million subs on the channel. Thank you, AC family. To celebrate this epic milestone of 6M, the moment to execute my grand ant idea had come. Here I have 5 special and powerful young ant colonies scheduled to move into our rainforest, and a 6th ant colony in another holding container. But I'll be saving that colony for last. Some of these ants have powerful bites, others a sting that feels like a bullet, others with huge super majors, some that spin webs, and my personal favorite, the beast of all ant colonies, ants that dominate the trees they live in. It was time to create the biodiversity ant haven I'd always dreamed of by adding all these ants in. But little did I know, throwing 6 ant colonies together into the Vivarium did not create the ant paradise I thought it would. And what I actually did was create the perfect ant battleground over resources and territory. Ladies and gents, this is the insane story of how I added 6 ant colonies into my giant rainforest vivarium and was taught a harsh lesson that Mother Nature doesn't always come to play nice. Here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel, 6 million strong. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. I watched the trail of gnome ants, whom I've named the nomads, which I recently found out are a species called Phaedoli parva, traveling along the soils of our rainforest. Despite there being other ant colonies in our rainforest, like dwarf ants who live in the giant hallelujah tree stump, golden carpenter ants who frequent the vines, a newly introduced black carpenter ant colony in the treetops of Orchadia, who still haven't moved out of the AC ant farm in which they were raised, and some other ants, the forest has truly become overrun by the nomads. Which is okay, because these ant species are non-invasive, but it's not ideal. And having a wide diversity of ants in an ecosystem is a true sign of ecosystem health. And so, I felt our cloud rainforest was ready now to support a new influx of ant biodiversity. I made sure to carefully choose species that I believed could coexist well, but I had no idea what was about to come. My 5 colonies were all ready to be moved in. But before that, I've been dying to show you the 6th ant colony that I'll be adding into our rainforest as well. And this has been the hardest thing to keep secret. I've been raising a sorority of 5 weaver ant queens, caught earlier this year, whom we followed and watched cooperatively amass their brood, and use their larvae to spin themselves a silk chamber. You see, these ants are one of the most incredible ant species, who I feel are the Bentley of the ant-keeping world. These weaver ants build nests in the leaves of trees and shrubs, using the silk from their larvae to glue the leaves together. Living in Southeast Asia, they are native to my area and are the apex ant species in my yard. I had big plans for this weaver ant sorority to introduce them into our rainforest once they had a good set of workers going. But these queens were truly going to surprise me with their prolificacy. Now the problem was, every time I've tried to grow a colony of these ants from just queens in my home, the colonies failed. So this time, I took a different approach. I decided to try wrapping their container into some leaves on a tree in my yard and tied the whole thing up with wire. I felt for raising these weaver ants from scratch, nature seems to do it best. So I took the gamble and hoped the queens and their first set of workers wouldn't move out of this leaf wrapping I made and would simply choose to live and grow here until I was ready to move them into our vivarium. A few days later, I began to spot workers wandering out of the nest. This was a good sign the colony had so far chosen to stay put and were actually braving the elements in the tree I placed them in. A few weeks later, I was delighted to discover that the leaf nest was bigger, with a lot more ants now. The workers had sealed more surrounding leaves onto the structure with silk, I couldn't believe the plan was actually working. I could have harvested this nest now, but I decided to wait several more weeks. A few weeks later, I returned to the nest and was shocked. The nest was huge, with so many leaves pulled in and glued together with silk. Old leaves had begun to die off, and the entire leaf mass was just covered in an active swarm of weaver ants. I could have totally harvested this nest now that the colony had grown to such a huge size. But I decided, hey, why not wait a few more weeks? We were getting close to 6 million subs at the time, so I felt I could harvest the colony whenever I was ready to create this episode. And so, this week, we hit 6M, and I returned to the nest. I screamed when I saw it. It looked like the colony had hundreds of thousands of angry weaver ants, protecting their monstrosity of a leaf nest. Wow! I knew this could not wait any longer. Now was the time to cut it from the tree. So I went in with our garden manager and cut the branches around it, and as quickly as possible, stuck it into a glass tank. We were all laughing though, as we weren't quite in lethal danger because these ants don't have stingers, but they are still super aggressive and will bite hard while spraying formic acid into the cut, which does hurt. The operation was truly an adrenaline rush of venomless but painful pricks. I picked up the colony and brought it up to the ant room and was mind blown by how big they had grown in seemingly such a short time. And just like that, our 5 queen weaver ant colony was contained and waiting in their holding tank within our ant room. I had goosebumps approaching the tank. The workers were a bit dazed as they sat in limbo in this new strange dimension. Perhaps their queens, somewhere inside the massive basketball-sized nest, recognized the scent and ambiance of the ant room. But overall, the colony knew they were in a foreign place. Have a look at them. Workers stood mandibles wide open in an aggressive stance, willing to attack at the slightest movement. This species is very visual and could definitely see me through the glass. They were particularly protective around the nest openings, places where the ants could slip between the leaves. The ants came in different sizes, from small to large. Watching the weaver ants moving around the outside of their nest was spellbinding. In a trance, I couldn't look away from the swarm of weavers. To think that at some point in their evolution, the ants decided to stop using their silk to create cocoons and use it instead as glue to bind leaves together to build a nest. Can you imagine the strength it takes to pull massive leaves like this together? Weaver ants are some of the most extraordinary ants on the planet due to these amazing structures they build in trees. And I was so honored to have them back on the channel to celebrate a milestone. They were, however, clearly dazed by their sudden shift in reality, and I could see them wandering the top of their glass tank in search of an exit. Hang tight, my precious weaver ants. I have the perfect kingdom waiting for you to rule in just a few minutes. But first, I had to add in our other 5 ant colonies so they could settle in before the weavers moved into the space. Now, my strategy was to give each ant colony its own separate space that I believed would be best suited to the species and set them up for success. So let's meet the ant colonies and add them all into our forest now, one by one. First, giant ants with jaws of steel. Meet Odontomachus infandus, giant trapjaw ants. These awesome and menacing ants with huge bear trap-like jaws on their face are no ants to take lightly. Their jaws open 180 degrees, and once tiny trigger hairs, situated in the middle of the jaws, are touched, the speed and force at which the mandibles shut is one of the highest of the animal kingdom. Think the force of 12 SUVs if one of these trap giants was the size of a human. There's their queen. She's larger than the workers and is the one laying all the eggs. What a literal beast of an ant. She also has a potent stinger to go with those damaging jaws. They were collected from outside and actively hunt down small soft-bodied insects, as you can see with this worker, who still has half a termite soldier attached to her leg. I tried introducing this species in the past, but the queen disappeared, so I was happy to give giant trap giants a second shot at life in our rainforest. I had the perfect spot for this giant trapjaw colony prepared. A new area adjacent to the pond, surrounded by vegetation that descends deep into the ground and into this spacious and mossy cavern underneath the mossy hill. I felt this subterranean pit would be the best place for these giant trap giants, and hopefully the ants felt so too. I placed the container into the pit and removed the lid, then proceeded to place the paper towel along with the colony and brood onto the mossy floor. And just like that, the giant trapjaws were in Pantdora. The workers at first were wandering around, trying to figure out what was going on. They've had a confusing 24 hours, but it wasn't long before they realized they had been placed into an exciting world and began to mobilize. The workers quickly scanned the vicinity in search of a safe and suitable spot to create a nest, at least temporarily. They couldn't have all the precious brood just exposed like this to surrounding dangers, so every second counted. They needed to find a dark, humid, and secured area into which to move the brood and the queen. I watched as the ants tested several spots for compatibility. Some ants ventured deeper into the cavern. When one of the workers had picked up a larva, I knew it had found a place. Look at how spiky their larvae are, just like their jaws. The cocoons were also transported, and I laughed seeing young larvae waving their bodies in the air, as if to say, "Hey, don't forget me, I'm getting dry over here." I watched the giant trapjaws slowly bringing the brood into some darkened corner of their new cavern. But looking back at this time-lapse, I noticed something grim. Some of the loose larvae were moving, but not on their own. Upon careful inspection, I soon realized they were being carried away. The nomads were kidnapping the young, and the giant trapjaws, being so large, had no idea. No! Poor larvae. In fact, I saw trails of nomads moving in for the egg and larvae abduction to take these helpless babies back to their nests to devour alive. How tragic. In the ant world, being large isn't necessarily an advantage, and being tiny can actually be in your favor. At least the majority of the colony would be secured and safe once the transport was done. But this altercation with the giant trap giants wasn't the last we would see of the nomads, who were clearly not welcoming of the new neighbors and were determined to protect their monopoly over the Pandoran soils. The ant war had officially begun. Our next colony is another smaller species of trap giants, but just as awesome and more ferocious than their giant counterparts. I used to have a 2-year-old colony of this species called the snapdragons, but released them back into the wild sometime after building Pantdora. Can you spot the queen? She's right there, also slightly larger than the workers. I find these trapjaws to always be super active. They had a lot of brood and were a promising colony. By the looks of things, the workers were more than ready for a move. I decided to place these trapjaws on the opposite end of the vivarium, far away from the giant trapjaws, but I had no idea at the time it was right amidst a trail of some unwelcoming passerbyers. In went the trapjaws, which startled the tiny ants at their feet. When I went in to look closer, only then did I spot the nomads, and they were smart to travel through the tightened tunnels below the trapjaws, who could smell their pheromones by now. Both ants were aware of each other's sudden presence, and my heart began to race. Suddenly, a trapjaw came antennae to antennae with a nomad. And no strike. Whoa! So far, no aggression between the two parties, but the nomads appeared to grow in concern over this second set of rainforest guests. And then before I knew it, the first brave nomad went in to attack. The trapjaw felt something brushing along its feet. And when it realized a squirrel-sized ant was advancing to attack it, bam! Sliced away. Whoa! Those jaws were enough to send any ant into oblivion. The trapjaw ant looked for more, but the nomads had seen enough. They were not willing to contend with an ant this dangerous. I watched as the nomads tread carefully along below the trapjaws, who were not afraid to threaten any nomads with open jaws. It was crazy to see the nomads so cautious like this. They were usually aggressive, cocky even, but now, after just that one bite from the trapjaw, they were unwilling to go into further battle, as they crawled slowly beneath them, within the protection of their underground tunnels. The trapjaws were more preoccupied right now, with exploring their new surroundings and finding a safe spot for them to nest and transport the brood to safety. I don't think the nomads were willing to kidnap their kids either. Soon the trapjaws began to unload the brood, arranging them carefully under the paper towel. When they were done, and all the brood had been moved safely, the colony proceeded to check the soils for the best places to tunnel, so they could set up their official nest. But as for the nomads, seeing this ant here, grabbing some debris to further block holes in their tunnels, it was clear they knew the trapjaws were not a battle they were willing to fight, a new threat to their monopoly. I felt a bit disturbed by what I saw, and had mixed feelings as to whose side I was actually on. But as the caregiver of this rainforest, I knew I had to stay neutral in the face of such wars. Little did I know, this ant war was about to get crazier. Next up, the ants with a sting of a bullet. These are Asian bullet ants, such a sleek and divine species of ant with black cocoons. Now, not to be confused with South American bullet ants, these incredible ants native to Southeast Asia are some of the most unique ants I've ever kept. They're smart and seem to act more individualistic, with each worker having a strange self-awareness and less of a hive mind mentality. They act more like a pack of wolves, and I think there's a good reason for this. Let me ask you, can you find the queen? Have a look. spot her? Well, if you didn't, you're not wrong. It was a trick question, because Asian bullet ants are a queenless species. That's right, no queen. Instead of having an egg-laying queen like most ant colonies, the one laying all the eggs is a dominant worker ant, known as a gamergate. As the gamergate, she is the only ant allowed to mate with males infiltrating the nest looking for her, and also has to continually fight new and upcoming challengers vying for her coveted spot of primary egg layer. And in fact, look over there. Two ants in a tight embrace, but they aren't hugging things out. They are wrestling in a contest of strength and pheromones. One of these ants is the gamergate, having laid all the latest eggs of the colony, and another is one of her daughters or a sister who felt she was ready to take on the challenge of becoming the new gamergate. Or another possibility is that their gamergate had recently died, and these two alpha workers were now fighting to become the new gamergate. Other worker ants stood on the sides, waiting to see who would win in this heated battle of the jaws, stingers, and pheromones. But it looks like this ant here seems to be losing. One of the workers is pulling on her leg. The final verdict was dropped. This ant is the gamergate, and this ant is the loser, and must be seized immediately. I don't know if they'll execute her, but all I know is, being the gamergate is no easy task, and this system of colony structure ensures that there was always a reproductive member of the colony for years and years, regardless of whether or not the gamergate dies. Any new gamergates, however, must wait for males to come around, enter the nest, and mate with them in order to produce more worker ants. So hopefully this winner here is the old gamergate, so that this Asian bullet ant colony can continue to grow once inside Pantdora. For this colony, I wanted to give them this entire lower floor area, seeing as this species likes to forage over leaf litter and open soils. I created a starting hole for the colony to begin their burrow. Then carefully placed the colony into Pantdora. The ants began to search for a safer place to keep the brood, but meanwhile, the colony was quick to relocate them to a spot under the paper towel. Many of the ants were immediately off exploring, running through the leaf litter, and flocks of springtails and soil creatures. It was just amazing to see these ants in their true element. And look, tandem running! This species is known for this tandem running behavior, where they follow each other tightly, sometimes in long chains of workers. So awesome! It's been years since I've kept these ants, and I had almost forgotten just how cool they are. I knew this lower area was perfect for the Asian bullet ants, but the question was, would they survive the dangers of the rainforest? In fact, there actually was no guarantee any of these ant colonies would make it. As we've seen with past ant colonies that have thrived and died out in these lands, it was up to the ants now to do their best and survive in our rainforest. Soon the ants had discovered the hole we made. I watched the ants entering and exiting the hole. They seemed to be digging out the tunnel to make it larger. And ew! What's that booger type thing they pulled out, covered in soil creatures? Soon, in went the first cocoon. Yay! But then I saw them. The nomads. It was one worker at first, who went back to call the others, who came pouring onto the scene, entering the tunnel they were working on. I bet they were feeding on the cocoon. I guess that's why the Asian bullet ants, in the end, made an executive decision not to nest in the hole, and instead, nest here, at a back location under the driftwood. Guess I couldn't argue with them. That's where they chose. I didn't mind this, as the ants knew what the best conditions for the colony would be, and the hole I made was apparently not nomad-proof. Once again though, the nomads were pushing back against all these ant newcomers, but they were certainly in for a rude awakening very soon. I couldn't wait to move in the next 2 colonies. But first, I went back to check on the weaver ants and was shocked by the sight. Oh boy, this colony was mad. They were swarming. The true size of the colony was showing now. Have you ever seen such a terrifying ant swarm? Some ants had sandwiched themselves between glass surfaces, trying to get out. Thank goodness this was a large species. I noticed workers tearing up the silk walls of their nest, which was a sign that the ants were adjusting the nest structures to better suit the new environmental conditions. Perhaps the lower air movement within the tank compelled the ants to fix ventilation, but the colony themselves were on some crazed mission, a mission to escape out of their holding tank. As much as I couldn't wait to release them into our rainforest, I absolutely needed to make sure the other colonies were completely settled in first, because I knew that once I released these weaver ants into the forest, they would be foraging everywhere, and the other colonies would be in danger if they were still exposed. It was then that I spotted one of the coolest stunts these weaver ants perform. Check it out. I noticed the ants began to form their iconic body bridges. This is a cool behavior weaver ants are known for, and I oftentimes don't know why they form bridges like this, because frequently the bridges disseminate as quickly as they were formed. But this swarming colony was totally in bridge mode. I was thrilled when I spotted them forming this bridge chain. And then there were 2 bridge chains that began to reach out to attempt to join. Can you believe this? Chains of ants using their bodies. And my guess was they wanted a quicker way to ground level maybe? I would soon find out. Eventually the 2 bridge chains did manage to connect, and the elongated chain of bodies lowered to the ground. Super cool. In this moment, watching the ants cooperate like this towards a common goal made me realize why I loved ants so much. Each ant is eternally selfless, operating for the whole, hand in hand, towards a common goal for the collective success of the entire family. I knew I wasn't wrong in deciding to dedicate a channel and 15 fulfilling years of my life to showcasing the magnificence of these creatures that most people rarely even notice or think about, but who can teach us a lot about the world and ourselves, if only we took the time to look closer. Oh, so I guess the whole purpose of the chain was to lift up this big clump of moss. What on earth for? Anyway, I knew I needed to wait until this swarm died down before adding the weavers into our vivarium. But meanwhile, I gave them a large roach to distract them, which they seized from all sides and stretched out to death before consuming it. It was time to move on to our final 2 ant colonies, and our next colony was also a type of weaver ant with a spiny twist. Meet this colony of golden spiny ants, belonging to the genus Polyrhachis. There's the queen, the largest member of the colony. They are categorized as lesser weaver ants, as they too use their larval silk to construct their nests. But instead of leaves, they use random bits of debris and material collected from their surroundings. They're the same species as a large multi-queen spiny ant colony I also used to have, known as the Gilded Warriors. But like my old Trapjaw colony, I decided to release them back into the wild, post-Pantdora. But I was happy to bring spiny ants back to the channel now, and felt they were perfect for the rainforest. This species commonly builds their debris nests in trees, along tree trunks, onto rocks, and pieces of driftwood. I was interested to see where they would ultimately decide to create their nests in our rainforest. But my guess was they would love building their debris nest here, against this soily area, on the great tree trunk and moss wall. I carefully placed the colony in. The ants immediately began to explore the upper foliage and vines. How awesome! I can't believe I waited this long to add Polyrachis to our rainforest. They fit right in. A team of ants stood watch over the brood, while other ants began walking with the larvae, ready to glue gun debris once a suitable spot was found. The ants began to transport the brood beneath the paper towel. So far, I was quite happy with where I had placed all 4 of the 6 colonies. Have a look. They were well spaced out, and other than the nomads retaliating, moving the new ant colonies in was going well. I removed the paper towel, and the ants relocated the brood to a secret spot they had found in the moss. Up next is a special species dear to my heart. A tiny worker had separated from the colony and was about to die of natural causes at a place away from the main colony, who was nestled somewhere below the paper towel. Sadly, this worker would not be enjoying the colony's future home, but its massive colony beneath will. So what species is this ant, you ask? Well, when I first set up Pandora, an awesome colony of marauder ants, we named the Terra Raiders, were unintentionally introduced into the forest by way of the Hallelujah tree stump, and they ruled our rainforest for a long time. They possessed massive supermajors, on which miners would ride along their truly impressive trails. They lived in the stump and in the soils, eating dead insects they collected along the rainforest floor, until one day, a plague of parasitic mites wiped the colony out completely in less than a week. The heat of the summers also made it hard for the colony to recover from such a plague, and saying goodbye to such an iconic colony in Pandora truly saddened me. But guys, it's time we bring the Terra Raiders back. Given there were colonies here, 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 and here, I felt the best place to introduce this 5th colony was back here, somewhere close to the foot of the Hallelujah tree stump, where they had plenty of soil and where the old Terra Raiders used to nest. I placed a starting hole for the colony to find, then placed the colony with the paper towel in. Immediately, I had a glimpse of the queen, who had workers riding her big egg-filled abdomen. But the workers came pouring out onto the soils. It was their job now to find a better place to nest, as all of this openness and exposure to the outside air was angering the queen. "Find a new lair," she demanded, as she crawled into the darkness below the paper towel. They heard the queen and were on it. The ants proceeded into a frenzy as they sought to locate the best place to nest. A major and a supermajor began to patrol the premises to ensure everyone was safe. The ants had yet to discover our hole. 2 supermajors came to massage the queen's gaster, which was still in the process of blasting out eggs, in spite of these high-pressure moments. These massive supermajors were like the queen's personal guards. But suddenly, another camp appeared on the scene. A couple nomads running off, and I knew exactly where they were going, or rather, whom they were calling for backup. I noticed the marauders had found the hole, and it looked like they were going to approve it. The queen was growing more and more uneasy, with new eggs coming at any moment. But they couldn't just start moving in the brood, as this hole needed to be inspected and deemed safe many times over. before they officially started making the move inside. "Hurry!" a major shouted. "We must move now!" All the brood had been transported below the paper towel, but the ants knew the young were still vulnerable here. And then I saw them. The nomads had killed a marauder ant worker and were moving in as an army to take on the newest intruders. My jaw dropped when I saw that the nomad lines and the marauder lines were officially meeting. What? And wait, where were the marauders going to in such a hurry? I followed the trail and discovered the marauders had found exactly what they were looking for, a spot under the driftwood to nest. "Hurry, sisters! We found a place!" News of the newly discovered nesting site made its way back to the colony, and the ants immediately began to pick up the brood to transport them across the long stretch of soil towards the secret location. Checking back on the time-lapse, I did notice that while the marauders were inspecting our hole, nomads had made their way into it, perhaps in attempts to drive the marauders away. But now, it looks like the marauders had found a new place, and workers stood in threat position, facing the oncoming nomad forces. "Any closer and you will die," the marauders menaced. But the nomads were not afraid of these small, measly marauder ants. As they continued to move around the marauder trail, the nomads began to assemble and pour in by the droves, and moved in confidently to attack. After all, they had super majors to go in for the kill, but I don't think the nomads realized that so did their opponents. Some nomads creeped in through secret tunnels below ground, while others made the advance above the soil line. And then, bam! A major came barging through, which shocked the nomads. The brood was now moving in too. With my heart beating loudly in my ears, I watched the epic ant battle unfold. The nomads were fighting to protect their throne as rulers of Pantdora. The greatest war to ever happen in our rainforest was unfolding before my very eyes. And then, a nomad worker dashed off screaming when the first super major appeared on the scene. What a tank of an ant! Bring in the super major! Oh, what? Okay, never mind. There was no way the nomad super majors could take on a marauder super major. The ants marched confidently forth, with brood in mandible. A nomad had wounded a marauder ant, and then let go to attack another. The ants would come face to face and lunge with mandible attacks, as the marauder ant, lethally wounded and dying, lunged with a bite which sent off the nomad. A nomad super major came in with open jaws and crushed a marauder worker by the throat, killing it, while another nomad came in to attack from behind. They seized the worker to finish it off. But in an unexpected turn of events, a huge mass of darkness caught my eye. The queen was moving in. She could not wait any longer, and the colony had decided to move her in now, before the battle got bloodier and harder to navigate through. She passed through swiftly, surrounded by workers, into the darkness below the driftwood. Luckily, she was unharmed by the nomads. The nomad super majors were absolute warriors, taking on 2 marauder ants at once and rampaging around if they had gotten away from its clutches, jumping right back into a group of marauders with a thirst for blood. While all of this was happening, the marauders continued to move in the brood, and soon, the sheer numbers of the marauders were beginning to become overwhelming for the nomads, which helped the marauders grow in confidence at staving off oncoming nomads. The marauders were not willing to back down and lose this battle against the scrawny nomads. The marauders were now marching in by the droves, making the long journey across the soils of Pantdora, including the ever-majestic super majors. There was just no way to overpower them now. I noticed the nomads had lost their bravado, opting to not take on any of the marauders. It was then that I suddenly began to feel somewhat guilty, that I was in a way responsible for the decay of the nomads' longtime dominion over the forest, which was my initial intention, but I never realized it would happen through bloodshed like this. Both sides had their losses. This ant still stood guard, despite the fact that it was soon going to die from bleeding to death. It did it out of love for its family. It was hard to watch, but I had to remind myself that ant wars like this happen in the wild all the time, and that survival of the fittest reigns supreme on this planet, as it did in our slice of rainforest. It was a harsh reality, and nature's way of ensuring only the strongest life forms survive to carry and pass on the genetic mantle of life into the future. I couldn't believe what I had just seen, and was somehow deeply affected by the war. I eventually found that the spot they were entering within the driftwood continued further into a deeper and darker location. I was worried though, because this driftwood piece into which the marauders were nesting was the same driftwood piece under which the Asian bullet ants had chosen to nest. I wondered if the two colonies would meet. Whatever the case, I had to accept that although the rainforest had a greater ant biodiversity now, exactly what I sought to achieve, with it came possible tensions and altercations between the ant superpowers, and I would just have to see how this ant war would play out. It was now time to add our sixth and final colony. I approached Orchadia and placed the holding tank inside. My heart beat loudly in my chest prior to opening the tank. I peeled off the first layer of tape that sealed the weaver ants inside. Okay, here goes nothing. I took a deep breath and opened the glass tank. And just like that, the weaver ant colony in all its furious glory had been unleashed. The ants swarmed out from within their leaf nest and began pouring out of the glass tank into our rainforest. The sight was both spectacular and terrifying. When the idea of this huge swarm eventually making its way down the glass bridge to Pantdora came to mind, I began to question if I had made the right choice. I sure hoped so, but it was now up to the ecosystem, the giant cloud rainforest haven we built, to find its own balance in the chaos. in my community tab to affect this story. This is my 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium I call Pantdora. Stunning, isn't it? This tank isn't all. It's also attached by way of a glass bridge to a tree canopy vivarium above I call Orchadia. Together they house a plethora of animals, plants, and fungi, a tropical ecosystem within glass. Its purpose is to study wild ecosystems, observe how a rainforest ecosystem changes over time, with new creatures and scheduled events. But you are all right on time for the addition of my newest creatures and scheduled event. Greetings, my precious ones. Come with me. Your time has come. To bless the trees. I approached Orchadia and placed the holding tank containing the massive weaver ant colony inside. My heart beat loudly in my chest prior to opening the tank. I peeled off the first layer of tape that sealed the weaver ants inside. Okay, here goes nothing. I took a deep breath and opened the glass tank. And just like that, the weaver ant colony in all its furious glory had been unleashed. The ants swarmed out from within their leaf nest and began pouring out of the glass tank into our rainforest. The sight was both spectacular and terrifying. When the idea of this huge swarm eventually making its way down the glass bridge to Pantdora came to mind, I began to question if I had made the right choice. I sure hoped so, but it was now up to the ecosystem, the giant cloud rainforest haven we built, to find its own balance in the chaos. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC family. Enjoy. I gasped as I watched the massive swarm of weaver ants pouring out onto the glass. It was then that I decided to name this new weaver ant colony Swarmageddon, as requested by several of you in last week's episode. It seemed highly appropriate. This was a very aggressive species that spray formic acid into you when they bite, which made opening their holding tank a painful venture. But I was just glad they were now inside and part of our rainforest story. Now, I didn't know it at the time, but a crazy adventure was ahead. The weaver ants rushed out to enjoy their newfound freedom from their holding tank onto the foliage of our canopy. It was incredible seeing them making their way curiously across the main branch of our trees. As they began to calm down, I could see their true personalities come through. The ants were actually quite inquisitive and cute. Have a look. They explored the diverse array of foliage in the canopy. And climbed all over our vines. It wasn't long before the weaver ants of Swarmageddon discovered the humidifying mists and began to congregate there, treating it like their new community spa. It was quite hilarious to see. The Swarmageddon steam room was an appreciated amenity in Orchadia. What are these curious visitors? Kermit thought, as he stared up at the weaver ants. There were a variety of creatures currently inhabiting Orchadia, and I was interested to find out how the presence of Swarmageddon would affect them. Our Princess Bush Cricket, whom I've named Princess Verda, stood there quietly, eyeing the new weaver ants. I was actually afraid the weavers would totally make her a snack, as arboreal orthopterans, like her, are a favorite food for weavers. I hope not, because she was quite good at keeping the vines from growing out of control in the canopy. It turns out, the weavers would be discovering our Princess Verda soon, but their interaction would be quite surprising. But there were also other creatures I was concerned about, including these praying mantis egg sacs, which I was waiting to hatch. One of the egg sacs already had several bites taken out of it by an unknown creature living in Orchadia, but thankfully the other one was still okay and intact. For now, anyway. But seeing Swarmageddon settling into Orchadia and getting cozy so quickly was quite promising. They appeared to be quite happy with their new home, and I couldn't wait for them to start choosing a place to build their nest. You see, these ants are an amazing species that live in trees and shrubs, where they build their iconic leaf nests using silk from their larvae. As you can see from their basketball-sized leaf nest ball down there within their holding tank, eventually that leaf nest will totally dry out, and the weaver ants will need to choose among the plethora of leaves available to them here in the canopy and start nest building. My guess was they would choose to build their leaf nests in our banyan tree leaves. The banyans were abundant in leaves, and in my mind were the most ideal place to build a nest. But little did I know, Swarmageddon had their own plans in mind that would totally surprise me. Night fell in Orchadia. And Kermit stood there, still unharmed by the ants. Judging from his slit pupils, he was actually asleep. These tree frogs don't have eyelids. In the moonlight, I noticed the trails of Swarmageddon moving through the branches. Orchadia was their territory now, and I could see the ants crawling all over the glass. Workers were busy trying to catch the plethora of flying insects that emerged in the canopy at night, mostly phorid flies and gnats. Orchadia was truly abundant in prey insects. The weaver ants moved swiftly through the vines, and I wondered how long it would be before I would spot the ants nest building. I wasn't sure, but turns out it would be happening sooner than expected, and in a place I never imagined they would choose. The next morning in Pantdora, I spotted a little cutie. It was Snip, a baby sun skink who had run to this spot when he saw me coming. Guess I surprised him. He licked his lips, then moved down the moss to here, where he picked up a baby roach that he had killed. Oh, guess I interrupted him. during a hunt. Conspiracy theorists will say I put that roach there, but nope, that was totally his kill. And Snip carried the roach away to a higher point in the driftwood. To finish it off, he proceeded to crush the roach a few times to render it immobile. He moved higher on the driftwood and began to swallow. Once swallowed, he proceeded to wipe his mouth against the wood floor. I was quite happy to see that our baby sun skink here was able to survive the rainforest. He really loved basking up on this driftwood piece. I wasn't sure how many baby sun skinks like him were frolicking the forest because his parents were no longer around. But so far, I've only seen Snip, whom I could identify from his missing tail tip. I would sometimes go days without seeing him, which made me feel like he had been eaten or died, but every time I do spot him, I smile and am proud of his survival skills in our rainforest. If he makes it to adulthood, he'll be a formidable top predator in Pantdora. Speaking of which, I spotted Godzilla, our resident baby caiman, chilling out by the mossy hill next to the pond. He's more of an ambush predator, waiting in a single spot for prey to come by. Other predators, however, had recently been added to our rainforest, who had a different approach to finding prey. I scanned the leaf litter of this lower area of Pandora's floor and spotted a male cricket rummaging through the leaf litter. He could smell a female nearby and was following his antenna in search of love. It was then that I spotted an Asian bullet ant foraging the leaf litter for food. It stopped to clean itself. It was part of a colony of Asian bullet ants that I had added into our rainforest in the last episode. And I was happy to see it out hunting. There were plenty of living soil creatures here for it to catch and collect. But it was also okay with finding dead food. I loved watching it search the floor for edibles. It came across a cricket, and nope, not going to be bothering that giant. It continued to search for food as it passed the giant male cricket singing its courting song. Interesting to see that the bullet ants were not willing to attack the crickets, who were mostly around looking for food to eat as well, if not mate. But the Asian bullet ants were impressively thorough with their foraging activities. Some were digging, others picked up random things that didn't even look edible and taking them back to the nest, which was quite strange. This huge clump here looked like a piece of rotting moss, but the bullet ant seemed to find value in it, enough to take all the way home. I also noticed the Asian bullet ants weren't only exploring the soils. They were searching for food up high in the plants, as well as climbing the driftwood to find the goods. Very awesome to see. But the ants had to be thorough, as they had to contend with some serious competition. A giant trapjaw ant moved across the leaf litter with jaws wide open, also searching for food. These massive ants with the most menacing jaws, which you will see in action shortly, are also newcomers in our rainforest, and their colony was hungry now. I loved watching it move like a lioness, creeping through a field of plants, moss, and dead leaves. What a supremely impressive ant! It too stopped periodically to clean its jaws and antennae. Ants on the prowl often stop to clean themselves periodically to avoid infection from the vast array of tropical molds and organisms that could be problematic on the exoskeleton. If left unchecked, molds can be the complete death of you in the rainforest, so cleanliness was of utmost importance. I watched as the trapjaw began to look under the leaves. There were certainly a lot of creatures hiding under the leaf litter that the bullet ants were surely missing, but that the trapjaws were looking for. Like that creature there, an isopod. Before, nothing in our rainforest ate isopods, these prolific land crustaceans that eat decaying material, until we added these trapjaws. I was shocked to spot that the giant trapjaw had caught an isopod and was now carrying it back to the nest, into the mossy hill where its colony was waiting. Crazy. Now we know, these isopods aren't always completely safe. Interesting that they were on the trapjaw's menu, as the forest had a ton of them. But seeing this crazy Easter egg hunt between the bullet ants and the trapjaws made me wonder, who among the ants would be the first to find a jackpot meal? I wondered which ant was a better forager. It was time to try out an experiment. I caught a young cricket and freshly killed it, laying it down on the forest floor. How about you guys? Which ant do you think will be the first to find this cricket? Put your hypothesis in the comments, and when the experiment is over, go back to your comment and let us know if you were right. To no surprise, the very first creature to find the dying cricket was a soil creature, a mite. The soils of Pantdora were simply teeming with microscopic soil fauna, a biome which took 8 months to develop. The mite began to wander the cricket's head, happy that it had scored an epic meal. A few moments later, the cricket began to bleed from the neck. That's hemolymph, the technical term for insect blood. But all this hemolymph was releasing a stench into the air, which was attracting other opportunists. A tiny snail had caught a whiff of the dying cricket and was on its way, sprinting towards the cricket. Well, sprinting in a snail way. It's getting there. Almost there. And just as it was about to have a taste of the cricket's head, suddenly, a giant trapjaw had caught scent of the cricket and stumbled upon the jackpot. Bingo! The trapjaw inspected the cricket and instantly took it. It was startled when the cricket began to flail its legs, so it started to use its jaws to further kill the cricket. Squishy hemolymph. It picked up the cricket and proceeded to drag it home. Poor snail. Maybe next time, buddy. How many of you guys guessed a trapjaw would find it? Good job if you guessed correctly. The trapjaw began to check its surroundings for the best path to drag the cricket home. As the trapjaw began to drag the cricket further, it kicked and startled the trapjaw again. Will you die already? A battle between dying cricket and giant trapjaw ant ensued. This cricket would be so much easier to transport if it wasn't moving, so it made sure to strike as many times as it took until the cricket was dead. It was kind of hilarious to see the trapjaw shooting off into the distance, and I wasn't sure if it was from the cricket kicking it, or if it was from the force of its own jaws kicking it back. Eventually, when the cricket had officially died, the trapjaw victoriously dragged its new prize all the way back home to its hungry colony, nesting in the mossy hill. But regardless of who found the food first, this leaf-littered rainforest floor had enough food for everyone, and the two species of ants seemed to be okay with sharing the hunting grounds, for now. The giant trapjaw ants were also adamant at staying clear of the giant crickets roaming the lands, which was surprising to see. I was just happy to know our two newly added species of ants were finding what they needed in the rubble. But suddenly, a movement high above caught my eye. Oh man, it was the weaver ants, traveling across the vines of Pantdora. No way! I followed the trail, and it indeed led up towards the glass bridge. Swarmageddon had discovered that there was an entirely different world down here, and seeing them swarming the vines of Pandora made me extremely nervous. And then I spotted it. Brood! The weavers were transporting the brood, which only meant one thing. I continued to follow their thick trail down the vine, and what I saw left my jaw on the floor. Swarmageddon was building a leaf nest in the vine leaves. Whoa! I was speechless, watching the weavers all over their new leaf nest under construction. I guess overnight, the weaver ants had made their way down the glass bridge to Pantdora and decided that these vines were the best place to build their next home. I couldn't believe my eyes. I watched, spellbound, as the ants carried brood and other random food into their new nest. The larvae were of utmost importance right now, because they would be the ones to provide the silk to cement the edges of the leaves together, while brace ants, like that strong worker there, held them in place during the spinning process. I could totally see the gluer ants, busy with their larvae glue bottles, spinning their walls of silk. What an architectural wonder to witness. I just love these ants. Now, I didn't know it yet, but the weavers had some additional plans up ahead that I would be discovering soon. But meanwhile, I spotted another weaver. A golden spiny ant was crawling down the great tree trunk, oblivious to the masses of weavers all around it. I wondered if the presence of Swarmageddon would negatively impact the spiny ants, who were also recently introduced into our rainforest in the last episode. These spiny ants also use larval silk to create nests out of collected debris, instead of leaves like the weavers, and are categorized as lesser weaver ants. These spiny ants also had a liking for the vines, and for good reason. I believe they were consuming honeydew, sweet secretions produced by plant insects that lived on the vines. In fact, I also spotted the spiny ants frolicking among the flocks of mealybugs in the asparagus ferns. I was very happy to see these ants were resourceful and finding what they needed nutritionally here in the forest. Also in the forest was this little guy. It's my first time seeing him, so he was definitely unintentionally introduced into the vivarium by way of the plants. It was a weevil. How cute. He desperately tried to climb the glass, but sadly nature hadn't equipped him with the toe pads to do so. I bet he came with one of the plants in Orchadia and crawled down to the forest floor, and is now trying to figure out how to get back up. Interesting thing about these beetles is that there are approximately 97,000 species of weevils in the world, with more species constantly being discovered. That's some serious biodiversity. They eat plants and are very vital to ecosystems. It's not every day we find a weevil in our rainforest, so I was happy to stumble upon this cool find. And then I spotted these creatures, huntsman spiders. So this was the last generation of huntsman spiders born to Lady Deathstrike, one of the adults in the forest. They used to be tiny little baby spiders, but now were on their way to becoming absolute giants, like their parents. Interesting thing is that there were 2 generations of these young huntsmen in our forest, which equated to around 800 baby huntsmen, and many thought they would simply eat everything and lead to ecosystem collapse. But in the end, I estimate there are probably only 10 to 20 of these spiders left. The rest either died to predation, cannibalism, or other such natural causes. There was plenty of prey for the spiders to eat in our rainforest. And seeing as we recently spotted Lady Deathstrike or some other adult female hugging another egg sac, a new generation of huntsmen was going to be released into the forest soon. Isn't nature just crazy? Up in Orchadia, Swarmageddon were busy with the transport, carrying other workers, brood, and random items down the branches, and down the glass bridge towards Pantdora. The nest itself was already on its way to drying out. This is what spurred the ants to make the move, because having the nest be made with living leaves is essential for this species. You see, plants naturally release water vapor through their leaves, a process called transpiration, which naturally humidifies the inside of their nests. So gluing together living leaves was the key to an optimal nest environment. What I saw next surprised me. The ants were working on a second nest now. Wow! Check out that teamwork between Gluer Ant and Brace Ant. I love it so much. But guys, guess what? That's not all. Swarmageddon was also working on a third nest further down the vine. I was amazed at how productive they were in such a short amount of time. I guess the colony felt building 3 nests was much better than building one huge nest, considering the spacing of the vine leaves. These ants were brilliant builders. Oh dear. This ant is holding the gluing larva backwards. Okay, so maybe some of them might be new and still need to perfect their technique. But no worries, ants were also gluing from the inside. This gluing or weaving behavior is what gives these weaver ants their name, and I felt having the unique opportunity to watch these ants at work was truly a gift. I remember when I was younger and still living in Canada, dreaming of what it would be like having the chance to care for this species of ant. It was impossible at the time, seeing as these ants were native to places halfway across the world. So instead, I would watch any nature show or read any book featuring them. But the universe works in mysterious ways. And now, as the ants wandered our rainforest, traveling across the vines, transporting their brood needed to construct 3 leaf nests, I realized my impossible dream had somehow become a reality. My heart was full watching the weaver ants at work. It was a clear reminder that dreams do come true if you're crazy enough to follow them. The next day, Swarmageddon had completed their nests. Aggressive guards covered the outside of each leaf nest, ready to attack. But the other ants were much more calm now, and things seemed less urgent. It was now a matter of workers just moving into any of the 3 leaf nests. Ants were busy drinking droplets of water left behind by the morning rains. It's actually pretty cool that these leaf nests, considering they're built from just leaves and silk, are water and weatherproof. And check it out, you can actually see the inside of the nest through this silk window. This ant, cleaning some pupae, probably had the coolest view. I could see that the ants saved up some spare webbing, probably from their old nest, which they could weave into their leaf nest later. Even the weavers know to recycle old materials, so nothing goes to waste. I also see a guard there, sleeping on the job. Now I began to wonder when I would be spotting the weavers eating, and lo and behold, as I looked closer, I noticed this. A worker feeding from something at a node of the vine. Aha! I then spotted outcrops of workers stationed at every node, drinking from the sweet stuff. They were milking honeydew from scale insects and mealybugs. and what I spotted next made my heart leap into my throat. Swarmageddon had collected their very first prey item. A group of weavers had seized and killed a young cricket. How awesome! Weavers capture prey by surrounding it from all sides and stretching it out until it dies from exhaustion. But now that it was dead, the ants now had the task of carrying this huge chunk of cricket beef home. I was breathtaken watching the ants lift the cricket up one of the vine roots. What a clear feat of strength and coordination! If they dropped this thing, they would surely lose it to ants below, like the nomads, who were busy carrying one of the cricket's legs home. Let's sit back and watch the amazing process. And just like that, Swarmageddon had successfully carried the cricket into one of the nests. How cool was that? You know, a tiny part of me was concerned the weavers would be catching a ton of these crickets and completely exhausting the rainforest supply. But it turns out they didn't. Over the next few days, it seemed the cricket population was largely unaffected. And as far as other prey animals, I laughed when I saw this. Up in Orchadia, a weaver ant was dangling, flailing its legs as it hung from the toes of Princess Verda. She, however, was not perturbed at all and couldn't feel a thing. In fact, she knew exactly how to deal with these weaver ants. If she stood still, the weaver ant would either get too tired and let go or die from exhaustion. And lo and behold, after about 10 minutes of the weaver flailing its legs like a madman, the weaver let go, and our princess proceeded to walk up the banyan leaves with her pink toenails unharmed. Mama didn't raise no fool. She proceeded to clean her antennae. So it turns out, the weaver ants weren't such a swarmageddon after all. There were still plenty of prey insects running around, and a lot of them were used to living around the weavers. They didn't bother many of the other animals sharing their living space, and also haven't gone on to wipe out other ants in the rainforest. In fact, none of the ant species seem to be at war at the moment, not even the nomads, which were war-crazed in the last episode, but today seemed a bit more to their own. Each ant species appeared to be in its own race to growth. I guess it comes to show you that from an ecological standpoint, the key to survival doesn't always necessarily mean obliterating your competitors. In nature, oftentimes, winning the game of life means blending in, going about your business quietly, sharing territory, and staying out of each other's way. I believe the better way for most creatures to succeed in the wild is to simply outcompete any opponents for resources or food, to try to be the first to find the best food. Sometimes, success in nature is a matter of sheer luck, stumbling upon the jackpot, or finding the treasure within the junk, or evading misfortune. I shouted when I caught a cricket totally chewing up the second mantis egg sac. No! I wish I could have flicked it away, but I had to keep myself from meddling with the ecosystem at work. I knew death to some creatures also meant life for others, like this young cricket who had found a meal. So now we know who the culprit is. The second egg sac looked like it had been completely chewed out now, but the first one still looked like it had unchewed parts to it. So I decided to leave the whole thing in and pray it would still produce young mantises. The fog began to roll in, and I smiled as the weavers discovered it and began to gather round, happy they could enjoy the mists down here in Pantdora as well. Come on, ladies, let's have a spa day. It was quite great to see that Swarmageddon were truly making themselves at home. Why Swarmageddon decided to ultimately nest here in Pantdora and not up in Orchadia, I can only guess. But my suspicion is that they preferred the heat of Pantdora, produced from the various heat lamps installed all around for the reptiles. In terms of the original leaf nest, still in the holding tank, I decided I would continue to leave it there, as I could see that there were ants still living inside. Perhaps the queens were still in there as well. I'll just leave it as is, until I stop seeing weaver ants leaving it. Overall, I couldn't wait to see how the whole biological story of our ecosystem would continue to unfold. But one thing's for sure, I was glad that it didn't end in some great ant Armageddon, and that in the end, Pantdora, being the stable ecosystem that it is, had found its balance in the chaos. Now, as stable as the ecosystem was in Pantdora, it seemed Orchadia, our fairly young rainforest canopy, was starting to develop its own unique ecosystem, separate from that of the rainforest floor. And I was about to discover one of its hidden players that had been living in our canopy in secret since the beginning. Looking at the foliage of the banyans in Orchadia, I couldn't believe my eyes when I spotted this. Oh no! Fire ants? No! Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is Orchadia, my 1,300-gallon rainforest canopy vivarium, a replica of the upper tree layer of a rainforest, and it's actually connected to another giant vivarium on the lower floor below, called Pantdora, the rainforest floor. Together, the tanks house a tropical community of plants, fungi, and a team of creatures who all call this rainforest home. A massive and beautifully balanced ecosystem within glass. What's cool is, even after 9 months since its construction, I still discover new and surprising species living in our slice of jungle that I hadn't noticed before, that snuck in with the plants and decor. But last week, I discovered a species in one of the tanks that was not a happy surprise. Oh no! Fire ants! No! I knew I needed some help. Now, I was certain that seeing this creature meant it was the start of the end of our rainforest world. But after further inspection by scientists, it turned out there was a whole lot more to this supposed apocalyptic beast than I ever imagined. Wait till you guys hear about it. Welcome to my Ecosystem Vivarium series, here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. On a nearby ant volcanic island called Vulcania, the Crimson Knights, my ravenous 1.5-year-old colony of fire ants, was busy dissecting flesh from their raw chicken foot. The fire ants came pouring in from their mountain home, prepared to rip mandible-sized chunks from the chicken to take home for further consumption. Now, as much as I love keeping fire ants, they are not a species I would recommend to keep as a pet, as they can be a nightmare to care for. Mostly because they eat a lot, the colonies grow so big, so quickly, they're aggressive, and their stings really hurt. And they're always looking for ways to escape their setup. They chew through most adhesives, rubber, and some plastics, and can escape your average ant farm. So I find the best way to keep the species is in open setups like this, surrounded by water, with a slippery barrier along the edges, which must be replaced every few months. In light of all this, it's truly no surprise to me that fire ants have become one of the world's most formidable invasive species throughout the world, having disrupted ecosystems worldwide, where they kill and displace native ant species, disrupt ecological relationships, and kill off a ton of creatures sharing their space. I know it sounds like I hate them, but they do have a special place in my heart when contained and controlled. But a few months ago, these fire ants launched a surprise operation to push back against my control over them. When this happened, the Crimson Knights launched a nuptial flight, a swarm of virgin queens and males flying all over my ant room, hoping to mate and start a new generation of fire ants. I never thought they would have a mating flight indoors because I was controlling the colony's protein intake, and these larger reproductive ants are very protein expensive for the colony to produce. But I guess they still had enough to manufacture these queens and males. I was able to control the mating swarm by shutting off all the lights in the ant room, adding a spotlight over Volcania so they could fly to it and fall back into the setup, and vacuuming the rest. But Orchadia had just been built, and my foolish self left the doors wide open that night, not thinking it would be a problem seeing as I plugged up the glass bridge so nothing could come up from Pandora. But fast forward 3 months later, and here we are. My worst nightmare, spotted in our rainforest. However, there was just one thing. The fire ant looked somewhat off. What I mean is, at first glance, even to someone like myself, who's owned pet fire ants for over a decade, it looked like a fire ant from afar, but up close, it also kinda didn't. I watched the mystery fire ant-like ant pick up a piece of cricket poop and leave to bring it back to its nest somewhere. I meant to follow it to try to locate where in Orchadia it was nesting, but I couldn't find it after this random spotting. But I had to get down to the truth about this ant. The idea of our rainforest being destroyed at the hands of a fire ant colony worried me to no end. So, I took some screenshots of the ant and sent them to my myrmecologist friend Dr. Dave General, who works for the Museum of Natural History where I live. For sure he would know if this ant was a fire ant, a close relative, or if it wasn't, what species it was. Good morning, Dr. General. I spotted some small red ants, approximately 4 millimeters in body length, in my ficus. Any idea what species it is? I sent the message and couldn't wait to hear back from him. But little did I know, the answer to my query was not at all what I expected. Meanwhile, looking down to the rainforest floor in Pandora, I noticed Snip, our resident baby sun skink, was basking on the Hallelujah tree stump. Snip had grown almost twice the size since I first spotted him, and it looks like his tail has grown back. Suddenly a movement of orange caught his attention. Whoa, what was that? The weaver ant came along, but a giant cricket snuck up from behind. Ouch! A little nibble from the cricket. These crickets will try to eat anything. The cricket returned to try again with a bite. And another. But Snip was not going to give in and give up his precious basking spot to a cricket. One day, Snip would be big enough to eat the cricket's descendants. But Snip's main concern right now were these new giant weaver ants that had moved in. He knew not to mess with them. Even Godzilla, our resident baby caiman, knew to stay clear as he basked on his mossy hill, keeping a close eye on the new neighbors frequenting the foliage above. They were not so much a physical threat to our croc, but they were competition. The weaver ants were doing a great job at catching prey insects in the forest. Such skilled hunters they were. And for good reason. They needed the food. This new weaver ant colony, a species of arboreal ant that create basket nests made of leaves from trees and shrubs, had constructed several leaf nests in Pandora's vines, and they have since created another nest to accommodate their growing numbers. I was happy to see these ants doing so well, because these weaver ants were my only hope for a line of defense against any fire ants appearing in the tank. They're actually ferocious enough to eat them in the wild. They totally dominated the Pandoran vines now. The vines were a valuable resource to ants, and there were several species competing for its life-giving offerings. A pair of carpenter ants proceeded cautiously up the vine roots. "Stay close. We must move together." It seems the resident golden carpenter ants had become aware of the weavers, who were now also visiting the vines and were after the same stuff the vines provided. I previously discovered that the vine roots were releasing a tasty fluid for the ants, which I suspect are extra floral nectaries designed to lure ants to the roots. To protect the vines from herbivores, it was a favorite food for the carpenters, and were also attracting the weavers. But that wasn't all the ants were interested in at these vines. A weaver ant stood over its pet mealybug, gently tickling its back. "Come on, tickle, tickle, tickle. Come on. I know you want to give it up. Just relax and let it out." This ritual between ant and mealybug was an ancient behavior, millions of years in the making, and this ant here was an expert at this behavior, called honeydew milking. Suddenly, the mealybug lifted its side appendages and gave up a sweet drop of honeydew, which the ant drank happily. The weaver ant continued to hang around the mealybug and periodically tickled it with its antennae to stimulate the mealybug to release its sweet honeydew, which is a byproduct created from digested plant sap. The ant continued to be rewarded for its patience and love for its pet mealybug. Other ants would periodically come by, and it would transfer the collected honeydew from its social stomach to that of the visiting ants, so they could in turn bring the collected honeydew back up the vines to the nest. It's amazing that when looking at mealybugs in relation to the vines, one might consider the relationship a parasitic one, but add a third organism to the mix, ants, and suddenly the relationship is a type of symbiotic mutualism, where all organisms benefit from each other. The mealybugs get sap from the vines and protection from the ants. The vines get protection from the ants by luring them in with mealybugs and extra floral nectaries, and the ants benefit from the food provided by the mealybugs and the vines. Isn't nature just beautifully designed? But not everything in nature is beautiful, for down below, something much more grim was taking place. Olivia, a weaver ant elder, had wandered onto the rainforest floor, where she knew things were much more dangerous for ants like her. She was weak as she crawled across a dead sister in the dried leaf litter. I noticed fungus was beginning to grow from her exoskeleton, which to me meant she hadn't been keeping up with her hygiene duties and was now suffering the consequences, or her immune system was low due to old age. Either way, she knew her time had come and was now taking it upon herself to go to the community weaver ant graveyard, where dying weavers go to die. A swarm of nomads, named the Nomads, were seen everywhere, taking the dead and dying weavers home to eat. The Nomads were having a literal feast at these dead weavers. I was shocked at the sight and stood wide-eyed at the weaver ant graveyard / nomad buffet. It was hard to watch knowing that most of these weavers were still actually alive, as I could see them trying to fight back. They would not be dying in peace. The weavers were even dropping their dead from the vines above, and the fish in our pond were joyously relishing the gifts falling randomly from the skies. Other ants were also taking advantage of the feast. An Asian bullet ant had grabbed a cadaver and took it back home. This Asian bullet ant was dragging an ant that tried to cling onto a leaf to resist. I spotted the location Olivia chose as her final resting place, among other dying sisters, where she was greeted by a team of nomads who were happy to find her. As sad as this was the way of the forest. When one creature dies, the nutrients and stored energy within the dying animal's tissues don't go to waste. as it is used up by other creatures. You had to be quick, as the competition is tough, and speed plus efficiency could mean the difference between survival or starvation. I knew that this was all evidence that our ecosystem was healthy. The fact that there was a diverse set of species that were in direct competition, dependent on other species in the forest, and no single species was dominating the resources. I hoped our rainforest would continue on this path, but the feeling that a single invasive species could totally upset this delicate balance within our rainforest hung over me like a dark cloud. And then, I got it. It was a text from Dr. General. What did he have to say about our mystery ant? Hi, AC. Thanks for the fuzzy pictures. Haha. It looks like Wasmannia auropunctata. But to be sure, could you please send a few ants to Perry Buenavente at the National Museum? Thanks. Ah! What? Wasmannia auropunctata? No way! Guys, he was saying the ant looked like it was the notorious little fire ant, a very invasive species, also known as electric ants, whose sting feels like being shocked by electricity. Originally from South America, just like fire ants. According to online sources, little fire ants have become extremely invasive worldwide due to their generalist diet, ability to thrive in a variety of habitats, the fact that they can have multiple queens per colony, and due to their unique cloning abilities, which meant only one colony was enough to spur an entire population within a country. Having a population of little fire ants in our rainforest was just as bad as having fire ants. But one thing stood out to me as peculiar. According to online sources, Wasmannia auropunctata have tiny workers measuring 1 to 1.5 millimeters in body length. The ant I spotted was at least 4 millimeters in length, the size of a full-grown fire ant worker. But as Dr. General had requested, I had to send a specimen to his partner at their lab in the museum to verify the true identity of this mysterious red ant. My ultimate task now was to find an ant first and catch it so it could be officially identified. I needed to know if it was indeed an invasive species. The fate of our rainforest and all its creatures depended on it. Meanwhile, I couldn't just do nothing. I felt the best way to combat the emergence of any invasives was to strengthen our existing ecosystem. And one way of doing so was to increase and support its biodiversity. And for that, I had more creatures to add. Let's go up to Orchadia. Now, a lot of you mentioned that I haven't been featuring Orchadia much since it was built. And you're right. The reason for this is because not a lot is going on up here yet, compared to Pantdora, which has a much more established community of life, seeing as it was constructed months before Orchadia was. And because Orchadia was still young and lacks a proper soil layer up here, it will take a bit longer for a community to develop. It's happening, just slowly. For now, there are a lot of crickets breeding up here in the trees, tree frogs sleeping in the foliage, and roaches. The weavers, of course, were also frequenting the canopy, and they've even built a new leaf nest up here too, right by the fog, where they can stay nice and humid. The black carpenter ants, which were moved in here since the start, have finally, after several long weeks, moved out of their AC hybrid nest mini and somewhere into our canopy, which was great. I did see a pile of sawdust on the glass, so I tried to locate if they managed to bore a hole into one of the banyan branches, but I couldn't spot where their hole was. But I did spot a couple workers foraging, which was awesome. I think the black carpenter ants will do just fine in our rainforest. But guys, I've got more creatures to add into our canopy to support our forest's biodiversity and thus ecosystem up here in Orchadia. And I know you guys will love these new additions. First, meet these giant click beetles. It seems to be their breeding season where I live, and so I captured a few of them to place into our canopy. They are absolutely massive click beetles with these cool feathered antennae.
A creator of worlds is gonna rock your world.
I placed the beetles into our rainforest. At first they played dead, but slowly they woke up and began to crawl away. Next, this gorgeous orthopteran. It's yet another species of bush cricket. It had a beautiful coloration and neat pattern on its back. This would be the third species of bush cricket in Orchadia now, and this particular species is known for its beautiful song. I couldn't wait to hear him singing one of these nights.
Feel the rhythm, let your feet unfurl. Smiles all around, watch the joy unfold.
He looked so gorgeous on our banyan tree.
Of love, our stories told.
Next, you may recognize this cricket. Well, they're native to where I live, and I caught this female in my yard. It's the wild type of Orchadia crickets, the species commonly available in the pet trade for reptiles. This is what their wild form looks like. I released it into Orchadia and hoped it was pregnant so it could hopefully start a population of Orchadia into our rainforest. It was then that I spotted a giant. Arachnophobes, look away. My. Well, who do we have here? It was a huge huntsman spider, but this one was special. It wasn't Lady Deathstrike, who we knew was living in our rainforest. This was a male. So handsome. Ha! And you look just like your father, too. Congratulations for making it to adulthood, sir. Strangely, it looked like he was covered in some webbing. I wonder if it had gotten tangled in some web. Actually, there were plenty of spiders up here in Orchadia. I spotted a cool jumping spider nearby, checking out the weaver ants all around. The presence of active predators like this was a promising sign of a healthy ecosystem. Oh man! The mystery ant! I looked at our culprit within the vial. It couldn't keep still as it tried to look for an escape, so I added a drop of honey in order to get a better look at it. Will you look at you? What a cute specimen. Looking at it now as it drank from the honey, I was certain this wasn't a fire ant. It kinda reminded me of one of the first species of ants I ever kept while still living in Canada, known as Myrmica rubra, also known as the European fire ant, which is also invasive. The shape of its body also kinda looked like a type of Tetramorium, the same genus as our dwarf ants, as well as another popular North American ant I used to keep, called pavement ants, most known for the massive ant wars they have along sidewalks in the summer. I know you Americans and Canadians know exactly what I'm talking about. Could you be a little fire ant? My instincts still told me it was something else, but whatever it was, we would soon be finding out once Dr. General and his partner Perry analyze it. I felt a bit sad because I knew this innocent ant would need to be killed in order to be properly mounted prior to being examined under a microscope for identification. I'm sorry, little one, but you will have to give up your life today for science and to save my rainforest. At least it would be dying with a full stomach. I sent it off to the museum and hoped for some promising news. Meanwhile, I sent newer, clearer photos of the specimen to Dr. General. And to my surprise, he said that sadly, the ant still looked like Wasmannia auropunctata. But we both knew the final verdict would come down to the moment that they could see the ant in person at the lab. In the night, the rainforest was still. It was a training session with Godzilla, who was waiting patiently in the pond for the goods. I threw in a roach, and he lunged, happily swallowing my gift. He was beginning to see me as the friend with the roaches, which was a good thing, especially as he gets older. All the roaches emerged to party and feed at this time. The isopods also came out of hiding. I spotted one of our canopy crabs emerging to begin its nightly search for edibles along the forest floor. I spotted a cute beetle on the glass. Yet another one of those species I never knew was living in our rainforest, introduced by way of the plants or decor. Underground, I spotted a mass of baby centipedes huddled in a ball, protected by their mother. It's just crazy to think about how much life was propagating in our rainforest without me knowing. It made me think about how much is actually going on outside in the wild, below our feet, and around us, that we aren't able to witness and see. It made me so grateful to have embarked on this crazy journey of discovery that came with this whole biological project of our majestic slice of rainforest in glass. I feel the amount of knowledge we've been able to acquire, the scenes we've been able to witness, and the insight we've gotten into the secrets of Mother Nature could not have been achieved had we attempted to film all of this stuff in the wild. Pantdora and Orchadia have both shed an invaluable amount of insight on the ways of the natural world, and I felt so grateful in this moment. It pained me to think that a single species might be responsible for this whole project, our rainforest ecosystem, to fall apart. I mean, if an invasive species did proliferate here, leading to the dying out of multiple species and the collapse of the ecosystem, I wondered what I would do next. Where would I go from here? If I had to terminate this project, into which I was already so deep into, how do I even go back to learning about nature in any other way? Keeping animals in naturalistic Vivaria has brought about a whole new dimension of learning. Being able to have the unique opportunity to learn about our organisms in the full context in which they exist in nature was like understanding how a single gear piece works by looking at its place within the whole machine within which it operates. I still had so many plans ahead for additional Vivaria so we could continue to learn more. I couldn't have this project end here. Not this soon. There was still so much more I wanted to learn. The next day, I got a text. It was Perry, and what he said shocked me. The specimen you sent is Tetramorium insolens. He went on to say that upon seeing it in the vial, prior to even mounting it for microscope analysis, he already had suspicions it wasn't a little fire ant, as suspected, seeing as it was too big. Examining it up close, Perry and Dr. General were able to narrow it down to Tetramorium, and later to the species, Tetramorium insolens. Yay! So it wasn't a fire ant, nor a little fire ant after all. What a relief that was, seeing as now I didn't have to worry about exterminating it from the vivarium. So our mystery ant was related to our native dwarf ants and to pavement ants of North America. I was happy to keep it in our rainforest and learn more about them. I texted Perry and Dr. General, thanking them for the great news and how relieved I was that they weren't an invasive species. I couldn't wait to watch the colony grow more and more in Orchadia and learn more about this cool species. So, it looks like the inhabitants of Orchadia and Pantdora are safe for now. My heart was so full as I watched the various species of animals in the forest going about their lives, not knowing that I, along with many people from around the world, were secretly looking out and rooting for them, following their stories and loving them. I wanted to give a special thanks to Dr. General and to... What? Hang on. A text. From Perry. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. If you could recreate life, would you do it? If you could reconstruct a living, breathing, self-proliferating ecosystem, would you try? If you could witness with your own two eyes never-before-seen moments that take place within the depths of a rainforest, would you venture in? Well, I did, and every day I spot new creatures stepping into the light from the darkened vegetation, whole societies industrializing in the vines, and the most sacred of rituals being carried out between life forms so ancient they predate mankind in provenance by millions of years. Welcome to the magical world of Pantdora and Orchadia, my giant cloud rainforest ecosystem vivarium, an ultimate reconstruction of Mother Nature within glass, now 9 months old, and with a hidden surprise for me to discover. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. Our rainforest has evolved beyond anything I could have ever imagined since its creation 9 months ago. If you're new, this is what Pantdora used to look like. And today, it's a lush and bountiful tropical forest with a ton more creatures, plants, fungi, and even its own upper tree layer on the floor above. And today, we'll dive right into our forest and marvel at all the cool relationships the creatures have. I'll show you some of the amazing new creatures I spotted, and yes, even to this day I'm spotting new creatures, as well as catch up with familiar friends. And finally, we'll also be adding in a few new species for biodiversity. But as fun as this 9-month tour update was going to be in my mind, little did I know, an event was about to take place on this 9-month anniversary that would remind me that Mother Nature isn't always fun and games. But our journey begins in one of the most vital parts of the rainforest, the blackwater pond we call Aqua Noctis. It's fed by a waterfall that passes through UV lighting, mosses, little pockets in the rocks where beneficial bacteria live, and various rough surfaces which clean and oxygenate the waters and has allowed life within the pond to persist despite no maintenance. A pair of guppies were perusing through the rocks. The female was busy grazing from algae carpets, but the male had other ideas in mind. So babe, let's have kids. No, I'm busy eating. Not today. Sadly, these two were the only 2 guppies left in the pond, as our resident caiman had been eating them over time. And so them breeding was the last hope for their species, which has lasted many generations in Aqua Noctis so far. But the female was not in the mood and could care less about breeding. "Leave me alone," she bickered. But the male, with his shiny, colorful fins, was not going to take no for an answer. Over the next few minutes, I watched as the male kept trying his luck while the female continued to reject him and feed from the rocks. Poor guy. Let's hope she changes her mind at some point and decides to breed with him. Soon, he lost her. Hey, where'd you go? The scarcity in guppies within Aquanoctus has allowed a new community of surprising creatures to thrive. Around this fallen leaf, I noticed some tiny movements. A small snail was racing across the undersurface of the leaf, but what truly caught my attention was the abundance of these tiny creatures. The smallest aquatic insects were seen crawling all around the leaf's edge. I wasn't sure what species they were, as they didn't quite look like Daphnia, another very common water insect, but they sure were cute and quite energetic. They gathered as a community, feeding on either the decaying leaf matter or microorganisms that were found there. I loved their intricate design. And hey, are those babies we can see through their skin? What peculiar little creatures. They were definitely introduced here by way of the aquatic plants in the past, and in the large absence of the guppies, have begun to thrive in numbers in the rainforest, which was awesome. Moving on to land, a land crab was relaxing. I rarely spot these crabs out in the open like this, as they usually emerge at night, so it was cool to see them at this time. Though they do dip into the waters every now and then, these land crabs do not stay there, as there is also a species of aquatic crabs living in the pond that do not like competition. The crabs are excellent at eating organic and decaying matter, and are part of the essential cleanup crew for our rainforest's wet areas. But speaking of unwelcome competition, I then spotted these creatures convening in the leaves. These are ghost ants, really tiny invasive ants that have so far gone about their business in the rainforest relatively unnoticed and on the down low. They're called ghost ants due to the fact that their semi-transparent bodies make them look like floating heads. They manage to break into Pantdora, seeing as they're small enough to fit through the mesh screen. Their queens, however, aren't small enough to get through the mesh holes, thank goodness, and I haven't seen queens here yet, which was a good sign. Though they haven't been too much of an issue in our rainforest so far, I definitely have been keeping my eye on them, because in overwhelming numbers, they can totally destroy an ecosystem and outcompete other native ants. But I was hopeful about the native ants of our forest. A golden carpenter ant was seen frolicking the asparagus ferns. It was busy licking the leaves of honeydew produced by the mealybugs. When I had introduced a colony of these ants into the forest way back in the 2-month update video of this rainforest, I had no idea if they would do well, as they had a lot of competition for food, resources, and nesting space. But as you can see, they've been doing just fine after 7 months in Pantdora. Based on when I last saw their queen move in, they had found a place within the Hallelujah tree stump and were living somewhere inside. Speaking of which, guys, this stump was like a high-rise condo building for life. So many creatures lived inside it. A dwarf ant was doing some house cleaning. It struggled to lift something, which it planned on throwing over the edge. Aha! An old cricket leg the colony had finished, but it was having some issues with navigating. The stump was also home to a termite colony that had been introduced since the very start, already living inside the stump when I put it in, who built this cool tunnel made of their own poop some 2 months ago. The poop tunnel is for protection, as the termites move around to different areas of the stump, because no rainforest condo building is safe. I spotted a jumping spider, hoping to find prey. Perhaps a termite wandering out of its poop tunnel. Its abdomen looked like a brown Deadpool mask. It spotted the dwarf ants, doing nest maintenance, but it had no interest in them. It crawled down the stump and began to look around. Its eyes were so interesting. The real ones, I mean. I wondered if the abdomen eyes had a purpose, like fooling predators into thinking they couldn't sneak up on it. They couldn't anyway, as jumping spiders like this female have very good vision. She looked well fed, and I was happy to see it doing its thing on the stump. But some new residents had also found value in the stump real estate and had moved in without me knowing. I noticed some large ants moving in and out of an opening in the stump. Asian bullet ants. They were carrying clumps of what looked like dark soil pieces up the stump and into the shadows of their nest somewhere inside. In fact, every few seconds, I would spot the ants with these soil pieces bringing the goods home. My guess was it was bringing home earthworm cast back to the nest for its larvae to consume and digest, and later regurgitate for the workers to eat. And interesting to see that they had chosen to live inside the stump, as I always thought this species was exclusively soil-dwelling. Guess not, and identifying these new and unknown behaviors is exactly why I love observing the creatures in Pantdora. The Asian bullet ants were so thorough at sweeping through the forest, even collecting peculiar things from the vines that it brought back to the nest. A pair of Asian bullet ants were celebrating their new find, a big piece of gecko poop, full of a ton of usable nutrients. A worker picked up the poop and began to make its way home. But, how to get off this leaf? It eventually decided to take another route. It headed down the plant, moved across the surface of some driftwood, made its way to ground level, then climbed the asparagus fern, and eventually onto the hallelujah tree stump to the nest. I was quite happy to see the Asian bullet ants thriving like this in Pantdora. But little did I know, the Asian bullet ants were fueling up with food to gear up for a very big operation soon. It was then that I spotted yet another new stump resident. A golden spiny ant was also wandering the stump, coming super close to a spider web, and a ton of spider babies were emerging. But this ant was used to webs and could care less that she was trotting on spider territory. I expected an angry spider mom to come shooting out of that hole at any moment. But the ant was searching for something really important. I watched as she began to carefully inspect the various cracks in the driftwood until she found what she was looking for and picked up a mouthful of dead asparagus fern leaves. Happily, she scurried back on her path. Awesome! She was collecting debris for her nest. These spiny ants collect debris and glue them together using silk webbing from their larvae, and I couldn't wait to see where the ants were nesting, as I wasn't sure where they had created a nest. And then, I saw it. The worker entered an unsuspecting hole in the stump. Wow! The spiny ants decided to nest here. I watched it leave the clump of leaves at the entrance for other workers to take and use as needed before leaving to collect more. How awesome! I would have never seen that very inconspicuous entrance had I not followed the ant home. What a great location for a nest. But then, a commotion caught my eye in the leaf litter. It was a battle between a young roach and a giant trapjaw ant. The giant trapjaw had stunned the roach with its lightning-powerful jaw snaps. Come here, little roach. There you are. Come here. Come here. You can't get away. Falling victim to the trapjaw's mandibles is enough to stun any small insect. The ant decided to take a breather while the roach died and clean itself before the next step. Suddenly, a huge cricket came by. Oh, no you don't. Back off. This is my kill. Out. In the forest, you needed to be aggressive, lest other creatures capitalize on your hard work. The trapjaw checked to see to make sure the cricket was gone, and returned to the roach. Alright, now where were we? Are you dead yet? It began to pick up the roach by its limb, but it was still alive. It attempted another mandible blow, which sent the roach springing away. Hey, get back here! After seizing it with its jaws, the ant delivered a lethal injection from its stinger. There, that ought to put you down. It dragged the roach home. It delivered a couple more stings along the way, just in case. As it carried it back to the nest. Another cricket was waiting in the dark to steal the dead roach, but the giant trapjaw was not going to let it. It chased it away and hurried to bring the kill home to its nest. Which I discovered here, a small opening in the soil. I love these giant trapjaw ants so much, and wish them well in Pantdora. These crickets had a prominent presence in the rainforest. They could be seen everywhere, congregating on the stump, laying eggs in the soil, feeding on decaying matter in the leaf litter, and falling prey to a number of creatures, like the weaver ants of the rainforest, who were picking them off and carrying them up into the vines, where their leaf nests were located. But I wanted to continue adding to the prey insects and detritivores of our rainforest, so it was time to do that now. First, check out this related beauty, a cool slant-faced grasshopper. We've had slant-faced grasshoppers in here in the past, but they were totally hunted to extinction by past sun-skink lizards. I was happy to bring them back to Pantdora. Check out that hilarious slanted face. Next, I've been wanting to add these forever. These are a pair of forest roaches caught from my yard. They're native to where I live and have been feeding on dog kibble in their holding container. This one in particular was extra hungry, and you'll see why shortly. I've been wanting to add these because roaches are extremely important to an ecosystem. This species is not a domestic pest, so they aren't a problem in human homes, and they help eat decaying matter in the forest. What's awesome is that the hungry one just gave birth to an ootheca, an egg case, attached to her abdomen. From it, we'll hatch a ton more of these roaches, and I feel they would bring great value to our ecosystem. Let's add them in now. I placed the roaches onto the rainforest floor, and they immediately dispersed. One hid under a clump of moss, where it was greeted by a bunch of Pandoran creatures. The piece of dog kibble was instantly found by the nomads, our colony of gnome ants. I eventually spotted the roach up on the asparagus ferns, which was great to see. I hoped we could establish a good colony of these. A third creature I've been wanting to add was this beauty. This was a large red millipede I found also in my yard. It immediately crawled onto the leaf litter, onto which I placed it. And began to wander the soils, which were full of gnome ants. But it knew it wasn't in danger, as these millipedes have strong armor and even a nauseous deterrent that make them distasteful to predators. Check out that color. I loved watching it explore the soils of our rainforest, where it could smell tasty decaying food all around. It eventually crawled into a darkened hole where it would retire before emerging at night. In terms of predators, I spotted Snip, our baby sunskink, born from adult sunskinks who used to frolic Pantdora, basking on the stump. He was so cute and was growing very fast. When he reaches full size, he'll be eating a ton of insects, but for now he preys on smaller insects like young roaches, young crickets, termites, spiders, and flies. He's super active and likes to climb. And at times he'll keep perfectly still, and I won't be able to see him. Can you spot him here? He's right there. Now here's the thing. I'm unsure if he's the only baby in here, because sometimes I will spot him with his long tail, and I'll question whether or not he was the original baby we spotted weeks ago, who we named Snip due to having a missing tail end. What do you guys think? Is this our baby Snip, or some other baby? Up against the glass, I spotted another young lizard. It was a juvenile gecko. As I had dreamed, the geckos had finally gotten a good population going in our rainforest, and I'm spotting babies and juveniles like this all around. They're also insectivores and are super cute. Now the geckos make suitable prey for these predators. Arachnophobes, look away for a second. Up behind the rock wall, a giant beast was getting ready to retire for the day. It was a giant huntsman female, cleaning herself happily. Her abdomen was huge, which meant she either had a huge meal or was about to lay an egg sac. I don't know if this was our Lady Deathstrike, one of the OG female huntsman spiders we placed into the rainforest many months back, or if it was one of her offspring. But it was great to see the huntsman spiders thriving in these lands, as they were essential to a healthy ecosystem to help keep prey insect populations down. Now there was one other predator I still couldn't find, i.e. Godzilla, our spectacled caiman. My guess was he had found a suitable hiding spot. I'm sure we would find him soon. Some other creatures that were MIA were a colony of marauder ants, which were added a couple weeks back, which I still haven't seen. I did spot a spider mimic that pretends to be a marauder ant, so predators don't bother it, but not the ants themselves. Also in the same boat, I haven't seen the mini trapjaws, also added in a couple weeks ago. My guess was they were probably laying low, underground somewhere, and we would be spotting them emerging above ground more and more soon. Otherwise, the worst case scenario is that the ants fail to adapt or compete with other ants in our rainforest. We just have to wait and see. Now, I didn't know it yet, but I was going to find a clue as to their disappearance soon. But let's move up the glass bridge now to Orchadia, our rainforest canopy, which has developed a unique set of life of its own. The trees have been a haven for prey insects like crickets and roaches. In fact, Orchadia has been the perfect refugium for these prey insects, seeing as this upper vivarium was the perfect place for them to feed on endless foliage and breed, far away from several key predators that stayed in Pantdora. But there have been a variety of newcomers that you guys have to meet. Orchadia has become a popular spot for beetles. A pair of calico-colored weevils were hanging out on a moss clump in the branches. I find them to look quite comical. The female began to squirm backwards and pooped. Good job. The male had his eye on this female and had been watching her for quite a while. And after a few moments, he finally summoned up the courage to make his move. He approached the female, mounted her, and rotated around searching for her cloaca. And success. The two were breeding now. This was awesome. Alright, let's give these two some privacy, because they'll be Oh, okay. That was quick. Perhaps a few seconds. He strutted off happily after having the time of his life and fulfilling his life's purpose. I've been spotting these weevils more and more all over the place, even down in Pantdora. So I feel the weevils have now become a long-term fixture in our rainforest, which was awesome to see. But these weren't the only weevil species in Orchadia. I was mind-blown when I spotted this gorgeous specimen. A large pink weevil sat in the foliage, looking like a pretty piece of candy. What an incredible beetle species! Again, this pretty one must have been introduced into Orchadia, along with one of the plants. Check out those cool toe pads! It also had a cool pattern on its back. Weevils are plant eaters, so I assume it had been munching on the banyan foliage. So cool to find it, and I hope there were more, so they could continue to breed in our canopy. Another beetle I spotted in Orchadia was this cool beetle. It was a longhorn beetle. This was the first time spotting one in our rainforest. Named after its super long antennae in relation to its body, I suspect this longhorn beetle was introduced here via the wood, perhaps as a larva, as these beetles feed on and burrow into wood. Pretty cool to see it here. It certainly had plenty of wood to feed on and choose from in our forest. Sadly, I spotted the giant click beetles I added last week, dead in the puddles. This could mean a few things. They could have either died naturally after having mated one night and fell into the water, or they drowned. Either way, the decaying beetles in the water was releasing some serious nitrogen into the water, which the plants were totally loving, particularly our banyan trees, which have exploded in foliage. With a constant source of water to draw moisture and nutrients from, the banyan trees have begun to undergo a growth spurt. Even some of the branches, which sit in the nitrogen-filled water, which I thought were dead wood, were actually coming to life, growing new foliage. I wonder what species of tree this is. Pretty cool, right? And then I spotted this formidable creature. Let's talk about this ant. Last week was a bit of a roller coaster ride when I first began spotting these mysterious bright red ants in Orchadia's foliage, which, after scientific identification in the lab, turned out to be a non-native species of Tetramorium ant. They were now being spotted more and more foraging the leaves of the banyan trees. Now, it was later clarified by the scientists of the lab that though the species is currently listed as invasive in my country, that status is still actually under some debate, seeing as they're native to countries very nearby, geographically speaking. So they may turn out to be a native or simply classified as non-invasive introduced species with low ecological impact. Either way, I have resolved to keep my eye on them in our rainforest to make sure they didn't pose a danger to our ecosystem. Other ants here in Orchadia were, of course, more weaver ants in the upper foliage, as well as black carpenter ants, whose nest I still haven't been able to locate. Anyway, I was quite happy with the number of ant species our rainforest so far was sustaining, and peacefully at that. At least, that's what I thought. A discovery the next day would be the biggest surprise. Night fell in our rainforest, and I approached the Vivarium, as I have every night before bed for 9 months. It has become somewhat of a nightly ritual for me to come here to our rainforest and marvel at her ever-growing beauty before retiring for the night. The rainforest was extra misty tonight, and I've always felt the mists had a very spiritual quality to them as they danced upon the foliage of the rainforest, blessing the lands with life-giving hydration. Our new red millipede had emerged to explore its new home for decaying matter. I spotted some newly sprouted gray mushrooms budding up from the soil. Crickets were busy frolicking the ground for edibles. I began to think about how awesome this world we created truly was. I followed one of the many paths of nutrients in my mind, starting up in the vines above, which had leaves that were wilting, and falling off, either into the water, where they would decay and offer nutrients to the aquatic life, or onto the forest floor. When on the forest floor, detritivores would eat them, and their poop would become the soil, into which the roots of the vines have stretched out, gathering the nutrients it needed to bring back up to create new vine leaves, to start the cycle all over again. There were innumerable cycles of nutrients like this in our rainforest, which to me meant our mission to create a living ecosystem within glass had been a great success. In the soils, I spotted the nomads traveling through an active tunnel. So far, these ants were the dominant ant species of Pantdora, having done the best among all other ants. I wondered if they would ever be dethroned by another competing ant species. We just have to wait and see. And as I continued to look around, I then spotted an oh-so-familiar eye. Aha! There he is! Ladies and gentlemen, Godzilla, hiding in the moss, staring right at us. He'll be emerging soon to hunt, as it's his waking hour. I began to realize how far this rainforest has come in 9 months. I also couldn't believe our rainforest was 9 months in age. Time seems to just fly by when you're having fun, right? I was grateful to have such a calming slice of nature here for us to watch whenever we needed to escape the noise and uncertainty of the world, or focus our attention on something stable, something real, in an increasingly dizzying digital age. The organicness of our rainforest was always refreshing to me, with its new plants springing up everywhere, new creatures to find, new life showing up at every square inch. It was somehow very comforting to get lost in this dynamic biological world that continues to create more life, a system that grows more beautiful, more abundant, more robust with time. Staring into Orchadia, too, was nothing short of magical, like beholding the firstborn child of Pandora, its living upward extension of forest space, with which it was exchanging air, water, and life. Still young, but following in Pandora's footsteps to become a unique ecosystem of its own. I couldn't help but feel moved by the wonder of these slices of rainforest we created, microcosms of the living biomes that make up our planet. Our project over the past 9 months has been enlightening beyond anything I could have ever imagined. And I went to bed, feeling grateful for the past 9 months and excited to see what new discoveries were to come next. The next morning, I looked into Pantdora and spotted an Asian bullet ant carrying home what looked like a large larva of some kind. I wonder where it found that, and what species of larva it is. And then, my heart dropped when I spotted this. Oh no! A dead young giant trap giant worker! They were raiding the giant trap giant nest! A new ant war has begun. Oh my goodness. So I found this mysterious egg in my yard, behind my chicken coop. But this is no chicken egg. Hello, my precious beast. Rest well. Guys, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Vote in my community tab to affect this story. I found this mystery egg in my yard, behind my chicken coop, and its appearance shocked us all. It was by itself on the ground, but this was no chicken egg. Hello, my precious beast. Rest well. I needed to have it identified, because if it was what I thought it was, I had some pretty epic plans. I wanted to add whatever it was inside into my 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium called Pantdora, full of interdependent plants, fungi, and animals. To get some answers, I showed this egg to some friends of mine who I knew could help with identifying this egg. But little did I know, solving the mystery of this egg would lead me down the craziest rabbit hole. Or rather, reptile hole. Welcome to the story of the mystery egg going into my giant rainforest vivarium. Here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. I stared into the container at the strange over 3-inch long egg, wondering what on earth could possibly be laying inside. It was definitely not a bird, as it had a soft leathery shell. It was undeniably reptilian in origin. But what was it doing behind my chicken coop? Was it even fertilized? Was it still even alive? I had so many questions about it. It could possibly make an incredible addition to our rainforest. But guys, the feedback I got from my expert friends was surprising. But first, what do you guys think it is? Before I tell you what I think and hope this egg is, let's go over some of the clues. Although my name is AntsCanada, about 13 years ago, I left my home in Canada and all I knew behind to start a new life on the other side of the world, the tropics of Southeast Asia. Today I live here, in the middle of a jungle, in a private home built for my ants and various rescued and adopted animals. And guys, I've come to realize over the years that living here in the tropics was no game. Creatures in every corner, emerging from unknown places, yearly termite nuptial flights, typhoons, extreme summer heat, bats drinking from my pool at dawn, and probably the most dominant of all, reptiles galore. While I grew up with raccoons, squirrels, the odd deer, and skunks wandering onto my property back in Toronto, here where I live now, reptiles are the king of the jungle. Now, for the most part, the largest reptiles choose to stay away from humans, but sometimes they'll have the courage to wander close, especially when we have something they're looking for. So since moving out here, I've been obsessed with permaculture, a type of sustainable approach to living and farming, using principles of a healthy ecosystem. And one of my coolest projects has been building what's called a food forest, where I've taken full advantage of the dense tropical forest in my yard to grow various fruits and vegetables in and near it. Seeing as the jungle creates the best, most nutrient-rich soil, the produce in my food forest has been insane. Check out how many plantain bananas my team and I harvested this week from a single stem, and all the papaya on its way from this tree. And here's my carpet of never-ending sweet potatoes. The high nutrient content of the jungle soil makes the fruits and veggies so nutrient-dense that my various vegetarian animals, like my goats and this colony of iguanas, don't need any extra vitamin supplements for vitality. They get everything they need from the jungle-grown herbs, veggies, and fruits. But a special team of animals help me with the food forest, like these native stingless bees. And yes, they are bees that lack a stinger, whose purpose is to help with pollination of the crops. And also, a helpful team of goats and chickens who assist in producing fertilizer and controlling the weeds. Now, I adore our chickens and goats, but I've begun to notice more and more that their presence has been luring the larger predators out of the jungle. When I found this egg behind the chicken coop, I realized that the reptilians were indeed coming around, and whatever reptile laid the egg was big. So here's what I suspect this egg could be. Reticulated pythons. Like all pythons, these snakes are a non-venomous constrictor, meaning they squeeze their prey to death before swallowing. In very rare cases, humans have been killed by retics, and in at least 6 reported cases, eaten. Check out this huge one that was captured by a friend of mine that had eaten an entire goat. These snakes are no joke, but thankfully, I've only spotted 1 juvenile on my property over the past 2 years. This small retic was just gorgeous, and at this size, they eat sun skinks, small mice and birds, and possibly amphibians. Could you imagine this small snake living in our rainforest for several months? They are essential to the ecosystem, being apex predators as adults. But there was just one thing. These snakes usually lay their eggs in clutches, with the mother usually coiled around them to warm and protect them during incubation. The fact that this was a sole egg, with no mother anywhere in sight guarding it, made me suspect it might not be a reticulated python egg. AC family, there was another possibility. Asian water monitors are crazy beasts. Also native to where I live, it is widely considered to be the 2nd largest lizard species after the Komodo dragon, growing up to 6 feet in length. They are obligate carnivores and are also apex predators in the ecosystem as adults. They get their name from their semi-aquatic lifestyle, spending a lot of time in water, and are probably drawn to my pool, the giant pond in my yard, as well as my chickens and their chicks. My team and I sometimes find juveniles on the property, though I do know that adults are lurking around inside the jungle. But the reason I suspect the egg could be a water monitor egg is because of this. Looking back at the footage, I noticed a sort of hill where I found the egg, and going back to inspect the hill, it wasn't long before I realized that this dome-shaped hill was huge, and from it were growing Termitomyces mushrooms. This was a Macrotermes termite mound, i.e. a nest of fungus-growing termites, as featured in previous episodes on this channel. The fact that the egg was found at the foot of this termite mound was a big clue, because the locality of water monitors where I'm from have a commensalistic relationship with these fungus-growing termites. You see, a pregnant Asian water monitor will seek out one of these termite mounds and dig a hole deep into the mound, then lay its eggs into the termite mound. After the mother leaves, the termites seal the hole back up, and the eggs are perfectly incubated within the termite nest, which are optimally climate controlled by the termites in order to grow their fungus. So could it be that this egg was laid inside the termite mound, and with my chickens scratching around the mound for soil insects and tasty termites, it was exposed to the surface where we found it? This seemed like a much more likely scenario, and so Asian water monitor was my guess. I also hoped it was, because the idea of a really large reticulated python nearby was pretty terrifying, and there was actually a third possibility in my mind as to what this egg could be, and it was the most terrifying of all. So I also live in cobra country. 2 notorious and highly dangerous species of cobras can be found in my area. The Philippine cobra, which is the most common, and the king cobra. In fact, my team and I spotted a baby cobra exactly a year ago, right outside my home, trying to find a way inside. See it flattening out its hood? Now this was a highly dangerous creature, even at this size. I believe this specimen to be a Philippine cobra, considered one of the deadliest snakes in the world. A bite from these snakes has killed as many as 300 people per year in the country. Mostly farmers from remote areas, with a difficulty in receiving immediate medical attention. Though this baby was pretty non-aggressive, we still made sure to release this little one as far away in the jungle as possible. What makes this snake even more dangerous is its unique ability to project venom by spitting at its enemies, aimed at the eyes when they feel threatened. Could this be a cobra egg? It was time to reach out to some experts to get some answers. I took a couple pics of the egg and sent them to several animal friends of mine. I couldn't wait to hear back from them, but little did I know, the truth about this egg was not as straightforward as I thought it might be. Later that night, I visited Pandora. It was quiet and still in our rainforest. Geckos were hanging out in the shadows, emerging for the hunt. A carpenter ant was foraging the asparagus ferns. Watching the ants meticulously licking the leaves of nutritious honeydew produced by the colonies of mealybugs was now such a common sight in our rainforest. The roaches also came out to play. A tiny frog had come out of hiding to greet the night air and begin searching for ants, termites, and baby crickets to eat. Godzilla, our resident juvenile caiman, lay in ambush in the Blackwater Pond, waiting for creatures to come close to the water's edge or fall in. He was so much bigger now than when he first moved in earlier this year. It was a bit sad to know, as per the rules of this project, that his time in Pandora might be coming to an end if we decided to add in a new apex predator. But he would be moving to an even cooler and larger space after this. But no hints as to where, and you'll just have to follow the series to see. But it was then that I began to meditate on the direction of our ever-changing rainforest within glass. I began to wonder how things would change with a new apex predator in here. If the egg hatched, and it turned out to be some incredible snake, I would need to add in some mammals at some point. Perhaps arboreal African dormice to live in the trees in Orchadia, the canopy vivarium attached on the floor above. Or if a baby water monitor were to hatch from the egg, how it would pretty much eat everything it could find. Prey insects, snip, geckos, frogs, etc. Not gonna even go there if a cobra hatches from the egg. But as cool as predation and predators are to watch in an ecosystem, I've been very careful as to what predators to add into our rainforest, because adding the wrong one could completely throw off the balance. For instance, if they prey on too many creatures quicker than they're able to reproduce. Also, it's been quite a struggle, ethically speaking, having to choose what creatures inevitably get to fall under the prey category. This project has been a constant tiptoe around the ethics of the animals involved. I do have other predators that I have been thinking of one day introducing to our rainforest, but I'm taking my time with deciding to assess ideal timing for their introduction and the impact they could have on the forest ecosystem. Cycling through carefully selected predators has so far proven to be the best way to learn about ecosystem dynamics and how ecosystems change with every new predator entering the forest space. It's amazing that so many predators exist where I live, and was a good sign that the jungle outside my home was prospering. I could only hope for this with Pandora, that our rainforest ecosystem remained alive and healthy as we cycled through new apex predators. I couldn't wait to hear from the experts as to what was developing inside this egg. The next day, I had a phone full of video responses from my reptile friends. Here's what they had to say about the egg. First, Tyler Nolan from Florida, who not only owns cobras, but was extremely knowledgeable on their breeding habits.
Hey, what's up, Mikey? Wow, yeah, that actually looks like it's shaped like a cobra egg. Have you candled it yet? It definitely looks like a good egg. It just looks a little bit on the dehydrated side. So whatever you have it in, maybe you want to bump the humidity up in that, and then you'll actually see that little indentation from the dehydration. You'll see that kind of fill back out once it's properly hydrated. But I'll definitely give it a shot. That would be a really neat little project. I feel like everybody would find that really fun to watch. And maybe there's a little tiny cobra in there, who knows?
Oh man, a cobra? If a cobra hatched from this egg, I definitely wouldn't be keeping it. But I made sure to prepare a much more humid container for the egg, so it could rehydrate as per his advice. I also needed to candle it, so I could see inside. But before that, the next message came from my buddy, Jay Brewer, most notably known as Jay Prehistoric Pets, who runs a store and facility in Orange County, with a ton of gorgeous and rare-colored reticulated pythons and monitors. Hashtag living the dream.
Okay, Mikey. That's pretty cool you found that egg behind your house, but I would have to say, do you ask me if it was a retic or a water monitor? I'm sure it's an Asian water monitor. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if it's fertile. Hopefully you're gonna try to hatch it. And I hope to see you in Animal Con. Right? You're going?
Yes, Jay, I'll be at Animal Con in Orlando, Florida. But anyway, Jay thinks it's a water monitor. Interesting. Also interesting that he felt the egg may be dead or not fertilized. The mystery continues. But one of the most surprising responses was from my zoologist friend, Clint, of Clint's Reptiles, who had an unexpected egg identification.
Well, hi there, AntsCanada. That is a rad egg that you found there. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a mess at the moment. We are doing some pretty major construction projects here at Clint's Reptile Room in preparation for our 5-year birthday bash here in a few days. But I want to throw out kind of an outside-the-box guess as to what I think that egg could be. And my guess, I couldn't quite tell how big it was, but it didn't really look the shape to me of like a retic egg. It didn't look big enough to me to be something like an Asian water monitor. And finding just one of them, that's pretty unusual. So my hypothesis for you is that it is a Philippine sailfin dragon. They often lay relatively small clutches, and their eggs are roughly that shape. So that's my guess. Hope you find out.
A sailfin dragon! I completely didn't consider that lizard species, because I've never seen one in my area before. But Clint was right. They are indeed native to where I live, and the egg could be a large sailfin dragon egg. Funny he mentioned the species, as I recently adopted 2 young sailfin dragons that needed a home and placed them into my giant home aviary. But it's insane to think that my area might have sailfin dragons as well, and that this egg could be a sailfin. And then, the craziest of all responses I got was from Dingo Dinkelman, South African wildlife expert who also knows his venomous snakes. You won't believe what he said.
AntsCanada, Dingo here. When you showed me the picture of that egg, all the butterflies inside my stomach started fluttering because there's only 1 of 3 snakes I think it can be. The reticulated python, which is the longest snake in the world, maybe the Philippine cobra, and then there's one other, which I'm going to show you in a moment. I think the egg is too big for a Philippine cobra. I think the egg is maybe too small for a reticulated python. But a snake that I've bred personally, I've had the eggs in my hand, I've looked at them, is probably this guy over here, the king cobra, the biggest venomous snake in all the world. I think it's gonna be a king cobra egg. These snakes are highly venomous, but one of the most beautiful snakes you'll find anywhere in the world. Now, I want to tell you how to take care of that egg. You're going to take it, don't rotate it. If you rotate it, the egg inside is going to drown. So you want to keep it in the same orientation. Put it in a nice, hot, humid place, sitting at about 28 degrees, 29 degrees Celsius. It's going to incubate for about 60 to 70 days. And out of that little egg is going to come a little black and yellow banded cobra. Venomous from the time it pops itself out of the egg. I think what's happened is there will be a nest somewhere around the area, and maybe one of your farmyard animals has gone in there, scuffed up the nest, taken an egg, moved it out of position. So if I was you, I'd get back into the bush in the area around there, and I would make sure there's not a whole bunch of eggs sitting around waiting to hatch around the farmyard. I'm so excited for you guys, super pumped for you. We'll see you soon. I can't wait to see what comes out of your egg. Dingo out.
Mommy! A king cobra? Ah! My heart began to race, imagining such a massive and venomous snake could be developing inside. Maybe I shouldn't be incubating this thing. I began to think twice about caring for it, but he was right about a possible nest being nearby. But what freaked me out was when I realized that I could have actually been bitten when I first picked up the egg, had the mother been somewhere around. But for the safety of my team and all my animals, I had to go back into my yard to look for a cobra nest. The only place I could think of where a king cobra could be laying and nesting was here. This container unit is used for storage of our supplies, and sometimes I will see my chickens actually wandering out from beneath it. Perhaps my chickens could have miraculously survived picking a cobra egg from its nest? Trying to control my nervousness, with my mobile stuck onto a long selfie stick, I filmed underneath the container unit, not looking with my eyes, just in case there was a cobra under there. I filmed blindly into the darkness, and this is what I saw. A few pieces of trash, millipedes, leaf litter and soil. I didn't see any pile of leaves or debris, which a pregnant cobra would create for a nest. Alright, no giant reptiles beneath the unit. And to be honest, I was a bit relieved. Finally, I also received a message from none other than the one and only Coyote Peterson of the channel Brave Wilderness. Here's what he had to say.
Hey, Mikey, what's going on? It's Coyote Peterson from Brave Wilderness. Thanks for sending over those pictures of the mystery egg. I'm not an egg expert by any means whatsoever, even though I did have eggs for breakfast, velociraptor eggs to be specific. I sent the picture to a couple of herpetology experts that I know, and they said likely a snake egg. And I know you were thinking it could be a reticulated python or a cobra, both species that are in your area. So I'm gonna probably go with snake on this one. Now, they did also call out that it is dehydrated looking, which means that it is unlikely alive at this point. So based on how long it's been out from under the ground or what sort of heat or cold it's had, it's unlikely that something's gonna come out of it. So maybe you need to make a reptile egg omelet? I don't know. Actually, I'd probably skip that idea. I'm sure it's pretty rancid at this point. But thanks for sending over the eggs. Happy to participate. Keep up all the good work with AntsCanada. Love the channel. Stay wild.
Oh man, so a snake egg that was likely dead. Noted on that, Coyote. So the guesses were a bit all across the board, from snakes to lizards, dead and unfertilized, to still viable and just needing hydration. Well, it was time to have a look inside the egg using light. Tyler mentioned candling, and I do it for my chicken eggs that I raise in the incubator. It's basically just shining a light through the egg to see if you can find arteries or any signs of a fetus. This is what a fertilized chicken egg looks like as a fetus is developing. See the arteries? This is what candling a chicken egg that is close to hatching looks like. It's basically an opaque dark mass. I imagine in reptile eggs, I should be looking for the same thing. I picked up the egg from the container and held my light up to the shell. Okay. As I checked around the egg, I struggled to find any arteries or a clear mass. I mean, this line could be an artery, right? So what do you guys think? Despite there not being any obvious venation or fetus inside this egg, it's also quite possible this egg was very recently laid, so an obvious fetus hadn't developed yet. Or it might actually be infertile. What do you guys think? It was sad to think that the egg may not be a good one, but perhaps it could also explain why whatever animal it came from simply extruded it and just left it there, and not laid it in any sort of nest. Over the next few days, I incubated it in the container, and it sadly did not lose the indentation. The shell also looked like it was kind of starting to possibly rot, so I came to the conclusion that the egg indeed was dead or unfertilized and was not a good egg. Instead of throwing it away, I decided that the nutrients would be great for the soil of our rainforest, and I was certain a ton of soil creatures would acquire great nutritional value from the decomposing egg. I approached Pantdora. And began to bury it into the soil. so that it wouldn't smell too bad, as it decomposed over time. Hey, what could go wrong, right? Vote in my community tab to affect this story. Oh no! A major crisis! And I have to leave! This is Pantdora, my 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium, which is attached by a glass bridge to Orchadia, a treetop canopy vivarium on the floor above. It's a biological project of mine aimed at studying how ecosystems work in the wild, with a plethora of plants, fungi, and a menagerie of exotic animals. A complete ecosystem within glass. But the ecosystem is about to undergo the ultimate test. I'll be going away and won't be able to monitor and oversee our rainforest for 2 weeks, which should theoretically be okay, seeing as the ecosystem pretty much takes care of itself. But, as Murphy's Law has it, if something can go wrong, it will. And the insane events that occurred this week, prior to my exodus, couldn't have happened at a worse time. It was a crisis of ghostly proportions. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. It seemed like it would be just another ordinary week in our rainforest, but this would turn out to be no ordinary week, full of surprises, both good and bad. So here's the situation. I'll be leaving home for the next 2 weeks to fly back to Canada and then to Orlando, Florida, where I'll be part of AnimalCon USA, the biggest convention of animal creators in the US. I'll be taking part in panels, have a meet and greet, and we'll be talking on the main stage about vivariums. So if you're in the Florida area, October 5th and 6th, do come on down. I'd love to meet you. You can get your passes at animalconusa.com. Now, I've left our rainforest to carry on its own before, but never for more than 4 days. 2 weeks will be the longest period ever for our rainforest to be left alone unmonitored. But what could possibly go wrong, you ask? Well, let's just say nature seemed to conspire against me, and it all began here. A ghost ant was busy drinking nectar from a vine air root. The vines have adapted to attract ants to its roots and stems for protection from herbivores by luring ants in via extra floral nectaries, basically spots where it gives up nectar for ants to drink. It's a valuable food source for the ants, particularly these weaver ants, who actually live in the vines, protecting the vines from herbivores. But I wasn't too happy that the vines were also feeding these tiny invasive ghost ants. I did not put these ghost ants into the rainforest. They broke in, uninvited, through the mesh, and I've been seeing them foraging for food in our rainforest for the past few months. They are a very invasive species, and were capable of endangering our ecosystem should a population ever establish, as they could attack or outcompete other ant species. Thankfully, I've only been seeing workers and no queens, and I attributed that to the queens being too large to fit through the mesh screens. Or so I thought, for little did I know, the ghost ants had been planning a surprise chess move all this time, and Pantdora was about to be checkmated. Pandora's king was nestled on the bank of our Blackwater pond. Godzilla, our resident spectacled caiman, was basking in the morning light after an entire night of eating nocturnal prey insects. He had greatly grown in size, and the more I see him, the more I notice. I've been trying my best to train him to not be afraid of me, but he's still quite nervous around me, and will disappear into his secret bedroom in the rocks as soon as I get close with my camera to film him. Poor guy. He's okay with me watching him from a distance when he's on the bank though, which was good. I'll continue working on desensitizing him to my presence, and I've already begun planning for his next grand home, coming very soon. I wanted to get working on his next home because of another reptile predator who was also growing in size and would soon be a competitor. Snip, our baby sun skink, was basking as usual on top of the stump. Hi there, buddy. I'll miss seeing you. Please survive and don't get eaten by Godzilla, will ya? Fully heated up, he left to retreat into the foliage to begin hunting for prey insects. Speaking of which, I scanned the lands to make sure there wasn't a shortage of prey insects. And I was happy to see that the population of crickets was still pretty good. I spotted a female laying eggs into the soil to ensure the next generation of crickets to come. Other prey insects, like roaches, were seen up in Orchadia, safely growing in population in the treetops. I spotted a slant-faced grasshopper down in the Pantdora and leaf litter, cosplaying an unsuspecting green leaf. If I were just passing by, I probably would have fallen for his disguise. He moved strategically and slowly so not to alarm any predators of his whereabouts. Eventually, he jumped up to an asparagus fern. What a face this fellow has. He got shy and did his best to blend into the greenery. It was then that I spotted a movement in the soil. A giant trapjaw ant was creeping through the leaf litter, stalking prey. It could smell little creatures all around, and it was crazy to watch this giant trapjaw moving in slow motion so to not startle the little creatures it was hunting. It searched carefully beneath the leaves for springtails, isopods, worms, anything its lightning-fast jaws could catch. I was actually very happy to see this giant trapjaw ant worker out actively hunting, because in a previous episode, I noticed that Asian bullet ants had been raiding their nest of larvae and young workers. I guess the giant trapjaws managed to fight the Asian bullet ants off in the end. Speaking of which, not too far away, an interesting scene was unfolding. An Asian bullet ant was lugging a freshly killed cricket back to its nest. It looks like the ant had stung it in the throat because hemolymph was gushing out from the wound. The strength of this ant was insane as it lugged the giant cricket over loose leaves that made the entire home delivery process even harder. It eventually ripped a whole chunk off the cricket, but it didn't want the chunk. It wanted the whole cricket. It was a challenge to find the perfect place to grab, and unfortunate that she didn't have any sisters around to assist. She continued to pull, but the leaf below her began to slide. Soon other creatures began to come around, being drawn to the smell of cricket blood. A gnome-ant and an isopod entered the scene. Eventually, the ant had no choice but to feed on the spot. Another Asian bullet ant nearby began to drag one of the leaves that had the cricket blood splattered all over it home to the nest. The larvae could deal with this roughage, then regurgitate the goods for the workers to eat. Soon other scavengers had been drawn to the cricket carcass, an isopod, and a springtail. It was quite amazing watching the creatures feed together like this. Kind of like a lion feasting on a wildebeest, while scavenging vultures were also taking advantage of the kill. Amazing that scenes like this happen on a micro scale as well. A bunch of isopods came around, drawn to the cricket carcass, as the Asian bullet ant ripped a huge chunk off the cricket. And hey, check out that male spider! But he's not interested in this cricket. He's looking for a mate. The ant decided to leave with a chunk of cricket meat and headed back to the nest. This was a definite win for the isopods. But the Asian bullet ants were beginning to grow in numbers, as they were pretty much everywhere I looked now. They also were seen frequenting the leaves and asparagus ferns to join the carpenter ants at licking up honeydew deposits from the mealybugs. I suspect these Asian bullet ants, being as resourceful as they are, will be even more numerous when we get back in 2 weeks. But the Asian bullet ants weren't the only ones multiplying in numbers. Against the glass of the leaf litter, a female spider was welcoming her handsome lover. A male spider had been following her scent to fulfill his ultimate destiny. "Hello, my dear," said the female. "I've been waiting for you." The male moved in to breed with her, using his pedipalps to deposit sperm into her reproductive openings. This mating session lasted about 5 minutes, and just when I expected the female to make a meal out of her lover, something totally unexpected happened. She didn't eat him, and he moved over to a piece of freshly killed cricket that was waiting for him to feast on. How cool! In this species of spider, it seems the female prepares a food gift when she is fertile and ready to mate, and leaves it laying around in her web to reward the lucky male that shows up to mate with her. He happily accepted the reward after fulfilling his end of the deal. Comes to show you that in the world of spiders, females aren't always widowed cannibals, and in this case, females actively prepare dinner for the males after a long day's travel and work. Unless, of course, this is just her way of fattening him up prior to eating him, in which case, spiders are savage. The rainforest was full of such peculiar and interesting surprises, and this next sight was no exception. I noticed a gecko emerging from the foliage to hunt insects during the day. These lizards usually hunt at night, but will sometimes be seen emerging in broad daylight to catch diurnal prey insects like flies and such. But there was something very odd and something disturbing that I soon discovered with this gecko. I noticed a bump on the other side of his face, which at first I thought was his other eyeball, but viewing from the other side, I was shocked when I saw this. Oh man! It was a huge bulbous growth on his snout. This gecko had a tumor on his face. Oh no! He jumped into the foliage. I watched as he continued to hunt for insects on the vine leaves. It seems the tumor didn't affect his overall vigor, and he otherwise seemed normal and healthy. Perhaps this was a benign tumor. I hoped it was, but either way, it was a clear reminder that the creatures of our rainforest were not immune to cancers and tumors. I sometimes forget that animals can develop them as well. Good luck, little guy. I continued to run into more surprises. Below the stump, the nomads, our resident gnome ants, were busy lugging a cricket leg into their underground nest. These ants continue to amaze me with their coordination and overall teamwork. It was no surprise to me that these ants were the current reigning alpha ants of the forest, pretty much dominating all the soils. They also were not afraid to chastise the crickets to shoo them away from their claimed territory. The crickets hardly noticed the ants and weren't really threatened. Now, are you guys ready for this next surprise? Pieces of an eggshell on the forest floor was the site of the craziest discovery. Oh boy. So I recently had some chicks hatch in my incubator, and as you may have seen in a previous episode, I like to take the shells and add them to the soil for extra soil nutrients, particularly calcium. But this time, in doing so, it brought certain creatures out of deep hiding. Crawling among some nomad workers were their once sworn enemies, marauder ants. Yay! I had placed a new colony of marauder ants almost a month ago into Pandora, and since their introduction, I hadn't seen them anywhere, which was worrying. But as I suspected, they were just hiding somewhere underground, building in numbers, only emerging to collect food when hungry. This was great to see. There was only a missing colony of mini trapjaw ants now that were part of my missing ants list that needed to be accounted for. Let's hope they show up at some point. But guys, for those of you who have been following this series, I think you will love who I spotted later that day. I was staring into my yard when I noticed a movement in the bromeliads, where an old friend emerged. Oh. Well, hi there, Drake. Drake, a former Pandoran resident sun skink and father to Snip, was out hunting for prey insects. Of course, there was no way to tell this was really him, but in my mind, it sure looked like him, and I was happy to see him so chunky and hungry as usual. We miss you, buddy. Be safe. Later that day, it thunderstormed, which once again led to yet another very welcome surprise. The next day, I stumbled upon this at one of the massive termite mounds in my front yard. Mushrooms! Termitomyces mushrooms, sprouting all over the outside of the termite mound. This was awesome. Now, if you're new to the series, these Termitomyces mushrooms are quite special. They're edible and truly delicious and nutrient-dense, and they sprout from fungus combs cultivated by the fungus-growing termites within the mound. I've been studying these mushrooms and the termites for years, as I've been attempting to try growing the mushrooms indoors, with my latest attempt to grow them inside Pantdora, where I've introduced termite queens and kings inside, and have already begun to see the termite workers foraging for the debris containing the spores from these mushrooms. I've already placed Termitomyces mushrooms inside Pantdora in attempts to spread the starting spores the termites needed to get their vital fungus combs started. But it didn't hurt to add more, so I gathered leaf litter and debris from around the mound, which for sure contained the necessary Termitomyces spores, and plucked one large mushroom from the mound. I decided to leave the rest for sustainability. I brought everything inside into my ant room and placed the giant mushroom and leaf litter inside Pantdora. This mushroom would continue to release its spores here. And lo and behold, later that day, I noticed some termite tunnels leading to the leaf litter, which to me meant the termites had already begun to forage for the good stuff. I was so happy to see this and couldn't wait to see if we could grow these mushrooms indoors, which still hasn't been done yet. Pantdora already had its own flourishing community of mushrooms, including these very familiar white mushrooms, growing from the soil beneath the stump. But there was something odd and peculiar about these mushrooms. Get this. So I believe these mushrooms to be fairy inkcap mushrooms. They're quite pretty and are always sprouting under the stump. But one thing I find quite strange is that sometimes the mushrooms are gray and sometimes they're white. Any mushroom experts care to explain why they switch between colors? Also, an interesting thing about these fairy inkcap mushrooms is that while the possible sexes of most members of the animal kingdom are either male, female, or hermaphrodite, these mushrooms apparently have 143 different sexes. Isn't that crazy? Now, if that's not they, them, I don't know what is. The world of fungi is truly mind-blowing and strange. So Pantdora, overall, seemed to be doing well. Ant wars had settled, and creatures were thriving, in spite of some health concerns, and the ecosystem looked good to go on autopilot for 2 weeks. No areas of concern. Or at least that was what I thought. Night fell in Pantdora, and the rainforest was quiet and still. The mists were beautiful, as they were every night. Staring into Pantdora was like watching a beloved baby sleep. Our creation on an eternal path of evolution. I felt proud that so far the rainforest had been able to withstand a number of crises in its 10-month lifespan, including invasions by parasites like mealybugs, an outbreak of which sparked a lot of worry among many gardeners in the comments, who warned that the mealybugs would completely kill the plants. But strangely, the mealybugs ended up integrating well into our ecosystem, offering a sweet food source for ants. The rainforest has withstood stifling hot summers, which killed off a number of creatures, but soon enough the ecosystem bounced back by the cooler rainy season. From ant wars to ant settlement, regardless of the drama, the rainforest always found a way to overcome adversity and thrive. And so, I realized I had nothing to fear being gone for 2 weeks. Pantdora had grown into a strong and resilient ecosystem and could overcome any challenge. I mean, what could possibly go wrong anyway, right? It was then that Mother Nature pulled out her wild card and answered me like a ghost appearing in the night. Up on the rock wall, I spotted an adult huntsman caressing her egg sac. But that was not what concerned me. I noticed a trail of ghost ants rushing somewhere. In quite the hurry, I followed the trail, and my heart sank when I saw where the trail was leading. Oh no! A huge colony of ghost ants had moved into a moist section of moss behind the rock wall. And the worst part was that the ghost ants were bringing in brood. I watched in horror as the ghost ants launched a surprise super colony relocation. I scanned the masses of ants and brood for queens. And yes, there, a pair of queens. How did they get in? Queens were everywhere. I guess the mesh holes were large enough to accommodate the queens after all. But all this time, the ghost ants had not decided to move in and were just waiting for the perfect opportunity to do so. Well, the ghost ants finally did, and in just 2 hours, the entire ghost ant super colony had moved their unwelcome horde into Pantdora. I gasped, laying eyes at the enormous mass of brood the super colony was caring for. There was nothing else I could do now. They were tucked safely away, into a spot I couldn't get my vacuum into, and I had no choice but to accept my worst fear had come to fruition. The ghost ants were now officially a presence in our rainforest. By the time you guys are watching this, I will have already hopped on a plane on my way to North America, far away from the ant room. And Pantdora would have officially begun its 2-week autopilot mode. May God help our rainforest survive this ghost ant invasion. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is my 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest floor vivarium, called Pantdora, attached by way of a glass bridge to an upper tree canopy vivarium on the floor above, called Orchadia. Both worlds form a multifaceted ecosystem of plants, fungi, and a menagerie of animals, a majestic biological world within glass. Now this is what the tank looked like 18 days ago, before I had to leave the country for some important work. I felt that the ecosystem, in theory, should effectively maintain itself while I was away. But when I returned home 18 days later, I was in for a great surprise. Back home after 18 long days, I approached the tank and couldn't believe my eyes. I was shocked at how different Pantdora looked. It was like I was staring at an entirely new forest. Immediately I was taking notice of all the changes, when something running through the foliage caught my eye. Hey, what's that? An unidentified creature was lurking in the shadows. This is the story of how I found out what on earth happened in Pantdora while I was away for 18 days. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC family. Enjoy. It was crazy how different the tank looked now. The foliage had grown in like crazy. Something had broken the vines that used to extend upward through the glass bridge into Orchadia. and more. I was sure so much had happened while I was away. It was time to begin scanning the tank.
Creator of worlds.
Now these were my concerns of top priority. First, 18 days ago, before leaving, I discovered a massive ghost ant invasion had taken place in Pantdora, a moving in of a highly invasive species of ant that broke in from the outside and were capable of disrupting the ecological balance within Pantdora. Bad news for all life in the Vivarium. Now, had they wreaked havoc while I was away, I knew we would first see it in the extinction of competitors, i.e., other ants. I wanted to see if any of the other ant species in our rainforest had been wiped out while I was away due to a competition, or full-out murder by the ghost ants. Second, how was Orchadia, our newest vivarium, which was still in its infancy and developing? With the least amount of biodiversity at the moment, Orchadia would be less resilient to disruptive forces like ghost ants. Third, I needed to know, what was that creature I saw scurrying through the vegetation? Was that Snip, our resident baby sun skink? Or was that something else? Which leads me to my final question, the mystery egg. 2 weeks prior to leaving, I had buried a mystery egg I found in my yard. Experts had guessed it was either a monitor lizard egg, sailfin dragon, or perhaps some snake, like a cobra. The experts also said it was likely dead, and I tried candling it to see if there was a fetus growing inside, but saw nothing. It also had a dent on top, and looked like it was rotting. So I buried it in Pantdora to make use of the nutrients for healthy soil. I wondered how far along it was rotting, and well, if it was rotting. I would soon uncover the answers to all of these questions. Little did I know, I was up for some interesting surprises, including a certain someone who was watching me from the shadows, soon to reveal itself for the first time. First up, ghost ant invasion. I checked the back of the rock wall, where I last saw the ghost ant super colony setting up camp. And to my surprise, the ghost ants were nowhere to be found. Surely while I was away, the super colony had stationed either somewhere else in our rainforest or had decided to move back out of the tank. I had hoped it was the latter. But this discovery of the ghost ant desertion caused me to stumble upon another very interesting discovery. Also behind the rock wall, they looked like snowflakes against the glass. Newly hatched huntsman spiders had emerged into our rainforest. My heart leapt with joy to see what was likely the third or fourth generation of huntsman spiders born in our rainforest. They were definitely babies born from the adult huntsman we spotted, cradling an egg sac a month back. I also found both sides of the pita-shaped egg sac, one piece on the soil and the other in the water among the rocks. The spiderlings were so cute, but I knew, despite hundreds of these huntsmen born from a single egg sac, only a couple will actually live to reach adulthood and mate to found the next generation. The rest will be preyed upon or cannibalized somewhere along the way. It's the crazy life of huntsmen, but I was happy to see them so successful within our rainforest. Good luck, spiderlings! I began to search Pantdora for signs of where the ghost ants might have moved, if they were still in here, and also take attendance of the other ant species to see if the ghost ants had driven other ants to extinction. On the stump, some bright marmalade-colored carpenter ants emerged excitedly to forage. From the looks of things, they found a new food source somewhere and had to get to it before other ants did. Good to know the carpenter ants are okay. At another area of the stump, a dead roach carcass was moving, when suddenly from it emerged a dwarf ant. How cute! A trail of them was traveling to and from the roach. Suddenly, a large looming passerby appeared. It was an Asian bullet ant, and it could smell the roach carcass. It attempted to feed, but later decided to ditch the carcass because the dwarf ants had already claimed it. No worries. It knew there was plenty of prey for it to find in the forest. I watched as it descended down the stump and past a living cricket. It was searching for easy prey. Something dead, perhaps, which meant the ants weren't too hungry right now. Good to know the dwarf ants and Asian bullet ants were okay. I began to search the stump for crevices that the ghost ants might want to move into had they stationed deeper into our forest. Ghost ants are minuscule ants and could literally be anywhere. Oh, another ant. It was a spiny ant, rushing down in quite the hurry. It disappeared into a cavity within the stump. I suppose this was where the spiny ants were nesting. And then I spotted why the spiny ant was in such a rush. It was carrying brood up the stump. This was a colony move to a new home. Let's see where the spiny ants were relocating their nest to. Aha! There! Another ant emerged and rushed down the stump, stopped to look around, and then headed back into the crevice. Over the next few minutes, I watched the colony move into their new home and smiled seeing how excited they seemed to be moving into their new place. I spotted one of their queens moving in too. It was so cool seeing the ants leaving the opening and moving in more brood. What a great location too. You would never know there was a nest of ants here. Happy to know the spiny ants were okay and holding their own in the forest. But the spiny ants weren't the only ones moving homes. The weaver ants were also quite busy up in the vines. I saw some workers crawling along the vines, some carrying brood, and others carrying smaller, stubborn workers to the new nest, which was located somewhere up in the vine foliage. But speaking of the vines, the fallen vines, sprawled all over the ferns, gave the weavers a nice bridge across the land where they could find prey insects and also gain easier access to other parts of the forest. By now, the weaver ants had mastered their way around these woods, and I was happy to see that they seemed to be doing well too, unharmed by any ghost ant presence. Hey, ghost ants! Did you see that? There! Okay, so the ghost ants are still around. I continued to search for where they were nested. I spotted a crab hiding under the stump, nibbling on edibles from the forest floor. A new group of fairy inkcap mushrooms were growing quietly from the soil. I was happy to see that the pothos in the forest was truly beginning to thrive, and while I was away, it had attached roots onto the stump to help it climb higher and reach the best light. I also noticed new termite tunnels had been constructed while I was away. But searching for a colony of ghost ants seemed to be a bit impossible since the vegetation was so thick now. The ghost ants could literally be anywhere. I spotted giant trapjaw ants and gnome ants, as well as marauder ants. So I guess we can assume for now, the ghost ants had not been a threat, as of yet, to Pantdora. But perhaps the ghost ants had nested somewhere above. It was time to go up to Orchadia. Other than a few plants having died, and certain decor having strangely shifted from its place, Orchadia seemed pretty normal, with prey insects crawling everywhere. I spotted the cool pink weevil in the banyan leaves, the funny calico-colored weevils, an Asian longhorn beetle, as well as this strange beetle against the glass. Or was it even a beetle? It had some interesting appendage coming out of its butt. Or ew, was that some kind of parasite? Any experts care to chime in and identify what insect this thing is? It was tiny, perhaps 2 or 3 millimeters long. It's good to see that Orchadia was still hosting its unique set of life, new creatures that I had never discovered before. Looking around, I failed to find any signs of ghost ants anywhere, which led me to believe they weren't here. Let's cross them out as a concern for now. Now, although the ghost ants seem to no longer be a concern in our rainforest, little did I know, something else in the soil would be. Night fell in Pantdora, and I spotted Godzilla, our resident baby caiman, floating in the pond. He always takes my breath away every time I see him. What a marvelous beast. There were no more fish in the water, as he had eaten them all. And man, look at that full belly. He was indeed a top predator in our rainforest. And judging from his size now, it seemed his time was nearing to be moved out into a much more suitable home. I sure would be missing seeing him here in Pantdora. As part of our regular training, I tossed him a roach, which he snapped up happily. Nothing gets by this croc. He swam towards the back of the pond. And even submerged with his kill in his mouth before swallowing it down. Belly full, he submerged underwater to rest. I spotted geckos crawling along the tops of the tank, and tree frogs emerging for the hunt. Hi, Kermit. All seemed well on this night in our rainforest, but nothing, and I mean nothing, could have prepared me for what I would be spotting the next day. Looking into Pantdora, I spotted Snip, our resident baby sun skink, basking in his usual spot on the stump. He was a bit bigger now, and I was happy to see that he hadn't been gobbled up by Godzilla. Snip here was born in Pantdora, from sun skinks that used to live here, but that I released back into the wild some time ago. He was one of those surprise births, and the only memory we had left of our past beloved sun skinks. Or so I thought. I was about to discover something at ground level that made me question everything. A crab had emerged from its burrow, but something near it left my jaw on the floor. OMG. What is that? It was a lizard. I looked back at Snip, who was still basking. Looking back, the lizard began to move and revealed itself. It was a baby sun skink, and to my surprise, it had injuries, a wound on its back, and a chopped off tail. What? This sun skink was one of Snip's siblings. How are we only finding it now? It disappeared into the rocks. I also wondered what had injured it. A familiar eye peeked out from within the entanglement of foliage. Godzilla! Two days later, I spotted the injured sun skink basking on the stump. I was questioning everything from the past. Had I seen this baby sun skink before, thinking it was Snip? Not knowing it was Snip's sibling? It was slightly copper in color, and I tried to go back to all my past footage to see if I had captured it on camera. How many more sun skink siblings were running around without me knowing? A juvenile cricket came along to chastise it. I felt bad for the injured sun skink, but it did seem to be okay, and its wounds had since healed over. Now, I couldn't imagine Godzilla snapping down on this baby sun skink and it getting away and surviving. I mean, once you were in Godzilla's jaws, that was it. There was really no chance of freedom afterward. As the cricket continued to chastise the lizard, I began to wonder if perhaps the crickets had managed to take chomps out of him, or if his wounds were the result of some other predator in the forest, like huntsmen. Either way, I felt this sun skink wasn't going to let it happen twice, and was confident it would likely survive these injuries. From here on in, I decided to name this baby sun skink Snap. Thanks for finally revealing yourself, Snap. I hope you have more siblings running around. He reminded me of his father, Drake. Pantdora never ceases to surprise me with its hidden secrets. But now that we had uncovered the identity of the mystery creature, there was one last thing I needed to uncover. And this was probably Pandora's most shocking secret of all. My heart jumped when I spotted something moving in the pit into which I had buried the mystery egg 2 weeks before I left. What on earth? No way! Looking back, I don't know why I went in with my bare hands, considering what could have been beneath the surface, but I was overcome with excitement. Oh, okay. It was just a beetle grub. Perhaps a larva of a rhino beetle. Hey buddy, happy to see ya. I placed it back into the pit and covered it back up. I couldn't wait to see rhino beetles in Pandora again. But with my curiosity of the mystery egg piqued, I decided to go ahead and carefully dig up the area where I buried the mystery egg to see how far along it had rotted over the past month. My heart began to race when I saw the surface of the egg. Whoa! The dent it once had was now gone, and the egg seemed much more turgid and firm now to the touch. Plus, it didn't appear to be rotting. Oh man. AC family, what do you think? Could this egg actually be alive? Carrying a developing fetus of some snake or lizard? If so, I wasn't sure what to do about it. In a panic, I decided to bury it back up. I mean, it had to be dead, right? Vote in my community tab to affect this story. Over a month ago, I found this mystery egg in my yard, behind my chicken coop. I live in the tropics, in the middle of a jungle, so my yard is full of the craziest giant and even venomous reptiles, including monitor lizards and cobras. I showed the egg to reptile experts, and the consensus was that it was some kind of lizard or snake, and some specifically mentioned cobra. But a few of the experts also suggested it was probably dead, seeing as it had been out of the ground and looked super dehydrated, judging from the huge dent it had. I tried to shine a light into it, a process called candling, to see if it had a fetus or arteries inside. I didn't see anything, so I assumed the egg was a dud. So instead of throwing the egg away, I decided to make use of the nutrients and buried it into the soil of my giant rainforest vivarium I call Pantdora, home to an ecosystem of tropical plants, fungi, and animals. But to my surprise, after checking the egg again a month later, the egg still hadn't rotted like I thought it would, and the dent had eerily disappeared. Was the mystery egg actually alive? Was there a fetus developing inside now? This week, curiosity got the better of me, and I went back in to have a final look into the egg. What I found was not what I expected at all. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. Our first limited edition AC Fuzzy collectible, Lady Deathstrike, now available at AntsCanada.com. Question: should I candle the mystery egg again? I thought it was dead, but it still hasn't rotted, even after over a month in my giant vivarium. Only thing is, I'm scared to touch it now. You guys said, don't touch it. If it hatches, let it. I had been watching this spot in the vivarium like a hawk, wondering if one day I would spot a hole in the soil caused by some baby animal emerging from the egg. The fact that even after all this time, it hadn't rotted was highly suspicious. But according to a community tab poll, most of you said I should leave it and let it hatch naturally. But a lot of you guys brought up a good point in the comments, saying that should a venomous snake like a cobra hatch from the egg, it would be in my best interest to find out if the egg was viable and see if a snake fetus was developing inside, so I could remove the egg and incubate it in a safe and secured container and not have it hatch in Pantdora, where it would be hazardous to try to catch afterward. But on the other hand, the current environment in the soil seemed to be perfect for the egg's incubation. I was afraid if I touched it or moved it wrong, the egg may die if it was alive. I didn't know it yet, but this whole mystery egg situation would soon lead me to more questions, and I knew I had some serious decisions to make. But first, a crisis. See these random drops of water? I never thought anything of it, and assumed it was just runoff from daily automated rains in the rainforest. But upon further inspection, it seems the back of the moss wall was leaking behind the waterfall, which caused water to seep into an unsealed section of the framing and down this spot into the soil. I spotted water pooling in the lowest area of the vivarium and quickly dealt with the flood by using a vacuum to suck water from a hole I dug into the drainage layer, as I've done in the past the last time it flooded in Pantdora, but now to deal with the leak behind the moss wall. There was just no way to get in there to patch up the leak, as the entire rock piece was completely silicone to the glass. The only solution I could think of was to disconnect the pump from the pipe that leads to the waterfall spout above. This way, it could stop the leak from behind the rock wall, and therefore the water entering the framing and ending up in the soil. But there was just one concern. Going in to make the necessary changes would be dangerous due to a certain beast who was possibly sleeping somewhere among the rocks. Godzilla wasn't on the bank basking, which meant he was in one of two places, sleeping in the mossy hill next to the pond, which is where I hoped he was, but at this point I couldn't see him. Or he could be hiding in his watery bedroom at the corner of the pond. I had no choice but to go in carefully and quickly to move the rocks and disconnect the filter pump beneath, watching carefully for any signs of a croc wanting to feast on my fingers. Okay, Godzilla, if you're here, please don't bite me. I'm not here to hurt you. Promise to be quick. I tried my best to work rapidly, placing my hand at the furthest spot away from where I knew Godzilla's rock bedroom was. So far, there was nothing. I worked blindly, feeling around with my fingers for the pump, which needed disconnection, preparing at any moment to pull away at the slightest movement or feeling of scales. And then, I did it. The pump was disconnected, and pulling my arm out of the water, I was happy that I still had all my fingers intact. Godzilla was nowhere in sight the whole time. Now the pond would just have to have circulating water as it passes through the filter until I could figure out how to restructure this part of the vivarium. But sadness started to sink in to see that Pantdora, for the first time since its creation, no longer had a waterfall. At least for now. Later that day, I spotted Godzilla up on the rock bank, still wet, having emerged from the pond, which meant that the entire time I had my hand in the water, he had chosen not to bite me and simply lay quietly in hiding. Thank you, Godzilla. To reward him for not biting me, I recently collected these from my yard. Rhino beetle grubs. I suspect that it is currently rhino beetle grub season because I found a ton of these while gardening around my home. I took one and attempted to feed it to Godzilla. I opened the vivarium and moved in with my long tweezers. I dropped the beetle grub right in front of him, but it rolled. Ah! Okay, gotta pick that up. Whoa! That was close. Almost managed to bite my hand there, buddy. There! Ah! Man, that was the first time I've ever fed him directly from my tweezers, and I could truly feel the power of his bite. It feels like he would give quite the snap if he ever did manage to bite me. He proceeded to chew the beetle grub a bit, then moved towards the pond, where he stationed himself on the rock shelf. Looking back at the pit, thinking about the mystery egg again, I felt matters could get much worse if I didn't do anything to find out if the egg was viable. Imagine having to fish out some baby cobra or even a baby water monitor and having Godzilla living inside. I didn't want to put Godzilla's life in danger. This wasn't just about my safety, but also his. So I decided I should go ahead and try my luck and check the mystery egg. Okay. On second thought, maybe not. Godzilla decided to crawl into the pit and retire deep inside the mossy hill for the day. Alright, and scene. Guess I'd have to wait until he was out of here before going in to check out the egg. Meanwhile, I had a bowl full of rhino beetle grubs. And of course, I couldn't wait to add them into Pantdora. I truly missed having rhino beetles in Pantdora, and particularly loved when we had Rocksteady, our first rhino beetle, frolicking the forest. Before he died of natural causes, these rhino beetle grubs would help my dreams of bringing rhino beetles back to Pantdora come to life. But little did I know, I was about to make a very grave mistake with their introduction. I placed the grubs onto a bare plot of earth in our rainforest. They immediately began to squirm around, hoping to dig deep into the protective soils. They were too vulnerable above ground like this. So to help them out, I began to dig into the earth, to start a beginning burrow for them, to assist their subterranean travels. But without even realizing it, this spot was perhaps the worst spot I could have ever chosen. It was a bit dark, so I didn't realize my mistake until it was too late. Hey, wait. Oh no! Marauder ants! Ah! I had unknowingly dug right into the nest of a marauder ant colony, and the ants were now swarming the grubs. I had delivered them a feast right to their doorstep. These ants had been largely MIA, and for weeks I had wondered where they were nesting. It was sad to get my answer in this way. I could do nothing but watch the carnage unfold as the grubs struggled to dig below the ground to escape the swarming ants. Some grubs did make it below ground, but to where? Marauder ant nest chambers? I felt terrible for this. Giant trapjaw ants were drawn to the scene. They could smell the beetle grubs, but also were aware of the swarms of marauders. and were careful not to tread too close. One brave giant trapjaw risked it all by wandering through the swarming ants and struck at a marauder, sending it flying into oblivion. It was trying to move closer to the beetle grubs and discovered there were gnome ants also emerging on the scene. It moved closer and attempted to strike at oncoming marauder ants. At this point, there were only a few grubs still above ground. The rest had successfully burrowed, but whether it was to their safety or to their doom was a mystery. The remaining grubs began to weaken as the ants stung them to death. As for the giant trapjaw ants, one ant came close enough to smell a grub, but felt sticking around was much too risky, and they decided to bolt. The battle between marauder ants, beetle grubs, and giant trapjaws left me stunned. I had just made a serious realization. Some of you used to ask me in the comments how I'll know when I've added enough creatures into the rainforest. And I've always felt when our rainforest was quote-unquote full, I would see signs. Before I could simply add things into the vivarium without problems. But now that our rainforest ecosystem was super biodiverse and saturated, this incident was like a warning from Pantdora that every choice I made now could have grave consequences, affecting many life forms. I had best choose my moves wisely when adding new things in from here on in, and that included creatures waiting to be born. Speaking of creatures born in our rainforest, atop the Hallelujah tree stump, a tiny head peeked out over the edge. It was Snip, our resident baby sun skink, basking in the morning light. An Asian bullet ant headed up the stump towards Snip, and my heart began to race. But the moment the ant made contact, it dashed away. It was not willing to mess with this reptile today. I marveled at the gorgeous blue iridescence Snip sported in the light. Now Snip here was born in this rainforest, from sunskinks that used to live here, but that I released several months back. I'd initially thought he was the only baby here, until I spotted this one a couple weeks back. Snap, another baby sunskink, was on the prowl. It had just rained this morning, and this sunskink knew full well that this was the best time to hunt for critters that would be flooded out of their hiding spots. He used his superior vision and tongue to smell around for prey. Like a creeping tiger, the lizard made sure to move slowly to avoid scaring off potential prey. It was truly incredible to watch. It looked up on the glass and all around. I could tell Snap was quite experienced at this and had done this many times now. What's amazing is these lizards are born live from their parents and then immediately leave their parents to live life in the rainforest on their own, with no parents to guide them and teach them the ways of survival. Hunting like this is self-learned and also encoded into their DNA. Now the thing is, I always wondered why Snap was never seen with Snip. They would always be in separate places of the tank. When one was basking on the stump, the other was hunting. I never saw them basking together, which was weird because their parents would bask together often. Oh well, guess we had a case of sunskink sibling rivalry. I soon caught sight of another creature, also on the hunt for prey. A jumping spider scaled the stump, making sure to keep close watch of the Asian bullet ants crawling everywhere. It had the perfect camouflage to blend into its surroundings, but still, It had to be careful. It turned to move towards the top of the stump. Another Asian bullet ant. And a dwarf ant. It was just crazy how visual these spiders are. It continued up the stump. It always amazed me how intelligent these spiders seem. It's almost like you could totally see the spider thinking, right? As it moved forward, it quickly pooped, then continued further up the stump like nothing happened. Crazy! Look at all those eyes! I also noticed that this female had lost a couple legs, evidence of how hostile the rainforest can be, even for a nimble and watchful jumping spider like her. She was super cute, and I hope she would eventually find the prey she was looking for and not become prey herself. She inched dangerously close to the edge of the stump where Snip was still basking nearby. My heart began to race as she came close to hopping over the edge where Snip could see her. But nope, she moved downwards toward the back of the stump, then leaped onto a leaf. Her spidey senses seemed well intact. She leaped again, but missed her landing target, and went back on her lifeline web. Let's go somewhere else, she thought. Seeing all these predators out hunting was a good sign that our ecosystem was ecosysteming. But little did I know, another predator in our rainforest would soon emerge to reveal itself, preying on the most unlikely creatures at night. Night fell in Pantdora, and the signature mists covered the lands. I swear I could look at Pantdora for hours at night. There was something just so relaxing about our rainforest's nocturnal aura. And tonight, I noticed the forest had formed a beautiful window, framing the moon with a windowsill of vegetation. I caught sight of a snow-colored roach. It had just molted, still white and vulnerable. It would take this roach, now a full adult, another 20 minutes or so to harden enough to start moving around. But in this state now, it had to remain still and rest for the duration of its hardening process, known as tanning. Check out the beautiful venation of its wings. Down in the moss, dwarf ants were eating edible parts from its old casted-off exoskeleton. It was awesome to see cool life events like this for our resident Pandoran creatures. Asian bullet ants were working the night shift. I noticed one had captured a young cricket and was bringing it back to the nest. Such a display of strength and coordination. A recently born huntsman spiderling was waiting in the shadows for size-appropriate prey to scuttle by. It too was missing a leg. What's with all these spiders missing legs? But I think the most surprising predator of all on this night was one that I didn't have on my Pandoran bingo card. A giant trapjaw ant was on the prowl for nocturnal prey creatures emerging to feed. It inspected the shadows below the stump, which was full of baby termite mounds. It had likely captured termites here before, and was back to hopefully get lucky again. It had no idea, however, that this time, luck was not on its side. Whoa! What was that? Oh, it's just a dwarf ant. It suddenly felt a slight vibration from the darkness. Hey, what was that? Okay, guess it was nothing. Wait a sec. I smell something. A large looming figure emerged from the shadows. Bam! A canopy crab lunged and grabbed the giant trap giant with its claws and retreated backward into the shadowy cavern to begin feeding. Whoa! This is the very first time I'd ever witnessed this. I always knew these tropical canopy crabs as scavengers, but I had no idea they could also be predatory in nature. How crazy! The giant trap giant could do nothing else but struggle with its mandibles wide open as the crab proceeded to feast at its body. I noticed Godzilla was still resting under the mossy hill, so I still couldn't go in to inspect the mystery egg. I had no choice but to wait until morning, and hopefully by then, Godzilla would be out of this place. The next morning, I looked into Pantdora and was completely shocked. Snip was basking on the stump. And this time, so was Snap. How cute! Finally, the two had decided to choose peace and share the stump, though quite far apart from each other. It was still cute to see them sharing the basking spot. It totally reminded me of when I'd watched their parents basking at this same location. Man, the circle of life and passing of time is such a beautiful thing, wouldn't you say? Now, as for Godzilla, I was thrilled to see him in the pond, which meant the time had finally come. I had to be brave. It was now or never. I went into the vivarium to quench my thirst for the truth. It was time to carefully inspect the mystery egg. So my plan was to just partially move surrounding soil away and candle it inside Pantdora to see if I could see anything. When the egg was partially uncovered, I grabbed my light. Okay, AC family, here goes nothing. My heart raced as I placed the flashlight up to the egg shell. Okay. I moved the flashlight around. I wasn't sure if I could see anything inside. How about you guys? Do you see a fetus? Or arteries? Now it seems like I kinda see something here. Could that be a tail? There were some areas where it kind of looked like tiny arteries, but also not. Okay, that's it. I decided to make an executive decision and actually take the egg out of the soil and inspect it properly. I candled the egg and looked again. It was still so hard to tell. But then, I noticed this on the shell surface. A small puncture. And these strange gashes. Did this mean the egg must finally be rotting now? A part of me was sad to discover this, because I guess it was a bit of a thrill anticipating what creature would be emerging from this egg. But I guess this is just the way of nature. Not all eggs make it. Sorry guys, for those of you who are hoping it would hatch. I placed it back into Pantdora and buried it back up to continue rotting so it could release its nutrients into the soil. Another side of me, however, was relieved that I no longer had to worry about the danger of some venomous cobra emerging into Pantdora, knowing that the egg was dead. Or was was it? Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is Pantdora, my 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium, home to a plethora of interdependent plants, fungi, and creatures that live, breed, feed, and interact in a mind-blowing balanced food web of scientific interest. It's actually also attached by way of a glass bridge to another even larger vivarium above, called Orchadia, forming Pandora's treetop canopy world. The aim of this whole biological project is to study wild ecosystems, and with our cloud rainforest reaching its 1-year anniversary next month, I felt it was time for something special. Buckle up, it's time for a full tour of our cloud rainforest vivarium, eavesdropping on the lives of its creatures, following the drama, the plot twists, and unlocking some of the rainforest's mind-boggling mysteries. Like what laid this mystery egg? And did baby mantises finally hatch from these mantis egg sacs? AC family, enjoy this wild and unforgettable ride, courtesy of Mother Nature. Here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. This mystery egg, which I found in my yard 2 months ago, has been buried in Pandora and has been the subject of a lot of speculation on this channel. But alas, AC family, this egg is a mystery no more. No spoilers, but I finally got my answer. Something did end up emerging from the mystery egg this week, and it's not what you're thinking. But before we get to that, it's time for something cool. Let's go over our plan, guys. It's a potentially dangerous and complex tour, missioning through our rainforest. So let me show you the path through Pandora and Orchadia's unforgiving wilds. Our tour will begin here at Aquanoctus, the Blackwater Pond. Then we'll circle around through the vegetation and into the upper vines. Lucky for you, today a new secret creature will be joining our rainforest and we'll be able to witness it here. Next, we'll snoop around the Hallelujah tree stump and even venture inside of it to see what creatures we can find. Once done, we'll make our way up the glass bridge to explore Orchadia, starting at the mantis egg sacs and making our way around. Lastly, our tour will end with a visit to the pit, in which our mystery egg sits for a highly anticipated update of the century. Got that? Great. Stick with the tour group at all times. You don't want to get lost in these lands. We're going in. Here. If you look to your left, you will spot the apex predator of the rainforest, Godzilla, our resident juvenile caiman. He stood contently on the rock shelf by his pond, grinning with his little teeth protruding over his lip. All around him, a herd of crickets shared the shelf with him. Crickets are usually on Godzilla's menu, but he was much too full today to go picking off these little morsels. Lucky for the crickets. Look at that belly! Godzilla has been enjoying his Shangri-La of a home since we first introduced him here 6 months ago. I have been a bit concerned, however, because he's growing. Technically, he can live comfortably in Pandora for at least another 8 months or so. But the thing that does concern me is his preferred prey size, which may soon outgrow anything Pandora currently offers, meaning he's eventually going to need larger prey. Soon he'll be wanting larger fish, larger roaches and insects, amphibians, larger crustaceans perhaps, or even mammals. But I'll get more into that in a future video. Now, if Godzilla isn't spending his days basking on land or crawling into caverns below ground to sleep, he's usually in the water. Sometimes I'll catch him submerging below the surface, eyes closed and arms outstretched, taking a nap. But crocodilians cannot breathe underwater, so they can't remain underwater indefinitely. Godzilla must come up for air often, and when he does, it is always such a divine sight to watch. With angel-like grace, Godzilla began to surface. Godzilla will remain in this very position to sleep, exposing only the tip of his snout for his own protection from larger predators that might more easily spot him if he was floating on the surface. By afternoon, Godzilla awakened from his nap. As much as he loves it here in Pandora, he'll be moving into either a giant swamp vivarium or to an outdoor 60-foot pond I have in my yard. It should be noted, however, that if we do decide to place him into his own giant swamp vivarium, he'll likely eat everything he can catch, just like he has in this pond, where he ate all fish. And this has biological implications too. Have a look. Aqua Noctis now had a ton of little aquatic crustaceans and insects, which were loving the absence of the fish that used to prey on them. The fish also used to pick off tiny insects trapped on the surface of the water, like that dwarf antolate, seen floating there on the surface. Simply having Godzilla around these waters greatly affected what life existed around the pond, which is why caimans are known in science as keystone species, meaning their presence has an unusually large impact on the existing species in the ecosystem of their area. Anyway, do let me know what you guys think his next home should be. I'm brainstorming Godzilla's future home now. I noticed Godzilla was staring at something towards the edge of the pond. He was watching weaver ants. Pandora's weaver ants seemed busy at work. These arboreal ants are always up to something and never rest as they skim through the various foliage of the forest. Not only did these ants nest in the leaves of plants, as you can see in this grouping of vine leaves up here, but they are also foraging for Pandora's #1 resource, as far as ant food goes: mealybugs. You see, mealybugs are these little white insects that suck the sap from plants and create a sweet byproduct called honeydew, which the ants actively collect in their social stomachs before distributing their sweet collections to the rest of the colony. In fact, this honeydew is not only farmed by the weaver ants, but by many other ants in Pandora. The golden carpenter ants were also out collecting their honeydew in the vines and absolutely gorging themselves. Check out this worker, who has completely filled up her social stomach with honeydew, turning her gaster into a honeydew balloon. She needed a breather before making her way back home. The honeydew that isn't drank directly from the mealybugs is shot out and usually ends up on the surface of leaves, which the ants search for and lick up. Asian bullet ants were also after the sweet goods provided by the mealybugs, as were the spiny ants. But with honeydew being in high demand, the ants would actually protect and tend them like cattle. So in the beginning, I was worried that the mealybugs might overpopulate our rainforest and completely kill off all the plant life. I mean, they're a gardener's nightmare for a reason. However, after almost a year, as you can see, the mealybugs have not hindered the growth of all the plants at all. And the mealybug population didn't seem to explode either, like I imagined it might. Something in the rainforest was keeping the mealybug populations in check. And it wasn't until this week that I discovered what. A jumping spider was feeling a bit hungry and began searching his surroundings for something to eat. Anything up there? Nope. Or there? No. Alright, let's go here, the spider thought, as it proceeded forward and hopped onto the adjacent leaf. I've never actually sat and watched these jumping spiders in Pantdora actually pounce on their prey, so I decided this time I would follow it until it found food. It was quite entertaining to watch, as it hopped from leaf to leaf, looking around and making carefully calculated decisions as to where it might hop to next. It was quite the skilled jumper. I watched it hang upside down, crawling up onto the other side. It seemed as if the spider was looking for something in particular. Perhaps a fly? Other spiders? It was very engaged, and I could tell I was watching an absolute expert at work. Its set of 8 eyes formed a neat crown around its head. Apparently, each pair of eyes has a different job, with the front row of 4 eyes being the most used, hence the spider turning its body towards where it wanted to look. The side eyes are sort of secondary eyes, used to spot figures and shapes that appear to grow within view, which could signify an approaching predator. So these side eyes were important too. It was then that the spider spotted what it had been looking for. It jumped to a lower leaf, and bam! Captured. As I looked closer, I was surprised to see that it had eaten a mealybug. Wow! This is the first time I've ever seen a jumping spider eat a mealybug. This was a good thing, because with mealybugs everywhere, the jumping spiders would never run out of food in our forest. He enjoyed his mealybug morsel in peace. Surely there weren't enough jumping spiders, though, to effectively control a thriving population of mealybugs. I felt like something else had to be controlling the mealybug populations too. And AC family, turns out there was. Crickets. One of Pandora's most important prey insects always had a liking for the upper vines and asparagus ferns. I always assumed the crickets simply enjoyed eating the leaves, as they are avid veggie lovers. I soon began to notice that the crickets were also licking the leaves and stems of plants, much like the ants would for honeydew. But just this week, I discovered a new behavior. A male cricket began to what I thought was lick the leaves around some herds of mealybugs. But then as I looked closer, I noticed the cricket was chewing. Hey, was the cricket actually eating the mealybugs? I continued to watch. And sure enough, I saw the cricket with a furry mealybug in its jaws. It moved onto another grouping of mealybugs and began to munch away at them. This waxy white fur that covers the mealybugs is protective in nature, but it didn't seem to deter this cricket. It munched away at them like cotton candy. It's no wonder the mealybugs never really became a plague in our rainforest. Pantdora had found a way to control them. Speaking of the crickets, watching their everyday minutiae was always a treat. An upper branch was the site of a lot of dating action. Males were busy singing to each other and to other females in hopes to attract a mate, but there were a few brawls among the males. Problem was, this cricket pickup bar was a sausage fest. There were way more males hanging out here than females. But then I noticed a male leaving the scene, and surprisingly, followed by a female. I always thought male crickets were the active party in the courting process, but in this case, the female was actively interested to mate with her pick for a partner. On their private asparagus fern leaf, the female advanced. She's the one on top, but the wobbling due to the wind blowing through at the moment made it a bit of a challenge to get the job done. After several clumsy attempts to connect, the union had finally been made, and the male transferred his spermatheca, a packet full of his little soldiers, into the female. This plug would now remain in the female to further deposit sperm into her, as well as keep other males from mating with her. I was happy to see that our crickets were still breeding successfully in our rainforest. Despite the abundance of crickets, I did feel their taste for plants still wasn't enough to keep the plant life in Pantdora under control, especially the ferns. I mean, look at how massive the ferns have gotten. They're just dominating the vivarium now. I'm going to need to think of a creature that will eat ferns, even if it was some large animal we place in here temporarily, specifically to fern whack. But meanwhile, I had a newcomer waiting in the wings to be added to our rainforest. I caught this humongous grasshopper in my yard, and my hopes were that it would help control some of the overgrown plants in our forest. Let's add him in. I allowed him to hop onto my hand, and it leapt. It hung from the top of the vivarium, cleaning itself before proceeding to explore the vine leaves. It began to munch on a vine bud to begin tasting its new home. Quite good. It continued to move and disappeared into the foliage. Eat away, Mr. Grasshopper, and enjoy the available bounty in your new rainforest home. Another creature was also prepping for the feast. Snap, a baby sun skink, surveyed the land to decide where he would begin his hunt. This is him looking at us, looking at him. But when he was ready, he was off. He looked over to the termite mounds below the stump. Nothing much there right now, though he likely had eaten termites here in the past. Alright, moving on. He inspected below a patch of moss, where he also likely had found a past meal. This lizard was clearly hunting from experience. After failing to find anything interesting, he continued on, utilizing his superior vision and sense of smell using his tongue, as well as his ears, for minute sounds of prey crawling away. It was amazing watching how thorough Snap was, hunting like his ancestors did for millions of years. Suddenly, something caught his eye. But whatever it was too fast and got away. No worries though. He knew he'd find something soon. Meanwhile, his sister Snip was watching from atop the stump with her blue-green iridescence shining in the light. Her tactic was different. She used the hawk approach, assume a high and wide vantage point in the forest, and increase the likelihood of spotting the prey below. I suppose this tactic has worked best for her, and she had thus learned to continue doing it. Dwarf ants ran all around her lookout point. She continued to survey the land below. She spotted a cricket. But suddenly, some creature fell from above, and that was definitely worth inspecting. Down she went to catch a potential meal. Life was bustling all around the stump. I spotted a crab emerging from its burrow beneath the stump. I knew there were several crabs living beneath the stump because I've seen crabs with different patterns at this exact same spot. But when checking this area, we always need to be super quiet because the slightest movement will cause them to retreat. Now, if you can make your way this way, you'll notice there's a bit of a slippery path down here. Hey! There you are! Where'd you go? I told you to stick with the tour group. Glad I found you. Come with me. I have something cool to show you, up on the stump. Let's look. Snap had finally captured a meal. It was an adult male cricket, and the stench of the kill was drawing out the dwarf ants. It was crazy to think that the sun skinks, which used to be chastised by crickets, had officially grown large enough now to eat them at adult size. From now on, no cricket in Pantdora would be safe from the sun skinks. I was a little skeptical though, because this cricket looked huge, and I was interested to see how Snap would actually maneuver this meal into his belly. It was then that an Asian bullet ant, lured in by the smell of the dead cricket carcass, approached. What happened next shocked me. It grabbed the cricket by the wing. Snap and the Asian bullet ant proceeded to engage in a game of tug-of-war. Hey, this is mine! No, it's too big for you anyway. Let go! Never! The two disappeared over the edge. Looking in from the other side of the tank, I saw that Snap had ultimately won the cricket and proceeded to swallow it, knowing he needed to do it soon lest other contenders attempted to yoink his meal. The Asian bullet ant, defeated, sulked away in search of another meal. Watching Snap swallow this cricket was truly a spectacle. He went in for the swallow, and I watched wide-eyed as he worked the massive cricket into his throat like a master. His eyes looked like they were going to pop out of his head. It took a couple minutes, but he gradually worked the cricket down his throat. until there was nothing left but a leg. He did it. Now fatter and satiated, Snap took a moment to breathe, then moved forward to climb up the stump and bask. He would be needing the heat to digest this massive meal. Snap's success as a hunter was evident in the fact that his once bitten off tail end and back wound both healed quite quickly. Good job, Snap. As for the Asian bullet ant, it found the other cricket leg, which had been discarded at the stump, and joyfully made its way down towards the entrance of its nest. Speaking of which, AC family, it's now time for something real special. Let's peek into the stump, where I knew the Asian bullet ants were nesting. I moved my probe camera into the stump opening. Right at the entrance, a dry pile of insect body parts and cocoon casings. This must be the colony's garbage site. Let's continue moving in. After some maneuvering, we penetrated their foyer, and I could see a bunch of startled Asian bullet ants, some carrying larvae. We so weren't supposed to be in here, but I pushed on. As I pushed the camera probe deeper, Asian bullet ants were seen rushing by the camera, startled by the bright light. A giant alien had broken into their home, so they were terrified. Hey, there's the fresh cricket leg they just took home. Workers continued grabbing eggs and larvae in their mandibles, bringing them to safety. Hey, there's a dwarf ant. Cool to see that the two species shared the space. I began to feel bad for freaking them out, so I pulled the camera probe out. It was actually quite cool to see so many ants coexisting in and around the stump. Asian bullet ants, dwarf ants, spiny ants, carpenter ants, gnome ants, and giant trapjaw ants at ground level. We also know from a previous sighting that a colony of Asian marauder ants were also nested at the foot of the stump. Our rainforest had the perfect amount now of ant biodiversity. But one ant colony I had my eye on were these invasive intruders. Ghost ants. These tiny invasive ants broke into our rainforest, small enough to fit through the mesh, and have established a nest somewhere in the rainforest. I still don't know where they set up camp, but they are a nomadic species, so they were definitely moving around with their hundreds of egg-laying queens and piles of brood. Being invasive ants poses a serious danger to our rainforest, because in large enough numbers, they could totally outcompete other ants for resources, meaning they hog all the food, making it hard for all other ants to eat. Or they could displace other ant species, driving other ant colonies out of their homes, or even just flat out eating other ants in their path. I knew they were mainly here for honeydew, but who knows what else they had planned. I was determined to find out where they were hiding, so I could go in with my vacuum and weaken them. It's time we look around the treetops. Let's start first with something a lot of you guys have been wondering about, the mantis egg sacs. Many months ago, I successfully bred a pair of mantises, and the female laid 2 egg sacs, which I placed into Orchadia, but sadly the roaches and crickets had eaten them. I kept the egg sacs inside Orchadia in hopes some of the eggs were spared, but I'm pretty sure no eggs made it. I still have yet to find baby mantises anywhere. I'm sorry for the bad news, but if we try this again, I'll have to rear the egg sacs separately in a container, then release the babies into Orchadia once hatched. Weaver ants were also up here, still acting like they were running things. aggressive and ready to kill anything that came close. They did, however, share the foliage with the colony of black carpenter ants we introduced way back, which seem to be doing quite well as these concerning ants. A colony of Tetramorium insolens, another invasive species of ant, introduced into our rainforest via the plants, seemed quite in a hurry along their trail across the wood. I wonder where they were off to in such a rush. Who knows? They probably found some exciting food. I was also keeping a close eye on these ants because of the fact that they too, like the ghost ants, reproduce fast and allegedly possess all the trademark invasive qualities. Thank goodness for now, there was no reason for concern. They just seem to be doing their thing quietly and discreetly up here in Orchadia, generally staying clear of all other ants. Or at least, that was what I thought. I noticed plenty of baby spiderlings. Orchadia seemed to be a hotspot for the spiders. I could also see an adult male huntsman hiding away in a corner, and a fat jumping spider up here. These spiders had a bounty of prey to feed from, competing only with the geckos and the tree frogs. I spotted Miss Piggy, awake early, and Kermit, still sleeping in the plants. Speaking of the plants, I've been having a bit of a hard time keeping certain plants alive here in Orchadia. But now that I know which plants are doing well, I plan on doing a complete makeover in a future episode where I can replace some of the dead plants, like this smaller banyan, and add more of the plants that are doing well up here, like the larger banyan tree. In fact, this larger banyan tree is doing so well, it's releasing these cute fruits. Are these tiny figs? Awesome! This banyan is also host to a variety of beetles, like this candy-looking pink weevil and longhorned beetle. The biodiversity and life in Orchadia is still in development, but I'm certain, over time, especially with the makeover I have in mind, and some more creatures I plan on adding soon, Orchadia will be well on the way to becoming as biodiverse and established as Pandora. But overall, touring through Pantdora and Orchadia made me realize one thing: just how awesome of an opportunity we all have to truly have a peek at what happens every day out in the wild. The relationships, the struggles, the triumphs, and the losses. We've watched animals grow up in our rainforest, find a spot to call home, occupy a vital niche in the ecosystem, and cause the rainforest as a whole to grow and thrive. One of the greatest insights while embarking through this Ecosystem Vivarium series with you all is how truly connected all life on our planet truly is. I felt lucky to be on this biological journey of discovery with you all as we continue to uncover more biological mysteries through our ever-growing cloud rainforest. But speaking of mysteries, it was now time to put a close to one of our rainforest's greatest mysteries of all. Let's address the mystery egg. I checked the mystery egg this week and was shocked by what I saw emerging from it. From a tiny pinhole, gnome ants were seen exiting. The nomads had managed to break through the soft leathery skin of the mystery egg and were eating its contents. This to me meant that the egg was now for sure dead. And now to address what animal this mystery egg was from. I wanted to cut into the egg, but you guys voted against it, so I decided to leave it in its place to continue decaying. But this week, Mother Nature gave me some pretty big clues. Not one, but two baby cobras were spotted at different locations around my home. I did not think this was a coincidence. This baby cobra, spotted outside my home 2 years ago, was also seen around this time of the year. So I highly suspect November is baby cobra season where I live, when all the baby cobras hatch from their eggs and begin to venture out into the world to hunt. Perhaps even coinciding perfectly with the sunskink breeding cycle, where the sunskink lizards in my area are at just the perfect size for the baby cobras to eat. Our mystery egg was very likely a cobra egg. In which case, I'm kind of happy this egg did not make it to term, because it would have been hard and highly dangerous to catch in Pantdora once hatched. And we pretty much could have said goodbye to Snip and Snap. Mystery egg solved. And that concludes our full tour of our cloud rainforest vivarium. Thank you for joining me on this joyful journey of biological discovery. What? Hey, what was that? Oh no! Guys? We have a problem! Vote in my community tab to affect this story. Oh no! A war is brewing, and I must stop it. This is Pantdora, my 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium, a tropical ecosystem within glass. It's connected to another giant vivarium on the floor above, called Orchadia, forming the treetops of the rainforest. Both worlds house a plethora of plants, fungi, and creatures, and my job is to study all the life within this bountiful rainforest. But this new war of armies threatens everything I've worked hard to create. A quickly multiplying colony of red ants were spotted in our rainforest, having been imported unknowingly into Orchadia via one of the plants. They look strikingly like fire ants and are an invasive species. And just last week, I discovered for the first time these invasive red ants were now heading down the vines into Pantdora, where 7 native ant species were peacefully flourishing. The war between red ants and the 7 armies of native ants had officially begun. But I had just the plan to stop that catastrophic war from happening. Welcome to my Ecosystem Vivarium series, where sometimes it's war versus war to achieve peace. Here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. I watched the red ant wandering excitedly over the summit of the Hallelujah tree stump. A dwarf ant emerged, not knowing that an adversary was conducting a dangerous ocular. I don't know when or how long or how many times the red ants had come all the way down here to scout Pantdora, but this was not a good sign. Not much is known about these red ants, whose scientific name is Tetramorium insolens, nor their nesting habits, but it is said that they have been observed to live in and around vegetation. And I suspect, since they came into our rainforest by surprise via the tree decor of Orchadia, that they nest in wood. My guess was they were looking at the Hallelujah tree stump as a potential next home. Snap, the resident sunskink, was basking, not noticing the red ant crawling all around. He didn't know it, but he too would be impacted by an invasive species like these red ants moving in, because these red ants were a threat to our 7 native ants in Pantdora, all of whom had important jobs in the Pandoran ecosystem. And to put it simply, losing biodiversity in an ecosystem due to invasives is bad news for all living members of that ecosystem. I knew I couldn't let these red ants move into Pantdora to wreak havoc. But guys, I had a plan that just might work. Listen to this. Over the past few weeks, I've watched Orchadia slowly change from the lush garden that it once was at its creation to now a sort of sparse and dry collection of sticks and foliage. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. Many plants had died and failed to thrive up here. It still looked like a tree canopy, but sort of resembled a dry season, shriveled and self-preserving state of estivation that trees in my area undergo in the summer months. Thing is, it wasn't the summer months yet. And we were midway through the wet season, so technically this canopy should be nearing its peak lushness right now. In addition, the canopy is the most biodiverse layer of the rainforest, so Orchadia was supposed to be a haven for life. I anticipated that countless creatures from Pantdora would want to wander up here and fall in love with the living space. But so far, only a few have done so. And many creatures, like the weaver ants, which were introduced up here, decided to ditch the treetops for the lush life of the Pandoran rainforest floor. Many of you have noticed the minimal reporting of new updates up here in Orchadia, and now you know why. It's just been quite meh up here in the trees. Though not a total failure, Orchadia really needed a new breath of life. So my plan? Revamp Orchadia and give it the best chance at biodiversification so it becomes a hub for animal and plant species, and hopefully keep the red ant invaders from moving down below. If we could somehow make Orchadia a much more desirable place for the red ants to live, they wouldn't have a need to move down to the rainforest floor, where they could cause havoc. This operation was not going to be easy, but it was the best idea I had at stopping a potentially catastrophic ant war from happening. It was time to make Orchadia great again. But meanwhile, as I was drawing up plans for Orchadia's revamp, there was one other thing that was completely bothering me. Several weeks ago, I noticed that something was pulling down the vines that were strung up the glass bridge to assist creatures climbing up to Orchadia. Whatever creature was pulling the vines down had to be quite heavy in order to do this. The only large creature in our rainforest was Godzilla, our spectacled caiman, but there was no way he was climbing high enough to do this. Something large had to be gaining access to these vines, extending through the glass bridge, pulling them down. I ended up installing and stringing a new vine through, up the glass bridge. But 2 days later, I came back to Pantdora to discover this. The vine had been pulled down again. Something was doing this, and it was honestly annoying. By hook or by crook, I was determined to find out what our vine-pulling culprit was. Little did I know, the true vine-destroying culprit wasn't at all whom I was thinking. We had to make Orchadia great again. Now, over the past few months, I've noticed that some plants failed to adapt while others absolutely thrived and even fruited, like this large banyan tree. Orchadia was actually largely experimental and my first attempt at recreating the canopy layer of a rainforest. And though I was happy with the initial layout and look, the perfectionist in me still felt I could do a better job at making the space look more like the treetops. So, my plan this time around was to add more of the banyan tree species that was doing well, so it could give the space more long-lasting greenery, but also make the whole space look more unified, like it was all part of a massive tree. Instead of a bunch of varied plants that resembled a landscaper's curated garden of epiphytes, I went out in search of the same species of tree, and more importantly, the right shape and size for what I had in mind for Orchadia's revamp. Eventually, I found this tree. My team and I loaded it into my truck and brought it home. It was massive and definitely needed some cutting back, and I knew installing it into Orchadia would be a logistical challenge of the century. Before adding it in though, there was something I needed to check first. Throughout this terraforming process, there were creatures already in Pantdora that I needed to make sure would not jump out of the tank, be brought out of the tank unintentionally via decor that I would be removing, as well as get injured during the revamp process. I surveyed Orchadia to take a mental note of where every main creature was. There were a ton of crickets and roaches that were living here, but there were certain members I needed to watch out for. I spotted the pink weevil we've been following for months in Orchadia. It had relocated to the vine leaves. Nearby was a longhorn beetle enjoying a spa moment by the fog. As I watched it relaxing in the mist, I then spotted a peculiar little orange ant. There were a few of them on the vines. Wow! I had never seen this species of ant in Orchadia before. I wonder if they were a new colony that was born from a queen that was unknowingly introduced in here, whose workers were only now appearing. They were drinking from extra floral nectaries provided by the vines. How awesome that even to this day, we were discovering new species living in Orchadia. Suddenly, a calico weevil appeared on the scene and found itself in a predicament as it was sort of boxed into place, discovering the larger sleeping longhorn beetle. Oops, I don't mean to... Ah! The longhorn beetle kicked it off the vine. I spotted the frogs all sleeping in key spots around the trees. And black carpenter ants wandering the vines, collecting mealybug honeydew. Seeing all these unique and beautiful Orchadian creatures still inhabiting our canopy, plus a whole other new ant species, inspired hope within me for Orchadia. Despite Orchadia struggling to thrive, these creatures chose to stay and not descend down into the more enticing world of Pantdora. They all felt the canopy was their home, and it was for them that I had to ensure Orchadia became the lush and lively tree kingdom they deserved. It was then that I spotted something that made my heart drop to my stomach. Oh no! The red ants! I spotted a red ant carrying a young worker in its mandibles. This was bad. Ants do this to take young, inexperienced workers to a new nest location. The red ants were in emigration mode, moving to a new home. I checked the vines, and thankfully didn't see a trail of red ants moving down to Pantdora yet. But I knew the fact that they were in the middle of a nest relocation operation meant they weren't happy with where they had been nesting and had officially found a better place somewhere. Where though? I could only guess, but with them being emigrational, I had to move fast. Now was the time to launch Operation Moga. I went into Orchadia with my team. First, I had to remove some decor to make way for the new banyan tree, which would take a lot of space, making sure the whole time to check them for frogs, beetles, geckos, ants, spiders, and other such creatures. To remove this piece of driftwood, we needed to saw off some branches. Roaches were emerging from literally everywhere as we worked, and I was actually quite shocked to see how many were hiding in unforeseen spots in the vivarium. Next, in went the platform on which would sit the new banyan tree. I needed the tree elevated so the foliage would extend along the largely empty top portion of the vivarium, giving that upper space some needed greenery. And then came the insertion of the tree. We immediately identified that it needed to be cut back quite a bit in order to fit. Slowly but surely, we managed to fit and work the entire tree into the tank. I then added a soil layer here, and I'll get more into what this is for later. With the trimmings, I planted them deep into the soil and hoped they would take root. And knowing the veracity of banyan trees, they likely would in no time. And then some final touches, and after 3 hours of work, the new Orchadia 2.0 was complete. Kermit stood still at his new tree kingdom before him. AC family, behold! The new Orchadia 2.0. So, what do you think? Now this is more of what I envisioned a canopy should look like. Branches and leaves filled the space, making it look lush and biologically abundant. I also removed some of the epiphytic plants that made the space feel a little too curated. In other words, to make it look less like how a human might design a canopy, and more like how Mother Nature would. This unified look created a better appearance of a cross-section of treetop, and I rejoiced at how gloriously dense the new tree foliage was. The perfect habitat for any tree-dwelling creatures. Also, about the soil and leaf litter I added to one side, I felt one of the contributing factors to the rapid success of Pantdora was its rich soil layer. It ensured plants had nutrients to thrive, more water and moisture could be retained, and a greater collection of soil creatures who play an important role in the success of an ecosystem could be established. We really needed this additional soil layer locally in the canopy region. In the wild, the canopy layer actually does have quite a bit of soilish layers like this, where rich compost collects due to falling leaves and organic debris, and plants, animals, and fungi make full use of these naturally formed treetop areas of soily compost. I felt this canopy soil layer, composed of organic soil and tons of leaf litter, would greatly benefit Orchadia's ecosystem. I stood watching the canopy for hours and stayed to watch it rain. Comforted by the sounds of the raindrops hitting the new leaves, it warmed my heart to watch our new tree world drink as a brand new and beautiful canopy. But as much as I love the new Orchadia, I wondered if this revamp would be enough to keep the red ants from migrating down to Pantdora. Only time would tell, but it turns out Mother Nature had a secret plan of her own well underway. The next day, I came back to a big discovery. Crickets. A full team of crickets were munching away at the remaining vines like celery. It seems they had a taste for the green munchables deep within the vines. So it was you guys all along. These crickets, I tell ya, they eat everything. But after thinking about it for a while, I realized that this was actually a great thing. I never really have seen the red ants climbing glass. They were always climbing wood and vines. Not all insects possess the sticky foot pads capable of climbing smooth vertical surfaces like glass. These red ants were not glass climbers and were accessing Pantdora via the vines. It was almost as if our rainforest was helping us in her ingenious way, sending cricket messengers to cut the vines over the past several weeks in order to keep the red ants from descending into her delicately balanced, lush lower lands. Orchadia was in a mystical way saving Pantdora from peril. I chose to allow the crickets to chew the remaining vine. Timber! I guess for now, only the creatures that can climb glass will have access to Orchadia from below. Those that can't will remain in Pantdora. And any creatures in Orchadia, like crickets and roaches, will simply live and breed up here and fall in sporadically. Kind of like Orchadia being an automatic feeder for Pantdora, which will be super helpful once the sun skinks get real big and start eating all crickets and roaches in Pantdora. And then, another surprise. Look at what else I discovered. The red ants had decided to move back to their old nest. Woohoo! Our plan worked! I could see a trail with a worker carrying a young worker back to their old home. And hey, actually, this was the perfect opportunity to find out where in Orchadia the red ants were nesting. I followed the trail down the branch. And behind a darkened fork in the driftwood, I discovered the red ants were entering a secret hole. Wow! So they do nest in wood. Wait until my myrmecologist friends hear about this. Now at this point, I could have totally removed the red ants from our rainforest by simply removing this entire driftwood piece from the vivarium. But after some thought, I decided, you know what? Although these red ants are considered invasive, I don't think they're a danger any longer to Pantdora, now that they have no way to go down there. And furthermore, there is still some scientific value in having an invasive presence in our rainforest. You see, invasives entering an ecosystem does happen in the wild, and it's up to that ecosystem to push back against the invading species and keep them from destroying the ecosystem. The healthier and more robust the ecosystem, the greater chance it has to combat invasive species. Like a virus entering a human body, an ecosystem has its ways of fighting back against potentially hazardous agents. And as we've seen, it can be quite eye-opening to see how nature finds unique ways to solve potential problems. Life, as they say, finds a way. I decided to keep the red ants in Orchadia for now and simply watch to make sure they don't get out of control. I believed in the strength of our ecosystem, and overall, I was so happy that our rainforest was safe and great again. But now that our new tree world was in place, I was surprised to discover that adding the new banyan tree into Orchadia had transformed our canopy way more than I ever imagined. Whoa! What's that? And that? Man, the new Orchadia 2.0 was an entirely new world now that I couldn't wait to start exploring. Isn't Mother Nature the best at surprise? Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is Orchadia, my 1,300-gallon cloud rainforest canopy vivarium, which represents the lush treetop world of the rainforest, known for its species-rich biodiversity. And I'm studying the ecosystem it supports, together with the rainforest floor vivarium, which is attached to it on the floor below, called Pantdora. This canopy vivarium recently underwent a renovation, specifically the addition of this large banyan tree. But little did I know, this tree turned out to be a Trojan horse, for living in its leaves and pot were a whole slew of surprise newcomers to our rainforest world. This is the story of how I discovered a ton of new and unexpected creatures in my giant rainforest vivarium that altered the trajectory of our rainforest project forever. This is episode 43 of my ongoing ecosystem vivarium series, where Mother Nature never ceases to surprise us with her unexpected Easter eggs. Here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC family. Enjoy. All items at AntsCanada.com are now at 15% off until January 1st. Join the ant-keeping hobby with the best ant-keeping community. Now, on with the episode. Okay, so I'll be honest. When my team and I added the large tree into Orchadia to renovate the canopy in the last episode, I had no idea what biological insanity was up ahead and the possible danger I would be in from the moment I made this terrifying discovery. This is a dirt pit in Pantdora, the forest floor vivarium, into which I buried a mystery egg I found in my yard. Mystery because I didn't know what laid it. I didn't know if it was fertilized, and I didn't know if it would hatch. There were a ton of signs that it was dead, like when I spotted ants emerging from a hole in its shell a couple weeks back, before burying the whole thing back up so I wouldn't have to deal with the stench. But then, just this week, I noticed this. Even after a few weeks, there was still no stench of decay. That's funny. I totally expected a foul odor by now. As I looked into the moss, I was surprised to see a giant trapjaw ant wandering around against a white surface. I suddenly began to worry when I realized that it was the egg above the soil layer. I uncovered the moss, and to my surprise, the egg had indeed surfaced. This was not at all how I left it. My heart began to race as I went in with my tweezers to try to roll the egg over. Oh my gosh! What? I felt dizzy, staring at the gaping hole in the egg. I was loving all the amazing creatures that had been imported into Orchadia via the newly installed banyan tree. This was the first new creature I spotted. At first I thought it was just a tiny piece of leaf stuck to the glass, until I realized it was moving. Upon closer inspection, it was the cutest little leafhopper-like creature. The way it moved and wobbled, from afar, it kind of looked like a green water bear, in a strange way. Now I say leafhopper because it kind of looked like one, but truth is, I've never seen anything like it, and wasn't exactly sure what kind of insect it was. Was this some sort of beetle? Any experts care to chime in and help me identify this little creature? It was just a few millimeters long, and I just loved its color, and the pair of eyes at the sides of its head. Nearby, I caught sight of this newbie. It was some kind of beetle, and it was chewing on something from the surface of the wood. I loved its colors. It was in the process of folding its wings under its metallic blue-black elytra. It had just flown to this spot and was having lunch. I also noticed it sustained injuries to its reddish limbs. Poor fella. Oh, it pooped. Guess it feels at home. I had a feeling spotting these two peculiar but cool creatures in our canopy was just a preview of all the potential and amazing new life there was to discover in our new tree world. But I completely lost my breath when I spotted these new black ants whipping by like crazy. This is awesome! Dolichoderus ants! My heart leapt with joy when I spotted these little guys running across the branches of the banyan tree. If you're new to these ants, don't worry, so am I, as this will be my very first time owning this genus of ant. These cool black ants are an arboreal species, and their colonies essentially cluster among the leaves of trees, basically nesting in any tightish space in the foliage that they can pack into. I looked around the foliage for their nest. I tried to follow their trails, but they were basically trailing everywhere, completely dominating this tree. Ah, there's one grouping of ants. I think they're discussing what the heck happened and where they were. What I love about these Dolichoderus ants is how active they are. I remember seeing them in the wild while visiting a local cloud rainforest. Hang on. Okay, sorry guys. I thought I saw something. Anyway, I was happy to welcome these rambunctious and eager native ants to our rainforest canopy. What should we name them, guys? Let me know in the comments. With this being my first time owning Dolichoterus ants, I was interested to see what their role would be in the ecosystem, specifically what they ate. And after snooping around, I was drawn to this scene. A Dolichoterus ant was hovering over a group of scale insects. It was waiting for the sweet stuff. Along came a coworker. Hey, so I'm waiting for honeydew. How about you? Just foraging. This place looks strange. Okay, see you at the nest. Bye. Ants are always checking passerbyers, just to make sure they were from the same colony with their same identifying colony scent. Otherwise, aggression was the only option. This banyan tree, full of its scale insects that gave up sweet honeydew, as seen here, was their territory, and they weren't willing to share. However, these Dolichoterus ants would soon be finding out that if they wanted it, they would need to defend this tree home against other invasive forces. Okay, so let's look at the possibilities. I could see a ton of gnome ants and soil creatures eating away at the remains of this egg. My initial thought was maybe this egg was infertile all along, and that dried piece of material seen there was just the remains of it. Perhaps an old yolk or something. The soil creatures, or ants, could have torn this massive hole into the shell. Or, okay, nope, no missing piece of shell below the egg. So yeah, maybe this was just what the egg looked like in its decaying process. But this still didn't explain why the egg was sitting above the soil like it had surfaced. Also, this hole did look like pictures I saw online of hatched snake eggs. The reason why this was concerning to me is because whatever laid this egg was either a monitor lizard or a snake, like a cobra. One of these options I didn't quite mind, but the other was life-threatening and was ample reason for high alert. But how could the egg be alive if we saw ants emerging from a hole in it a couple episodes back? I don't know, but checking old footage of when we saw the ants emerging from the hole, I noticed that the egg already seemed a bit hollow. Perhaps if something did hatch from the egg, it happened before we last checked, which would mean that whatever hatched could have been living and hiding in Pandora this whole time. Which brings me to another reason I was worried. AC family, I hate to say this, but for the past 3 weeks, I've been spotting Snap, one of our 2 young sun skinks, but strangely, not his sister, Snip. The thought of some new predator lurking in Pandora and preying on the animals terrified me to no end. Never in this Vivarium project did I ever fear for my life, as well as for the creatures in the Vivarium, as I did now. In retrospect, adding this egg into the ecosystem, which I thought was dead, all for the purpose of soil nutrients, was my biggest mistake. As the Dolichoterus ants hung out by the hydrating mist of their new cloud rainforest home, they had no idea a tiny competitor was stealing resources from their tree. A ghost ant, one of the 2 unwelcome invasive ant species in our rainforest, was harassing a mealybug for its honeydew. Come on, pay up! Gimme, gimme, gimme! Like an ant with OCD, it would stroke the mealybug, then attempt to leave, but return to the mealybug just seconds later to check again, then repeat the cycle. This ghost ant was not willing to give up. Eventually, its tenacity paid off, and the mealybug gave up a sweet blob of honeydew. I then spotted this cute beetle wandering the foliage. What gorgeous color! This small metallic red beetle was searching for just the right spot to launch, and when it found it, it flew up to a branch where it almost got caught by a Dolichoterus ant. it raced away unscathed. As lucky as this red beetle was to evade, the Dolichoderus ants were busy dealing with another, more concerning red force. These are invasive red ants, who although nest in wood and not on the tree like the Dolichoderus ants, I could already tell were on the Dolichoderan radar as unwelcome new neighbors. You see, the problem was, though the red ants inhabited dead wood, they still frequented the banyan leaves for food. I saw the red ants licking up remnants of sweet honeydew squirted out by the plant insects, and were quite thorough at it. For now, thankfully, the red ants had claimed the smaller banyan tree as theirs, not the one claimed by the Dolichoderus ants. But I knew, sooner or later, the two ants would be pushing against each other to claim the valuable resources from each other's tree. I actually don't know who would win between this proverbial war between red ants versus black ants, but I knew it wouldn't be good. But you know what? Little did I know, there were actually more hidden players in this competition of the ants over resources. But the red ants had discovered a new and uncharted area of the canopy to conquer, currently free of any ant occupation. Orchadia's brand new compost heap that I added to help nourish our canopy. I was delighted to see that this area was going exactly as planned. I could see various soil creatures already pioneering the future soil biota of Orchadia. Having a bioactive soil layer in the canopy was key, because these soil creatures would help convert decaying leaf litter to nutrients for all the plants growing here, as well as the fungi. I already noticed a team of fungi flourishing in the compost. The fact that various colonies of fungi were already producing fruiting bodies was such a great sign that better days were ahead for Orchadia. Adding this compost layer was one of the best things I ever did. Orchadia also had another new and large body of soil, i.e., this large pot in which the new banyan tree was growing. A sudden movement up in the tree caught my eye. A baby gecko was exploring the new foliage. He was intrigued by this massive tree that appeared out of nowhere, which was totally infested by ants. But he didn't care. What he loved was that the space was now full of tasty flying insects everywhere. With excitement and anticipation, his tail twitched as he prepared to pounce. Oh, whatever it was he was stalking got away. Regardless, this lizard was happy with the change in scenery and knew his chances of survival were much greater now, which was more than I could say for other lizards in our rainforest. I had to get to the bottom of the sudden disappearance of Snip. If there was some baby monitor lizard or snake down here in Pantdora, Snip may have fallen victim to it. Or there was also another possible explanation. Godzilla, our resident spectacled caiman, lay resting in the waters. I suspect he could have eaten Snip, but looking at him below the water's surface, I noticed something peculiar. He was skinnier, like he hadn't eaten a meal for a while. My guess is now that Snap had grown large enough to eat the crickets and probably many of the roaches, which made up the bulk of Godzilla's menu, he now had competition. Plus the crickets in Orchadia in the last episode had cut all the vines leading up through the glass bridge, making it harder for prey insects in Orchadia to travel down to floor level. Crickets and roaches would now need to fall in by accident from Orchadia. Godzilla wasn't starving at the moment, which was a good thing. He's actually scheduled to leave Pandora soon, to move into a new home. But whether Snip was in that belly, or in that of some other beast hiding in Pandora, was a mystery. Night fell in Orchadia, and the spiritual mists bathed the foliage of our new banyan tree for the very first time. The canopy was so peaceful and beautiful at night, especially now with its new biological refurbishment. Against the glass, I spotted drainflies hanging out. These tiny flies came in with the new tree and were pretty cute looking and fuzzy. These drainflies are found pretty much all over the world, and you may actually recognize them as those little flies you find in the bathrooms and kitchens of your home, emerging from drains of your sinks and showers. I was happy to see them in our Orchadian ecosystem, because looking around, a whole bunch of nocturnal predators had emerged for the hunt. Arachnophobes, look away and just listen. I spotted a male jumping spider in search of prey. He was nimble and sported some very handsome colors. This spider, hanging on a lifeline silk, had captured an ant and was feasting on it, suspended in the air. I tried to identify what ant species it caught, but strangely, from the looks of the ant's pointed gaster, it seemed like it was eating a chromatogaster ant, a species which died out in our rainforest many months ago. So it didn't make sense. But I wouldn't be able to tell for sure unless I had a better look at it during the day. I also spotted this gorgeous silverish looking spider, waiting in ambush for prey to scuttle by. I wondered what species it was. So beautiful. A baby huntsman spider was also doing the same thing on a nearby leaf. In addition to all these hunting species of spiders, I also spotted web-building spiders all over the canopy, like this little one. This web actually caught a ghost ant queen elate, which was great. These spiders would surely help to ensure no single ant species completely dominates these trees. The baby gecko stood perfectly still, waiting for prey to appear within striking distance. Being a predator often requires a high degree of patience to score a meal. His eyes were perfectly equipped to spot the slightest of movements under the most minimal of light conditions. Good luck, little one. Also emerging for the nightly hunt were these key tree predators. It was the witching hour for the tree frogs, and they loved all this new foliage up in the canopy. I noticed Kermit in the leaves, but there was something distracting him and kind of throwing him off balance. Now what on earth is that? He asked himself. Surely I need to keep a mental note to not wander over there. I looked over at what he was staring at. Aha! A Dolichoderus nest! A huge mass of Dolichoderus ants were gathered in what I guessed was a satellite nest, meaning one of their many nesting stations. It was crazy to see them all huddled together within the privacy of the underleaf and glass sandwich. What I was really interested in was spotting their queen, or queens. I believe these ants are polygynous, meaning their colonies are composed of multiple egg-laying queens. It was a little dark, so it was hard to really see things, but regardless, it was quite awesome to see these Dolichoderus ants just living life like they would in the wild, here in Orchadia. By day, I checked the nest, and indeed, I spotted a queen. There, as well as several ants with brood in their mandibles. I had high hopes for this new colony of Dolichoderus ants, and was grateful to have them part of the rainforest. A happy surprise gift that came with our new banyan tree. As for the banyan tree, it seemed to be loving its new home, as I saw a ton of new leaf buds. as well as brand new air routes emerging due to the high humidity provisions of Orchadia. Perhaps these air routes would eventually extend down the glass bridge and into Pantdora to create a new bridge. I initially was happy when the crickets cut off the vines that bridged Orchadia to Pantdora because I thought it would keep the invasive red ants that I thought couldn't climb glass from moving down to Pantdora and invading. But look what I saw this week. The red ants can climb glass. Oh, brother. Anyway, it seems the red ants have chosen to remain in Orchadia for now. Our canopy seemed to be a very promising place, supporting life at every corner. And check this out. Orchadia is now truly functioning like a canopy, as some of the banyan leaves are dropping from above through the glass bridge and down onto the forest floor of Pantdora, where they can further decay and offer food for other insects and soil creatures, adding to the nutrients of Pandora's soil. Speaking of which, I still don't know what the story is regarding this egg, nor if there is some creature, dangerous or otherwise, lurking in Pantdora. I'd love to hear your theories, but one thing's for sure, I hope Snip is still alive in here somewhere, and I sure hope there isn't a cobra slithering around. I don't have to open the vivarium very often, but only do it when I need to wipe the glass for clarity for filming. You better believe I'll be doing that with protection from now on, just in case. But speaking of creatures that have been hiding, it seems there were a lot more secrets in Orchadia than I ever imagined. Look at what I spotted on the red ant's banyan tree. A chromatogaster ant. There were chromatogaster ants in here. Whether they were new and also came with the banyan tree, or had suddenly emerged after months of hiding, is beyond me. But it seems the red ants were not happy with their presence. Hey, who are you? Get out of here! Out! 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 Overall, exploring our new renovated canopy with all its new and exciting creatures reminded me of how important a role trees play in ecosystems. They provide vital habitat for a multitude of animals, provide nourishment for creatures, offer up valuable nutrients to the soil and creatures living within it, and of course, provide the life-giving oxygen needed for animals to thrive. It was no wonder that in placing just a single tree into our vivarium, with it came an entire team of inherently connected wildlife. It's also why I don't sterilize the decor or plants that I place into our rainforest, like I would if I was building a home for, say, a captive pet lizard, for example. The entire objective for this project is to study wild ecosystems, and seeding the ecosystem with the associated life forms, along with every piece of decor in it, was in alignment with the project. If a piece of driftwood came with moss, lichen, and other creatures living on it, like the invasive red ants, so be it, as this was a real piece of wild ecosystem, the ants included. Sterilizing all decor and plants placed into our vivarium would be counterproductive to what we're trying to achieve in Orchadia and Pantdora. The only time I felt it was necessary to intervene is when the ecosystem is in danger of collapse. For instance, like when the super colony of black crazy ants, named the Dark Horde, perhaps the worst invasive species of ant in the world, next to fire ants, completely took over the tank back in Pandora's earlier days, which eventually left me with no choice but to trap and vacuum the black crazy ants up until the native ants could catch up and outcompete them to death. This ecosystem project has been invaluable to science as we constantly learn about the inner workings of Mother Nature. I felt grateful to be on this ecosystem journey with you all, and couldn't wait to see what the future held for our rainforest canopy and all its new and old creatures. As I was staring at the pot, I caught sight of some black ants running around. They weren't Dolichoderus ants, but perhaps this was where the chromatogaster ants were living. As soon as I got a better look, I couldn't believe my eyes. No. The Dark Horde. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is Orchadia, my giant cloud rainforest canopy vivarium, a reconstruction of the lush tropical treetops of the rainforest, connected to a giant rainforest floor vivarium on the floor below, called Pantdora. Through these living vivaria, I study the dynamics of wild ecosystems in an ongoing quest to uncover Mother Nature's most hidden biological secrets. But I've learned that our rainforest lives a double life. There's the rainforest by day, when diurnal creatures are awake and active, and then there's a rainforest by night, when all diurnal creatures go to bed and the nocturnal team of life comes out to play. And I've come to discover this rainforest of the night is a completely different beast, full of the wildest creatures, strange life forms, new characters, and bold armies that can go to war at any moment. What strange and wild discoveries can we make on a night walk through our rainforest within glass? It's time to find out, here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. Snap, our resident sun skink, was getting in his last bit of basking time before bed. In the canopy, a pregnant jumping spider was looking for a place to retire for the night. All the daytime animals of the rainforest were wrapping up a full day of activity as the rainforest was gearing up for its nightly transformation. But before the rainforest moves into its night shift, an event was about to take place, involving the release of a brand new queen. I held Anidu, our new massive queen of the trees, up to the light. Let's hope she survives whatever killed the others before her. I released her into Orchadia, where she leaped onto a vine. Anidu, a species of giant grasshopper of the bush cricket family, was the 6th specimen of bush crickets I've attempted to introduce into the forest. But all bush crickets before her have vanished, likely falling victim to predation by the various predators lurking around the rainforest. Looks to me like she had survived an altercation of her own with a predator before catching her from outside. She had a missing leg, but Anidu here was the biggest orthopteran I've ever seen in my life, and I hoped her size would provide her a greater chance of survival in our rainforest. I needed her to survive, to help control the growth of the leaves. With grace and ethereal beauty, Anidu made her way up the vine. She stopped on a patch of moss and began to nibble on it. These were strange lands, but I had a feeling she would soon feel right at home in our canopy. Anidu rested to preserve her energy for the coming of night, and she would definitely be needing it, for the night was a whole new playing field in these treetops. A Dolly Chotterus ant was working the graveyard shift, standing over a mealybug from which it was hoping to drink honeydew. "Hey, what's up?" a coworker approached. "Just milking this mealybug." Together the ants stroked the mealybug with their antennae to stimulate it to release the goods. These mealybugs are the primary sugary food source for all the ants of the rainforest, a valuable ant resource worth warring over. In fact, the rainforest was full of various different colonies of ants, each with slightly different lifestyles, but at times engage in warfare with competing ant species. The enemies and most dangerous ants of the rainforest are the invasive species, of which there are 3. There's one of them now, a black crazy ant, a highly invasive species, swooshing through the branches, too fast for the Dolichoderus ants to notice. So far they haven't caused any trouble, but this species has been highly destructive in the past, and I had to trap and vacuum them up to help save the rainforest ecosystem they were about to collapse. I'm sure we'll run into other invasive ant clans as we snoop around the rainforest tonight. But meanwhile, snooping around the rainforest was the business of a lot of the rainforest creatures at this time that were just waking up. The geckos were hungry and had emerged from their sleep to hunt for prey. This young gecko, with eyes perfect for spotting prey in the dark, was looking for appropriately sized insects to eat tonight. There's a whole self-renewing population of these geckos in our rainforest now, and like a forest ranger, I've been monitoring their droppings. Beautiful poop, and a good sign the geckos are healthy. Tonight, this gecko was hoping to catch small flying insects like drainflies, which were found all over the canopy. He was not interested in the small chromatogaster ants running around. They taste bad, due to their ability to shoot formic acid as a defense. They also weren't meaty enough. These chromatogaster ants, whom we've named the chromatoblasters, recently reappeared in our rainforest after adding a new tree a couple weeks back. So these are technically the chromatoblasters 2.0. They're interesting ants, also known as acrobat ants, due to the fact that they love to run around with their butts in the air, like they're doing handstands. The chromatoblasters love life up in the trees, where they inhabit wood. I've actually been looking for their nest, and after some snooping around, I noticed this. Sawdust. Evidence and trash from their nest construction projects. I looked up and almost missed it. But do you see that little pile of sawdust? Above it was the discreet opening to their nest. They're hollowing out tunnels in the wood and dumping the sawdust outside, making a mess. Now these chromatoblasters are native and one of the good guys in our rainforest, but sharing their love for nesting in wood are their direct competitors and enemies. Red ants have long claimed dominion of the branches in Orchadia and have been driving the chromatoblasters away from their sections of tree. The chromatoblasters are tough, but surprisingly, not as tough as the red ants. These red ants, an invasive and stinging species that were imported unintentionally into our canopy by way of the plants, are like arboreal versions of fire ants, just ferocious and unyielding against any living creature. They frequent the banyan leaves in search of edibles. Now you might be asking yourself, if these invasive ants are so dangerous, why aren't you taking measures to get rid of them? Well, I will, if they get out of hand. Otherwise, I'm not going to interfere with the natural flow of nature. You see, invasions happen all the time in the wild, and observing how an invasive species integrates into a new ecosystem is also valuable research. But what's good is, a healthy and robust ecosystem, like ours, should be able to push back against invasions. Kinda like how a body deals with a foreign virus. We'll see. But for now, the red ants are not a problem, as they haven't killed other ant species, driven them to homelessness by driving other ants out of their nests, nor monopolized the food. One introduction of a species that a lot of people were against when I first put them into the tank were these creatures. Arachnophobes, look away for a sec. Up by a patch of moss was a mother cradling her new spawn. She was a giant huntsman spider, and in her embrace was an egg sac which she had been carrying for weeks. And tonight, the babies were beginning to emerge into the world from a tear in the egg sac. This mother huntsman was born from Lady Deathstrike, the main mother ancestor of huntsmen in our rainforest, which means she was natively born in our forest, and these babies were now the third generation of huntsmen. By the way, speaking of Lady Deathstrike, we now have a limited edition, handmade Lady Deathstrike plushie with detachable egg sac at my site, AntsCanada.com. And it's perfect because everything at the shop is now 15% off until January 1st, including ant farm kits and ant keeping book. Shop now for the holidays. We ship worldwide. Anyway, this spiderling here is a 3-week-old huntsman born from another mother, a sister to this mother, which means it was a cousin to the newly hatched spiderlings. They've been valuable predators in our rainforest, and all ants, even the red ants, seem to keep away from them. But guys, now that we're here, I noticed something truly amazing that you guys will love. Have a closer look at this area here on the tree bark. It looks like just an ordinary space of bark, but if you look closely, there is a ton of life that has developed here. I see mites, random creatures, springtails, and even a centipede. And guys, check out the magic of this biological zone of our canopy. Organic compounds, like tannins, leach from the wood and leaves of the treetops. This runoff gathers in natural pools in the canopy. Example, tree hollows, natural bowls formed in branches, and cracks of bark. It's essentially a natural tea that offers valuable nutrients for plants and animals. Furthermore, creatures drown in the puddles and decay, as well as fallen leaf litter, which adds to the potent brew of nutrients. And the life forms that benefit from it are abundant. New plants are springing forth from these treetop wet areas, nourished by the tea. The banyan trees, who have roots invested in these areas, are just blooming with joy from the nitrogen. Some of the runoff gets caught in webbing, where spiders and other creatures can drink from it. It's amazing how our canopy is self-nourishing and self-generating, a great sign of a working ecosystem. And it seems our latest ecosystem plans are working. Anidu had begun her great work at taking her place as primary herbivore in the trees. I was so happy she was enjoying the taste of these banyan leaves, because I was a bit worried I wouldn't be able to find a herbivore that could 1. Survive the various predators in Orchadia, and 2. Safely eat the banyan leaves. You see, these banyan trees belong to the genus Ficus, which contain a milky sap that is nauseous and sometimes toxic to many creatures. But it seems like Anidu here is immune to the sap. I knew she would be the perfect queen of the trees for herbivory. When she had her fill, she began to move. Up higher she went, in search of the perfect bedroom, fit for a tree queen. I tried adding another one of her species to Pantdora below, but it disappeared, perhaps due to being eaten by the resident caiman. We'll be going down to Pandora later, but up here, she was safe. Good luck, Anidu, and thank you for your service. Kermit, one of the resident tree frogs, had watched the grasshopper the whole time. It needed to keep its eye on the larger creatures in case it was some reptile or predatory invertebrate. Kermit, however, was not worried and was content, sitting on his branch, looking for a potential meal to scurry by. But there were things one could spot around the rainforest that were difficult to identify. Guys, question, what do you think this is? At first I thought fungus, like some weird mushroom, but I couldn't find anything like it online. Any fungi experts care to take a stab at its ID? I also found this peculiar collection of leaf litter and debris, all wrapped together by fungus. Ants love crawling through it, and I also noticed an Asian longhorn beetle trying to blend in with the mass. Speaking of beetles, I spotted this cool primitive weevil hanging out on the leaves, as well as this brand new creature I have never seen in our rainforest, but have been wanting to add forever. Check it out. It's an earwig. It was chewing on a dead roach carcass, and it looks like they were friends with the red ants. Overall, it seemed our canopy ecosystem, which has taken some time to develop, is looking A-okay. But now it's time to head down to the forest floor to Pantdora, whose ecosystem is even more evolved and robust. In the darkness, a dinosaur lay in rest. Godzilla, our resident baby caiman, lay in ambush for an unsuspecting creature to venture close to the waters or fall in. He's starting to get big, and as mentioned in previous episodes, is scheduled to move out of Pantdora soon. Look at those teeth! Stunning creature. But his size, and therefore his appetite, have made him no longer a good fit for our rainforest ecosystem here. He's also gone ahead and messed up the pond by uprooting the plants and eating all fish that used to frolic this pond. He is such a beautiful beast. I mean, look at those eyes. Truth is, I'm gonna miss him once he moves out into his next home, which at first I thought was going to be a future swamp vivarium, but seeing how he's eaten all fish and moved decor around to his liking, I think he is better suited to a permanent outdoor 60-foot pond in my yard, out of our ant room. We'll see, but for now, let's let him enjoy his time in Pantdora. While the nocturnal creatures were wide awake now, others were catching a quick snooze. A golden carpenter ant was asleep on the glass. They usually have night shift workers, so that work happens around the clock. But this night shift worker seems to be in the middle of a nap, which the busiest ants in an ant colony make sure to do hundreds of times a day, so they can work around the clock, both day and night. I spotted a cool new fly on a leaf. I loved its rad design. Hunting such prey insects were more huntsmen. These incredible giant trapjaw ants with their enormous bear trap-like mandibles, which can shut at record speeds and lethal pressures the moment trigger hairs between the jaws are touched. And Asian bullet ants, also out hoping to catch prey. Under some driftwood, a land crab was resting, also waiting for prey to scuttle by. In the soil, I spotted a tunnel which belongs to the nomads, a massive colony of gnome ants. It was awesome seeing how bioactive the soil ecosystem was here in Pantdora. Check out the multitude of little worms, mites, springtails, and other microscopic creatures who all contribute to the health of the soil as they eat garbage left behind by the ants and other organisms and poop it all out to add nutrients to the soil for the plants. Even algae seems to be growing in certain parts. Imagine living in a home that is self-cleaning. It's yet again the true magic of a healthy and working ecosystem. So you see, the rainforest at night is far from asleep. There's a quote by a man named Nikolaj Bergiev that says, "The night is not less wonderful than the day. It is not less divine. In the night the stars shine, and there are revelations that the day ignores." Although most of this series has been centered around daytime happenings, mostly because I can't stay up long enough to capture everything that goes on at night in the Vivaria, the transformation of the rainforest into its very lively night world is vital to the rainforest's well-being. Mother Nature seems to run on cycles, perhaps because this is just how life managed to evolve, or was designed that way. Due to how our planet spins and travels around our sun, the Earth shares a rotating day and night phase, so all of life has simply evolved based on such an energy template. It's why for me, the daytime-nighttime cycle has been one of the coolest things to witness in this project. The biological interactions and events that take place at night are pretty mind-blowing. considering how complex and beautiful the night ecosystem is, with the coming of new generations, the finding of new discoveries, and the pondering of peculiar mysteries. How we welcome new players to the food chain and enjoy the final days of old ones. I went to bed, exhausted, but heart full. The next day, I spotted Snap, our resident sun skink, swallowing a meal he had captured. A fat roach. He devoured it like a velociraptor eating a Jurassic Park staff. When he was done, he basked on top of the pothos to digest in peace. But nearby, at the top of the stump, a ghostly force was boiling up from within that made my heart drop into the pit of my stomach. Oh no, so this was where they were living. The rainforest's third invasive enemy, a super colony of ghost ants, had moved into the stump, home to a variety of native ant species and one termite species. This was bad. The ghost ant incursion had begun. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. This is Pandora, my 1,000-gallon cloud rainforest vivarium, which is attached to a tree vivarium on the floor above, called Orchadia. It's a biological project of mine, whose aim is to study the dynamics of a rainforest ecosystem within glass, home to a plethora of exotic plants, fungi, and creatures. Our rainforest Pandora hits its 1-year birthday this week, and during the course of a year, I have watched the rainforest evolve and remain resilient as it overcame some serious ecological obstacles. But guys, I regret to announce that there's been 2 highly mysterious extinctions in our rainforest, one in Pantdora and another in Orchadia, which I'll get more into in a sec. Now, extinctions happen in nature, so the mass extinction event in our rainforest was definitely worth studying. And so began the unraveling of a huge mystery as to what truly caused the mass extinction of 2 very key species in our rainforest, and a journey into the truth of how ecosystems really work in the world. Welcome to the Season 3 finale of my Ecosystem Vivarium series, and the 1-year anniversary episode of our cloud rainforest within glass, here on the AntsCanada Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. There are moments in this project when a creature we've been following in the forest suddenly dies or disappears. It's strange because when this happens, my first instinct is to grieve and pay tribute to the deceased creature. But the thing is, you can't exactly get closure when you don't know what caused their death, leaving you with a ton of questions. I experienced this feeling again when accepting that Snip, a baby sun skink born in our rainforest, had been missing for the past month or so. It either fell prey to Godzilla, the baby caiman, or adult huntsmen wandering the forest, or simply died from some other cause, like illness, and had just decayed somewhere I couldn't see. Her brother, Snap, was still alive, and quite large now, but this disappearance of Snip marked the discovery of the extinction of 2 key species that used to be highly abundant in the forest, but were suddenly nowhere to be seen, and I had to get to the bottom of what caused the extinctions. So, which key species had gone extinct? First, the weaver ants, a species of ant that lives in the leaves of trees and shrubs, which was introduced in Orchadia, but later moved down to Pantdora and dominated the rainforest. Over the past few weeks, I've seen their numbers start to dwindle, and now I don't see them anywhere. Not in the vines, not on the glass, not in Pantdora, nor Orchadia. The other mass extinction was a species that was new and very promising that completely dominated the Orchadian treetops. The Dolichoderus ants had within a couple of weeks completely vanished. But I knew, in order to find out what had completely wiped out these two ant species, which were key to the ecosystem, I had to investigate and better understand all the current biological relationships within the rainforest, particularly the geopolitics, if you will, of the world in which these extinct species existed. Both the weaver ants and the Dolichoderus ants had been either outcompeted to death, were simply slaughtered by some other species in the rainforest, or had died due to some other unforeseen event, and I was determined to get to the bottom of the extinctions. I didn't know it yet, but what I would end up finding was truly eye-opening. I shone my flashlight at a darkened corner of the canopy. It was the site of a serious war between ant species over a blob. A team of chromatogaster ants, called the chromatoblasters, was defending their blob of sweet stuff from enemy ants, invasive black crazy ants, known as the Dark Horde. "Back off! This is our blob!" the chromatoblasters threatened, with gaster in the air, spraying formic acid at the black crazy ants, who didn't flinch. All while this was happening, another team of invasive ants were taking quick slurps of the blob, discreetly hiding in the moss and darting around where other ants weren't looking. They were the ghost ants. A couple weeks back, I discovered that crickets in Orchadia had found a liking for the vines, and the chewed up parts were the site of much precious food. Vine resin was oozing out of the chewed out parts, offering valuable nutrients to various life forms. When mold didn't get to this highly nutrient-dense resin first, ants were next to claim the goods. A dwarf ant was the first to discover this blob here. Some of the vine resin oozed out onto the forest floor, where a clan of golden carpenter ants had successfully claimed the resin blob, theirs. No other ants seen around, probably due to their highly potent formic acid sprays. I knew a better understanding of the ant geopolitical landscape, as well as all of the other players in our rainforest's food chain, would help give me clues as to how our weaver ants and the Dolichoderus ants went extinct. And so I began my search where these extinct ants lived, in the leaves. Mornings in Orchadia were always quite peaceful, with the sunbeams streaming into the canopy after a night of darkness, bringing energy to the leaves of the trees, which were covered in morning dew from the hydrating mists filtering through the tree branches. In the foliage, I spotted a new friend. Anidu, queen of trees, was resting in the foliage in her bed of banyan leaves. After an entire night of feeding on the banyan foliage, she was asleep and happily digesting. Looking at her now, I noticed something I hadn't noticed before. She had little baby hairs all over her body. Known scientifically as setae, these baby hairs capture the humidifying droplets of water in the air, and the dew covered her entire body like little jewels adorning her solid green exoskeleton. Anidu is a newcomer in our rainforest, but I felt she would do quite well in these trees, as she didn't have any predators. One old-timer that has proven to stand the test of time and survival in our rainforest treetops was this beauty. I've named her Candy. She's a gorgeous pink weevil who came into our rainforest with the plants. Stunning color aside, the texture of her exoskeleton was quite intriguing, kind of like some pink soft stucco or soft fabric. Despite her being the perfect prey size for many predators in our rainforest, she has managed to survive and thrive. I loved seeing her cool resting position, with front legs bent and folded like a camel, as she snoozed in the drier upper leaves. But speaking of the leaves, one possibility regarding the abrupt disappearance of the Dolichoterus ants, who nest in natural nooks and crevices created by leaves and wood in the trees they inhabit, was that the ants couldn't find a satisfactory place in which to properly establish a nest in Orchadia. But on the other hand, the canopy was full of a ton of unoccupied crevices to choose from. So that couldn't be it. And then I spotted our first possible clue. It was a Dolichoterus ant suspended in the air, dead on a web. There were a ton of web-building spiders everywhere in Orchadia. I began to consider if the webs built by spiders at virtually every free space between branches posed a hazard to the ants, enough to cause them to completely die out, not to mention the various nomadic spiders like young huntsmen who were hiding in ambush at various places. These treetops must not be the safest place for certain ants to thrive freely. But I soon discovered that there was one ant that seemed to evade all dangers, that had become the new alpha species of the trees. They held their black butts in the air, sprinting around the treetops. The chromatoblasters, who seemed to appear out of nowhere after a several-month absence from the rainforest, were back again with a vengeance. They were now omnipresent in the trees, and were in fact the most visible of all the ants in the treetops. Could it be possible that they've just completely wiped out the Dolichoterus ants, seeing as the chromatoblasters also nest in wood crevices? They seem to be daring enough to push back against other ant species that were after the same resources they were. This to me sounded like a more likely guess. It was then that I was suddenly distracted by tiny movements in the branches. A pair of thorns were wobbling on a twig, and my eyes widened when I realized what they were. AC family, these were not thorns. They were insects. Introducing bagworms. Those thorns are actually homes built by a caterpillar using debris from the environment as material. It's a protective casing held together by silk, creating excellent camouflage for itself too. In this species, the caterpillar's home is shaped like a unicorn horn, and underneath the horn is a little caterpillar doing handstands to inch their way around. In the past, we found a larger bagworm in Pantdora, whose home was more pancake-shaped. These bagworms were just babies, meaning they were probably recently born here from eggs laid by their moth parents onto one of the trees before I moved them into Orchadia. The protective disguises were totally working, as the chromatoblasters zoomed right past them, not realizing the wobbly thorns were potential protein opportunities. Amazing how nature had given some creatures the most ingenious ways to evade predation. But to my surprise, seeing the chromatoblasters dominating the treetops, and possibly the reason our Dolichoterus ants had vanished, was only the beginning. For I soon discovered that the chromatoblasters' empirical tactics of dominion had actually extended down into the lowlands of Pantdora as well, where the weaver ants had also disappeared. Now I knew that to get to the bottom of the extinctions, I needed to literally start looking from the bottom of the food chain, that is, the detritivores. To be completely honest, the true alphas of our entire rainforest, the most successful creatures of Pantdora and Orchadia, were in fact the smallest ones. I sometimes forget that the detritivores, a bountiful team of little soil creatures that I often miss due to them being so tiny, ensure the health of the soils, which in turn sustain the rest of the ecosystem. A tiny mite moved along a decaying piece of wood. Mites like this fellow are actually arachnids, and are super vital to ecosystems. Anywhere there is decaying material, whether it be decaying vines, decaying mystery egg pieces, or leaf litter, these mites head Mother Nature's cleanup crew. They also are super thorough, and don't just wander at soil level, but will climb high up the vines and into the trees in search of decaying material to feed on. And they're not alone in their great work. Springtails, these little flighty insects, are just as important as the mites at breaking down organic material throughout the forest, joined by isopods, snails, and other tiny minuscule creatures my cameras are unable to see. The team of rainforest soil creatures carry the entire ecosystem on their back as the decaying material they consume gets digested and pooped out, which creates excellent fertilizer for plants. And needless to say, the plants are absolutely thriving in Pantdora. Check out the pothos, which has transited into its giant form now, as big as my hand. The fungal life seems also quite healthy at soil level. So, judging from the active soil biota and plants, it looks like the ecosystem from the bottom looks great. Time to move up. Way up. Something wiped out the vine leaf-dwelling weaver ants, so the answers could be up here in the vines. Aha! Suspect number 1, Asian bullet ants. Pandora's Asian bullet ants, the largest ants in our rainforest, were seen wandering the upper vines of Pantdora. It looked to me like they were climbing the vines in search of honeydew, the sweet secretions produced by mealybugs that are the top carbohydrate for ants. I could see the ants licking the surface of the leaves for honeydew splatter. The Asian bullet ants were quite thorough too. They also swept through the ferns, frequently visited herds of mealybugs along the stems and leaves of the pothos. They scoped the dead vines, the wood, and basically foraged at all levels of the vivarium. Could the Asian bullet ants have killed off the weavers over time? I watched as an Asian bullet ant found a mealybug on some driftwood and instantly began to pick at it like some barnacle. It tugged and pulled and eventually picked the mealybug off to bring back to the nest inside the stump, probably to eat. It was undeniable that these Asian bullet ants had a taste for meat as well. If they were responsible for the extinction of the weavers, it was either due to outcompeting them for the honeydew, meaning they were better at collecting the limited supply of honeydew from the mealybugs than the weavers, causing the weavers to suffer and decline in numbers, or they flat out raided their leaf nests and killed them off over time. I was suddenly distracted when I spotted this flying insect. When I recognized what it was, I couldn't believe my eyes. This wasp-like creature was not a wasp, but an ant. It's a male ant. For those of you new to the ant world, this is what a male ant looks like. Evolutionary evidence of the common ancestor ants share with wasps. Against the glass, it had such a cute face. Hi there, sir. I actually noticed several of these males around the forest. It was their breeding season, and these males are Asian bullet ant males. They are seeking other Asian bullet ant nests to break into and mate with the gamergate, the alpha worker who acts like the colony's queen. You see, Asian bullet ants are weird in that they don't have a main egg-laying queen like most ants. Instead, they have a dominant worker ant who is the only one allowed to mate with the males, and therefore to produce eggs. I need to add a second unrelated colony of Asian bullet ants into our rainforest at some point, so males like these could find what they're looking for. For now, however, they'll be great food for spiders. But the fact that the Asian bullet ants are doing so well that they're in breeding mode tells me that they've been getting in their protein, making them a high suspect in the weaver ant murder case. But there were also other suspects I had my eye on. The gnome ants we've named the nomads, which are usually only seen at ground level, were also seen foraging up in the vines, likely for the collection of the mealybug sweets as well. They too were competing with any ants up here. But I quickly noticed the most energetic ant competitors in the vines were the new kids on the block. The chromatoblasters had also extended their foraging territory down here in Pantdora, with butts raised in the air, ready to spray formic acid at any moment. The chromatoblasters were prepared to claim dominion over these vines. Every leaf was scoured for honeydew and licked clean. Some even had food coma. Others were standing protectively around mealybugs and stroking them until they gave up honeydew droplets, which they gobbled up joyfully. You know, throughout observing the ways of this rainforest, I never realized through all my years of ant keeping just how valuable plant insects are to ant nutrition. Every species of ant in the rainforest seems to love this honeydew, produced by the mealybugs and other plant insects. I always thought honeydew was just some specialty food only a few ant species enjoyed. But now I realize honeydew is essentially the manna of the ant nutritional world. They can't live without it. It made me also realize, as an ant hobbyist, that perhaps this is why some ant species do not do well in captivity. Simply because we can't readily provide this source of critical ant food. It's not like we can bottle this honeydew up and place it into our ant farms, nor can we substitute it for honey, sugar water, hummingbird nectar, or maple syrup, which are us ant keepers' usual go-to sources for sugary ant food. It seems ants can only collect this highly nutrient-dense fluid, fresh from the butts of plant insects. Just comes to show you how deeply integrated ants are to other species and to the ecosystems they are part of. As I began to ponder if it was possible that the chromatoblasters were the ones to wipe out or outcompete the weavers and the dolichoderous ants, I noticed a very active trail leading down a broken vine. I followed the trail of chromatoblasters onto the stump. As I watched it climb down the wood, I made a crazy discovery. Aha! So this was where they were nesting. They had moved into the Hallelujah tree stump, but alarmingly, it was into one of the termite tunnels of the termites that lived inside the stump. I could see guards manning the entrance. It worried me a bit that the chromatoblasters might have wiped out our termite colony, but this wasn't the first time ants had moved into the termite tunnels, as we saw it once with a dark horde. But I assume the termites have their ways of blocking off tunnels in case of emergency, because the termites continued to be spotted around the stump afterward. I bet the termites in the stump had cut off these chromatoblaster-occupied tunnels as well. It was crazy to see the chromatoblasters hollowing out debris from the inside of the termite tunnels and dumping it outside. It was crazy to see the chromatoblasters hollowing out debris from inside the termite tunnel and dumping it outside. I swear, these chromatoblasters are just insane at this survival game in our rainforest. I've always seen this stump as one huge condo building, as it houses a massive amount of life. Other than the chromatoblasters and the wood-dwelling termites, the Asian bullet ants also live inside the stump. As we saw in the last episode, a super colony of ghost ants now live in the stump as well. And by the way, this is a huge concern, because these ants are some of the world's top invasive species, seeing as they typically have thousands of egg-laying queens per colony, don't need a nuptial flight to reproduce, meaning they're probably mating inside the nest as we speak, and they're tiny, which is an advantage in the ant world when it comes to ant warfare. In fact, now I suspect the ghost ants could also be the cause of the mysterious weaver and/or dolichoderous ant extinction. Anyway, the OG dwarf ants also live in the stump. Spiny ants also live in the stump. Golden carpenter ants, also stump residents. That's 7 different species of eusocial insects co-inhabiting a giant piece of wooden real estate. Talk about biodiversity. As I continued searching for answers regarding the ant extinctions, I had no idea I was about to make a very mind-blowing discovery regarding another, formerly thought to be extinct ant that had returned from extinction. I caught sight of a mealybug wandering through the leaf litter. It had something stuck to its foot. If only this little mealybug knew just how valuable a species it was in the rainforest for the survival of so many creatures. Along came a giant trapjaw ant on the hunt for meat. These menacing-looking ants have both a stinger and these crazy bear trap-like jaws that snap shut with record-breaking speed and force down upon any prey creature it can capture. I held my breath as the mealybug wandered along the leaf edge, completely evading the trapjaw's radar as it looked beneath the leaf. If only this mealybug knew just how lucky it was to get away. Now these giant trapjaw ants were introduced into Pantdora in our 6 million subs episode and have since done quite well for themselves. There were, however, also other trapjaw ants, a smaller black species of trapjaw, that were introduced at a different section of the rainforest that have since been nowhere to be found. After months of their disappearance, I concluded that the colony of little trapjaw ants had sadly died, perhaps failing to adapt to the rainforest environment or falling victim to other ants or predators. That was until I spotted this girl making its way down the tree trunk. No way! Guys, this was a little trapjaw ant. They were alive and still in the same area I had initially released them. This was truly amazing to discover. After 4 months of wondering what had happened to the little trapjaws, spotting this little trapjaw here was as good as spotting a dodo bird. It warmed my heart to know that they were still alive somewhere in our rainforest. Just above it, a gecko was looking on. The geckos of the rainforest had no interest in ants, so I didn't quite suspect them to be responsible for the extinction of the weavers and the Dolichoderus ants. It's always cool to see them sticking so well against vertical surfaces. In case you were wondering how they do this, the secret is in their sticky toe pads, known as adhesive lamellae, which are lined with millions of tiny hook-like cells that grab onto the most minuscule ridges on even the smoothest of surfaces. A weevil came hovering by. He was also in quite the predicament. He needed to climb the glass, but lacked adhesive lamellae. Nature hadn't chosen his species to evolve adhesive lamellae, favoring another type of adaptive feat based on the environment he evolved to live in. Despite his hardship, this was one determined weevil, and he attempted to climb the glass again. He of course failed, and ended up on the floor, forced to find another route that didn't involve glass. The gecko went on with his business, and ate something tasty in the shadows, as the rainforest was on its way to making the transition to its night form. Night fell in our rainforest, and I spent the beginning part of the evening hanging out up in the trees where I could continue my investigation into the ant extinctions. Hanging out here in Orchadia was always an interesting experience, kind of like hanging out in a treehouse, high up within a rainforest canopy where I could look out the window at the leaves and clouds that blew through the foliage. It's always so peaceful and relaxing. I noticed Anidu was already busy munching on vegetation. Crickets had emerged to begin their nightly activities, and hunting them were animals already seen jumping through the branches. Kermit, one of the several tree frogs, was on the lookout for tonight's meal. With excellent eyesight and pupils dilated to gather in as much light as possible, He scanned the foliage for prey insects. Nothing interesting over here. Let's check over there. The tree frogs have been OG residents of our rainforest since the beginning, and I'm happy they've been thriving. They now remain in Orchadia full-time and enjoy soaking in any of the numerous pools of water for extra moisture. They haven't bred yet, but their breeding season should be coming soon. Perhaps they're waiting for a larger body of water that isn't occupied by a croc. I think they'll be pleasantly surprised very soon. I've got something planned for them in the very near future. But the trees were now dominated once again by the chromatoblasters. Man, were these ants truly running a monopoly in the trees. Their highways trailing through the branches were a marvel to witness. I was certain they also were nesting somewhere up here in the treetops. They had to have wiped out the Dolichoderus ants. Wouldn't you guys say? I climbed down the trees to hang out on the rainforest floor. Once again, I was captivated by the rainforest's mystical beauty at night. A herd of mealybugs was resting on the pothos. A giant trapjaw ant was exploring the ferns, also looking for the best mealybug sites, where it could collect honeydew. It found a spot and went in to lick. I noticed an Asian bullet ant climbing the vine roots to ascend up into the vine leaves to continue their honeydew collections. The geckos were out now in full effect, hunting. I spotted a swarm of chromatoblasters feasting on some gecko poop. It was always incredible to me to see creatures finding sustenance in waste products of other animals. In this case, the ants were likely finding certain proteins, fats, and minerals excreted into the stools of the geckos. I even saw the ants salvaging undigested insect parts from the poop. This is also testament to the importance and multiple jobs that ants play in the ecosystem. They're predators and they're detritivores, just like soul creatures, acting as cleanup crew. I spotted a crab hiding under some rocks by the pond. These crabs have done quite well for themselves as well, since they were introduced. I've come to learn that just like ants, they were predators and detritivores. A crab on the rock shelf caught my eye, and as it retreated deeper into the rocks, it led me to the largest animal in our rainforest. Godzilla, our resident juvenile caiman, was swimming through the water. He had the perfect tail for swimming too, with its paddle-like shape. I then discovered something truly gruesome. Looking into the waters, I noticed that a bit of algae was growing in a small area, and the aquatic snails were happily grazing on it. After all the years of having fish tanks, I've learned that a little bit of algae is nothing to fear and completely natural. It actually amazed me that after a year of no water changes and a simple submerged filter, which received zero cleaning, the waters have managed to remain fairly clean and sustain plenty of aquatic life, despite a crocodilian living in it and pooping in the water. I will have to restock this pond with fish once Godzilla moves out of here soon. He's truly grown up in the perfect environment, free of predation, which is something caiman like him have to contend with in the wild. But as I watched the snails grazing on algae, I shivered when I saw it. There! Ugh! A worm! And soon, I discovered that the pond was simply teeming with them. Ew, I hate worms. It looked to me like they had a fatter head section. Were these parasitic worms? Ugh. Any worm experts care to chime in with some insight? There goes me ever sticking my hands into these waters again. Well, it comes to show you that there's always something new to discover in our ever-changing rainforest. But guys, we've seen a lot now, and still, I wasn't quite sure what had led to the extinctions. I felt this might be another mystery disappearance case with no closure. But little did I know, I would soon stumble upon the saddest sight that would officially conclude my search for the mystery extinctions of the weavers and the Dolichoderus ants the next day. The next morning, my heart dropped when I spotted this up in the vines. Hey, weaver ants. A small group of weaver ants were huddled on the underside of a vine leaf. No leaf nest to protect them. No brood to protect. Just workers without a purpose. In zero motion. I felt so sad when I realized these were the last remaining weaver ants of our rainforest, and were destined to die now. It's crazy that a once thriving colony with multiple queens had been reduced to this small, helpless group. The fact that they didn't have a leaf nest to me meant they had long run out of larvae to supply them silk needed to build leaf nests, which meant their queens had been dead for a while now. This at least meant that the chromatoblasters weren't responsible for the death of the weavers. But then, who was? A movement of orange and black caught my eye in the asparagus ferns. It was then that the truth had been revealed. An Asian bullet ant was carrying a dead weaver ant back to the nest. The Asian bullet ants had been preying on the weavers all this time. The mystery of the weaver ant extinction solved. As for the Dolichoderus ants, after everything I've seen, I concluded that they were either wiped out by the chromatoblasters, seeing as they were the force to reckon with up in the trees, or there was simply a failure to adapt to the new environment in Orchadia. It was sad to see these two ants lose the survival game. But you know what? This was simply how things work in the natural world. It's survival of the fittest, as they say. I can try to introduce the two ant species back into our rainforest again, perhaps in the future. Various species have come and gone within our rainforest. And over the past year, caring for the rainforest and watching its species profile change and develop over time, I have come to learn that when something disappears, sometimes they make a return, sometimes weeks later, sometimes months. The Landplanaria, these predatory parasitic worms for instance, which used to be rampant in Pandora, are now strangely nowhere to be seen. The marauder ants, added 4 months ago, whom I've only seen sporadically here and there, I know are somewhere hidden below ground. I often wonder what happened to the random toad we spotted, hopping around one time, and the tarantula we once added. These disappeared creatures could just be good at hiding, and may one day make an epic return. I also spotted in the leaves a tiny grasshopper, slowly creeping past a dwarf ant, milking a mealybug. This was quite the surprise, as green grasshoppers haven't been seen in Pandora for months, but it seems the ones that disappeared made sure to procreate and lay eggs before doing so. I was surprised to discover that the chromatoblasters had actually also set up another nesting site inside a dead asparagus fern stalk. Just ingenious. It was again a reminder that only the organisms that are the best at adapting and utilizing available resources in their environment end up thriving in a process of natural selection, ensuring only species that survive the tough parameters of the rainforest earn the right to pass on the torch of life into the future. Mother Nature does not show sympathy for the weakest links to her ecological chain of life. But it was all for a greater purpose, and no life goes in vain. It re-enters the system to bring forth more life. Though Snip had sadly disappeared from Pandora, Snap was very much so healthy, growing, and quick on his feet. He eats a lot, and I knew he would be huge in no time, as long as he keeps away from the pond. But with his sister gone, it means more food for him, and a greater chance at survival. But regardless of what animals end up passing away or disappearing from our rainforest, one thing always remains: the rainforest as a superorganism, that is, as one living entity composed of its multitudinous parts, continues to live on. Life by design is dynamic and resilient, and with the weaver and dolichoderous ants now gone, other creatures can move in and fill in the available niches. New species can push forth in the new spaces, and the circle of life will still reign supreme, giving proof that our rainforest ecosystem, even after an entire year of existence, is strong and healthy. You know, when I first embarked on this Vivarium project 1 year ago, my goal was to create an ecosystem, a microcosm of the natural world that could sustain itself largely on its own, to help me gain insight into the secret lives of ants and other creatures, together with all of you watching. Looking back on the journey through 45 epic episodes and 3 of the craziest seasons of this Ecosystem Vivarium series, I am in disbelief at how much we've achieved just that, AC family. Because of your love, 11 of those episodes hit the trending tab on YouTube, a resounding sign that the world still cares about nature and about why we should care about it. As a lover of wildlife, this gives me great hope for our future on the planet, making all the hours of work putting these weekly episodes together over the past year completely worth it. There's one thing I truly believe, and it's this: as long as we humans continue to love and remain curious enough about other living things with which we share the largest vivarium in the world, i.e., planet Earth, to protect it, then life on the planet, as a superorganism, will always simply find a way to never go extinct. But AC family, I felt our rainforest was ready for its next major installment. It was time to allow our rainforest to have an increase in biological space, so the ecosystem could grow more fruitful, more biodiverse, and more robust. And AC family, after months of planning, I finally decided on the biome for our next and third giant vivarium. And I can't wait for you guys to see my plans. Vote in my community tab to affect this story. Guys, thank you so much for watching. Just wanted to remind you that everything at our shop at AntsCanada.com is now 15% off until January 1st. Shop now and start the ant keeping hobby with your very own AC Ant Farm Starter Kit. We ship worldwide and have an ant keeping ebook to help you out with all you need to know to get started. It's ant love forever.